Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to call the Anaheim City Council meeting to order. Clerk, can you please call roll?
Councilmember Bayless.
Here.
Councilmember Kurtz.
Here.
Councilmember Maz.
Here.
Councilmember Meeks.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Leon.
Present.
Mayor Aiken.
Present.
Let the record show we have 6 members present.
Clerk, are there any additions or deletions to our closed session agenda?
Mayor, there are none.
So we're going to, do we have any public comments to address the closed session agenda?
We didn't receive any in-person comments on the closed session, and we didn't receive any electronic comments on the closed session agenda.
Thank you. So we're now going to close the public comment on closed session agenda and recess to closed session. We will be back at 5 o'clock. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to reconvene the Anaheim City Council meeting to order, and the first item on our agenda is an invocation that is going to be provided tonight by Pastor Scott Rubin from Saddleback Church in Anaheim, and then following that, we will have Mayor Pro Tem Leon lead us in the flag salute. Pastor Rubin, please begin when you are ready.
I would love to, and just momentarily, to say thank you to all of you. This is the first meeting that I've attended in person. I've seen you all online, but just to feel the weight in the room of responsibility, and I'm just overcome with gratitude. So let's pray. Heavenly Father, I want to thank you for the breath that's in our lungs and for the day that we have today. And God, I want to pray specifically for this gathering here. Lord, I want to ask that you would make minds sharp in this room. God, that you would bring peacefulness to hearts that are weighing significant issues. God, I want to give you gratitude for people who have chosen to serve our good city. And God, I want to place before you the agenda of some things I'm familiar with for tonight and some things that I have no idea that'll be discussed. But Lord, we trust you. We really do trust you. And I ask your strength, your discernment, your courage for everyone involved in this meeting, God, and your compassion for the city. God, thank you, and we pray these things in Jesus' name. Amen. Amen. Thank you.
The flag we're about to pledge to stands for a nation built by immigrants and governed by a constitution that protects freedom, due process, and equal protection under the law. Those rights are not optional, and they were never meant for only a few. At a time when many families are living with real fear and uncertainty in our communities, unity means holding fast to the Constitution and the freedoms and rights that it guarantees for all of us. With that in mind, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Next on our agenda are recognitions to be presented at a later date. Clerk, can you please announce them?
Thank you, Mayor. We have two this evening, recognizing the month of January 2026 as National Mentoring Month and recognizing January 11th, 2026 as Human Trafficking Awareness Day.
Thank you. Are there any additions or deletions to tonight's agenda?
Mayor, there are none.
Can you please outline the public comment procedures and call forward the first three speakers to address the council?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. Speakers have one opportunity to address the City Council, except for the scheduled public hearing. The public comment period is limited to 90 minutes or until all agenda item speakers have been heard. Any time remaining of the 90 minutes will be provided to speakers who wish to speak on any non-agenda related items, but within the council's jurisdiction. A second public comment period will be opened by the mayor only if any non-agenda item speakers were not heard during this first public comment period, and it'll be open at the end of council business. The time limit for public comments is 3 minutes per speaker. Those wishing to address the City Council must complete a speaker card, which are available at the back of the council chambers. The name and contact information requested on the speaker card is optional. Any unidentified speakers will be called by the speaker card number. At this time, I'd also like to announce that Spanish interpreting services are provided at every City Council meeting. Simultaneous Spanish interpretation is provided through the use of headsets, and consecutive interpretation is provided to anyone who would like to address the City Council. For translation services in other languages, please contact the City Clerk's office at least 48 hours prior to the scheduled meeting. At this time, I'd like to introduce our interpreter who will make the same announcement in Spanish.
Buenas tardes. La ciudad provee servicios de interpretación al español en las juntas del Consejo Municipal. La interpretación simultánea al español se ofrece por medio del uso de audífonos y la interpretación consecutiva del español al inglés también está disponible para cualquiera quien desee dirigirse al ayuntamiento, declarando su petición en el podio. Para servicios de interpretación en otros idiomas, por favor comuníquese con la oficina del City Clerk de la ciudad, cuando menos con 48 horas antes de la junta programada.
At this time, on behalf of the City Council, we would like to remind the public that Anaheim remains committed to freedom of speech, and we ask that speakers address the City Council with civility and refrain from making personal, threatening, abusive, slanderous, or profane remarks towards any member of the council, staff, or general public. We appreciate this spirit when you speak. The time now is 5:12, with the 90-minute public comment period set to conclude at 6:42, or until all agenda item speakers have been heard. We do ask that speakers line up at the podium once they see their name appear on the projection screen behind me. And Mayor and City Council, we just have one speaker on an agenda item, and that's item number 7. That's R. Joshua Collins. If he can step up at this time.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Councilor. My name is R. Joshua Collins, founder of Homeless Advocates for Christ on Facebook. And first, I'd just like to encourage everyone to give their life to Jesus Christ, who died on the cross to save us from hell, to give us everlasting life. We've all sinned. We all deserve hell, but only Jesus can save us from that horrible place. He promises everlasting life to those who trust and believe in him. And I also want to talk about the homeless issue and those in need. Of course, we still have quite a few homeless out there. Many of them are seniors as well, from what CityNet has said still. And of course, I've run into a lot of them as we do outreach. But I want to talk about one thing. This actually came out of the Chicago Law School review. But regarding fines, sometimes we're fining people, whether it be for a parking ticket, whatever it is, but it affects the poor much more than those that have money, obviously. So income-based fines could help reduce the burden of court debt on the poor. Across the country, courts commonly levy steep fines on those without the means to pay and then respond to non-payment with arrests, court proceedings, and periods of incarceration. One result is that a single minor violation, like driving with an expired registration, can destabilize the life of someone living on the economic margins. Another is that formerly incarcerated people often face outstanding criminal justice debts far in excess of their annual incomes, complicating any hope of effective reentry. Income-based fines, on the other hand, could help ensure that monetary sanctions do not impose impossible to meet financial obligations on the poor. And many countries, including Austria, France, Switzerland, Finland, Sweden, Germany, and Denmark, actually have a system called day fines, where the penalty is based on a daily income and isn't just a flat same fine for everybody. And I think that would help a lot of people. We have seniors that, they're maybe getting $1,700 for Social Security, and their rent's sometimes $2,000 a month or close to that. There's a lot of people that can't afford even to live, basically, with the housing or any kind of shelter. And then for them to get maybe a ticket for suspended license or whatever it is, it could really damage them to the point where they can't even afford groceries or gas or medication. So I hope the council would do something more progressive in that regard to bring change in that area, that there be true fairness, and so that we'd impose the same level of hardship for each situation like this. Instead of, obviously small fines don't deter the wealthy as much, yet severely punish the poor. So that's the problem we see, and that's why a lot of people, they can't get out of debt, they can't get off the street, because of these things kind of basically continue to cause obvious major problems for them. So I hope the council will consider that and continue to work to bring more shelter and help to those in need. But thanks for letting me share.
Mayor and City Council, that concludes our speakers on agenda items. We will now move forward to general comments, and we have 12 speakers. Let me call the first 3 speakers: Mark Richard Daniels, Ruben Greg Soto, and Mike Kastner.
Here I am. Well, it's the start of a new year. A lot of things going on around us that are just, it's going to end very badly, I'm afraid. There's a lot of negative things coming from the administration. So other than that, we also have in our own city, we have various issues like your planning your hearing tonight, public hearing. And then there's going to be the trivial and nonsensical and all the other things that go in between. And I guess I'll try to add to that. I've been almost a victim several times of
e-bikes. If you know the e-bike is the phenomenon, people must have got a lot of them for Christmas, because I'm walking down the sidewalk at night and one comes flying past me, and then another one, and they're yelling at me to get out of their way, and I'm on the public sidewalk. And it's just, I don't know if there's been any physical injuries in the city, but man, I've come close a couple of times. And I've almost wanted to take one of them out, but I thought, well, I'll be on the other side of the equation if I do that. So it's just, I don't know what the penalty is for if you're caught riding on the sidewalk with an electronic powerized vehicle, which is really what it is. It's not a scooter, it's not a bicycle, it's a electronic coming at you very fast. And I pity, like, if there's elderly people, and I'm damn near getting there. And but I won't yield to them. If they're coming right at me, they're gonna have to go around me, and I hear them cussing at me and everything, but I'm not gonna yield. And I only got 50 seconds, so I'll have to yield. Anyway, so I don't know what the penalty is as far as the city goes, because I know the city passed an ordinance about such a thing. If there's, but whatever it is, it's not enough. You should maybe add to that penalty, because they're just becoming more and more prevalent. You know, if you go around the city, you just walk outside the door there and you'll see them zipping back and forth, and somebody's going to get seriously injured or killed, or maybe both.
Our next speaker, Ruben Greg Soto, followed by Mike Kastner.
Mayor, City Council, my thing is about drugs and drinking. I got 11 years clean pretty soon. All the false arrests, family law did me wrong. Let me read something about Proverbs 23 through 29:35. Who has woe, who has sorrow, who has strife, who has complaint, who has wounds without cause, who has redness of eyes? Those who tarry long over wine, those who try to mix wine, do not look at wine when it is red, when it sparkles in a cup and it goes down smoothly. In the end, it bites you like a serpent, stings you like an adder. Your eyes will see strange things, and your heart utter perverse things. Luke 21:34. Be on guard that your hearts will not be weighted down with dissipation and drunkenness and worries of life, and that day will not come on you suddenly like a trap. Now, my thing is, I went to city council meeting in Riverside, it's the same thing. But my thing is drinking. When I go to jail, I don't do the crime. But I cry with these young kids. They're gangsters. They're in this stuff. They can't get out. It can happen to anybody. But you all think you're with God and stuff. Your government sells liquor, makes money on it. Now marijuana. You're going to kill your kids and ruin their life. Then they're going to do drugs. They're going to do meth, cocaine, heroin, so on and so forth, pills. Party like a rock star. That's all on you. You do what you want. I'm clean. I don't need it no more. Keep on taking your family around the dirtbag family, and it will destroy your family. All you religious people don't know nothing, but you try to act like you were the Lord, you were this cross, and you think of all that. Now, marijuana and liquor, you want to go out the cartel, but you're doing the same thing, killing people. That's double standard. That's a hypocrite. I just see things differently. And the police and the people call me a snitch, and the sheriff, because when they throw me in jail, I come and expose the way they do it, how they get it in, who's doing it, the drugs and making liquor out of the fruit. And these cops want to call me a snitch. That's fucking love. Excuse me. That's love. That's not being a snitch. I know what it does to you. I've been there, done it for many years. So you can call me a snitch, cops and whoever. I don't give a crap. I know what love is. And what they do, they just want to make money and keep on coming back. Instead of happening to these guys. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Mike Kastner, followed by Vance Disney.
Hello, good evening. You know, the first thing I want to say is nobody back here can hear anything up here that anyone talks about. So I don't know if you guys can address that and put like some kind of TV or something that says closed captions of what they're speaking, because nobody back here can hear anything. You know, that's the first thing. I do stagehand and, you know, set up for shows in Las Vegas. I've been in Anaheim for over 30 years. I have a son I had to come back to because he was 14, and I had to leave a abusive relationship in Vegas. And when I came out here, I had nothing. Okay, and I had to stay in a shelter at Bridges. And, you know, I didn't even think that was gonna lead to anything. I just went in there because I've been into shelters and all that kind of stuff, programs, all these kind of things, you know, and I just went in there just to see, because you guys said you're gonna lead to housing, you know, which it did. But the thing is everybody has to fight for themselves, you know, and the way that you address the homeless problem is go outside of your house one day with whatever you have and don't come back for 30 days and let's see how you survive. That's the only way that you guys can understand how it feels to be homeless. You know, that's what I had to do. I had to start over, and, you know, they did give me a housing. I went to, you know, a house for 2 years. I kept up with that. I had to work out of state because these jobs out here in California don't pay enough. You know, and then I hurt my shoulder. That was a whole big debacle with the housing department also. You know, I was unemployed for 6 months. The doctor didn't get the note. Then they got the note. Then I had to go down there physically to Santa Ana. That's the only office that accepted I had to physically do it myself right there in front of the guy and fax the doctor's payment. And then finally they gave me the check. You know, and the only reason why I wasn't kicked out is because I was on housing at the time. And I told my manager, I said, well, when the disability people send a check, then I'll pay you the back rent. Other than that, you know, now I'm in a big situation because I started working again and making money. And now the housing went up from 200 to 800. And I was unemployed for 6 months, and they can't change the rent back, you know, from when I wasn't working. So now I have a bill of like $5,000. And how am I supposed to come up with that? You know, and a manager is threatening to move me out. You know, I'm gonna end up unhoused again and have to start this process all over again. You know, so that's what I wanted. You know, my friend Joshua, I met him. You know, in my process of being homeless, I support his ministry.
Sir, I'm sorry, your time is up.
Yeah, that's what I just wanted to bring tonight, and thank you for your time.
Our next speaker, Vance Disney, followed by Karina Munoz.
Happy New Year. Too sexy. Anyway, Jao Van Disney here, Socialistic number, num by I, by num, Chin Boon, I num, phone number 909-538-4737. You know I graphed the design of the adjustable center wall for our freeways. Let you know from God's point of view, it's the most important thing for our planet. Right now in Crania, where incestuocidal inbreeding laws in Crania, the misconception of Ukraine mania and the UK attack with Monarch Inc. incestuocidal inbreeding laws financed by the illegal Elon Musk's fake Tesla Ponzi scheme that don't work to the bare minimum standards but sit in parking lots blocking our ecosystem with more handicap parking in the back. For dodos that fell for the joke, for a better EV, they need a longer extension cord coiled up their ass, which makes a more deadly poison than leaded gasoline. So it's a wreck-all item. So with so many trillions of trillion-dollar lawsuits against it, the illegal Elon Musk companies, the clerks of South Africa rocket into the black hole with their Confederate credit. So when you make your multi-trillion lawsuits, remember remember the bar minimum standard, the Easy Bat ECs, electric cars with easy battery replacement for quick recharging. Though now I need to tell you why gas fumer cars are so important. We have perfected them over generations to the point it's part of our inherent reflex to care for these cars with manufacturing machines and recycled parts, bringing our anti-smog devices to such an apex. Our eco-environmental system actually depends on air from gas fumer cars. Though we can't waste this on freeway EV traffic jams, plasmic meltdown. So the next step in this natural evolution of putting the pedal to the floral air freshener is to create 4 cylindrical spark plug factories on each side of the Chernobyl nuclear power source, lining from northwest to southeast to keep solar radiation from agitating it with opposition, parallel, or perpendicular. Then we can use a safe amount of radiation to make more powerful spark plugs that are constantly pulsed by pistons in metallic cylinders, reducing their radioactive permanence with the exhaust sent through our most perfect clean air device, as otherwise known, AOK, the adjustable center wall for our freeway, creating more pungent environmental effective air as we all acclimate to nuclear energy with new reactors that contribute to their own blends of recycled radiance simultaneously. And these spark plug factories will be known as the Jetson Spark Plug City, evolved from the gesticular car company of the former Soviet Union. And remember, boys and girls, the people of Vietnam are not Mies. Anyway, the Jetson Spark Plug Company will be in Crania. And prepare your lawsuits against these things. We need to defend ourselves against substandard American products. So, you all need to, and especially you, Atkins, as a former DA, and my...
Sir, your time is up.
Both lawsuits against that, okay? So thank
Our
you, and
next
remember,
speaker-
Happy New Year.
Our next speaker, Karina Munoz,
Too sexy.
followed by David Polito.
Hello, my name's Karina. I'm here with CSOOC, a resident of Orange County, standing with the family of Albert Arzola, and disappointed but not surprised by another in-custody death by Anaheim PD. This county has known that Anaheim PD has been ranked 9th out of the 60th largest U.S. cities on the rate of officer-involved deaths during arrest. And yet nothing has been done. Because of the lack of action, these Anaheim PD officers are allowed to make women widows. Parents lose their children before themselves, which is not the natural order of things. Siblings lose each other way before their time, and best friends lose their only shoulder to lay on. I am ashamed of Anaheim for once again letting a young person die, and for you making it seem like Albert deserved it. I stand here with Albert's family, demanding that you release the full unedited footage. We demand that you release the footage and audio of all officers involved on that tragic night. Justice for Albert.
Our next speaker, David Polito.
All right. My name is David Polito. I am a resident of Santa Ana, and I'm a member of Community Service Organization also. I'm here with the family of Albert Arzola. We are demanding justice for the police killing of Albert. We demand the release of the full unedited body camera footage and audio of all officers involved in the incident. Albert was only 19 years old when he was ambushed by 2 Anaheim PD officers who leapt out of an unmarked vehicle with guns drawn and chased him to his home. One officer dragged Albert backwards by his hoodie and shot him in the back, killing him in front of his family. The excuses Anaheim PD used to justify Albert's death are that he was in an area with a long history of documented gang-related activity and that a gun was supposedly recovered at the scene. But those claims don't matter. Being in any area is not an excuse to have your rights violated and your life taken by police. Gang-related, that's right, is a racist excuse that has been used against Chicanos in Orange County for decades. And officers weren't chasing Albert because he supposedly had a gun. Later, they claimed it was because of a call about graffiti, which Albert wasn't even doing, but that wouldn't even justify his death. Anaheim PD's own statements show that they discriminated against Albert because of where he lived and how he looked, not because of what he was doing. The truth is that they chased down a teenager who was posing no threat and killed him in front of his family. Then they detained his grieving parents and young children while they processed the scene. Albert Arzola was a beloved son and family member. He was a valued friend and a dedicated hard worker. He had just graduated Catella High School, and he had a bright future ahead of him. Albert should be alive today. The officers responsible for his death should not be on paid leave. That's an insult to the family and the public. Yeah. Those officers, we should know their name, and they should be fired. The community should have power over this process. We shouldn't just have to wait for these investigations that lead to the officers being found not guilty over and over again. We deserve to be safe in our cities. So that is a minimum demand. We need the footage, so we need to know exactly what happened, and those officers should not be on paid leave because Albert doesn't get his life back. The family doesn't get Albert back. It's not right. Justice for Albert Arzola, release the unedited body camera video and audio from all officers. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Cecil Jordan Corkin.
That notebook I just laid down is what Disney's all about and how he created the satanics of Disney and the sexual porn king, how he created that in the animation of the cartoons to expose the mind of the children. It got so awful on television. I saw subliminal messages, hidden pictures in pictures. On television, it was on there one time, and I had to cut my finances on cable so I don't get Disney. So it's what Disney's really all about. He created Disney from his facial pictures of Walt Disney to make Mickey Mouse. Walt Disney had black hair with a black mustache and with bright, quick eyes. And he was 6 feet tall. And he created Mickey with that facial picture of, when he did Mickey Mouse from New York City and came to California doing Steamboat Willie, if y'all familiar with that much. And we got the Gene Autry Way coming up. They want to clean it up when they build Gene Autry Way. I have 6 notebooks, 2-inch notebooks. It's got the reports on the animation cartoons, how satanic and sexual it is. City Council has never got involved with me. Tom Tate did, to a point, while he was available in office. That's as far as that went. He got a guy that came here from the City Council on security of sex trafficking and pedophiles. He did about 2 hours of that, talk of the law, sitting right here behind me on the right side, and I stayed in the meeting. You need to go look that video, that DVD up, Mayor Ashley Atkins. You need to look that up, and you'll see that, what Tom Tate did. Now, if you're going to get involved with Disney, you need to know what you're doing. Go get that video, go get that DVD and look it up on the legal business to straighten up Disney. Walt Disney's still alive.
Cecil,
he
your
faked
time
his
is up.
death. So
Cecil?
that's what I'm trying to tell you real fast. Now, if there's anything else you want,
Thank you, Cecil.
you
Your
know how
time
to
is
get
up.
in touch with me. In the Father, Son,
Thank
and
you,
the Holy
Cecil.
Spirit. God bless
Thank
you.
you.
Our next speaker is Wes Jones,
If you need anything, you know how to
followed
find
by
me.
Art Castillo.
It's up to you and Disney.
Mayor, Council, my name is Wes Jones. I'm a resident of District 3. On the agenda tonight to approve for next week is you're going to give an award next week, if it's approved, to a guy named Dave that works over in Vaughn's. And I'm not saying he shouldn't get the award. He's a nice guy. And he was Santa Claus, and he put on a lifetime of service over at Vaughn's helping people. You know, there's other people in this city that deserve recognition too. I belong to the People's Homeless Task Force. And last year we served 11,000 meals to homeless people. That means my wife and I bought 11,000 waters. And I think the recognition needs to be spread a little more evenly around. And as far as the cops that locked up 6-year-old kids in this Albert's case here, they ought to go to jail. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Art Castillo, followed by Mike Robbins and Janine Robbins.
Good evening. I know we got a new chief. Hopefully we can do some talking from this community. I'm District 3. I'm actually family in all districts, but the issue is on this Albert. Like myself, at 13, I wanted to work for the city and I worked in parks. And I had the cops following me to work and back and treating me real bad. Nobody would work with me, and I'm 13 by myself, opening and closing at Ponderosa Park, deemed to be a bad area back then. So I sympathize, and I used to go through these neighborhoods and watching kids getting beat up. So I'm actually an eyewitness, and I've been in court cases with the lawyers, and I got to hear the things people don't hear. There's a lot of evidence tampering with the department, trying to make a narrative, actually changing the narrative. I just want you guys to understand that. I feel really bad because Albert was actually working, I heard, for the Mighty Ducks, so I don't know how much that important that will get into your heart. That we serve this community, we did good things, we have good families, but we get attacked because of names and gossip. And sometimes that happens with the other people. They're misinformed, the other organizations and neighborhood councils. They get misinformed. Sometimes I used to attend most all of them back in the days, and I try to do these ones that are happening that we have. We got to get involved. Even the police review board. Hopefully you guys can understand. You got to waive the scale. We have to be fair with each other. But also, one more thing before everything's over would be Mike Lester, and I don't blame him for anything. I'm pretty sure he had to say what he did on Chris Eisinger and Vincent Valenzuela Jr. that was chokeholded. He said it was the drugs. It was found out to be the chokehold. And I tried coming here once, and I talked to the last chief, and I said, if you want good relations with us, can you please, make it a retraction? I asked for that nicely, to make a retraction, and it's hard to admit the guilt. I understand that. We could see that when we were with Albert thing. It's hard to say the truth. It would give us a better relation if we can be honest with each other and at least admit. And Leon, when you're saying our rights, we are having troubles with that. We're having troubles with all the things that we're trying to voice our opinion, and we're not being represented. So I want to leave you with that I hope that you guys can get more active involved with that other side of the community that doesn't get the voice or the ears. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Mike Robbins, followed by Janine Robbins.
Good evening, Mike Robbins, long time no see. As a member of People's Homeless Task Force, we spent thousands of hours and thousands of dollars to stop the sale of Angel Stadium. Hopefully there's still investigations going on. But the Angel Stadium was valued at $650 million in 2016 with comparable adjacent land, and that was covered by Paul Cott. The Crooks intended, in cooperation with the Angels, to sell the property for $150 million. $500 million would have been the theft of public property. The city, in the end, had to pay the Angels $5 million to back out of the deal, even though the Angels were involved in the meetings as documented. The crooks cost the city $5 million, and you still have some of the perpetrators on staff or on city councils, city commissions, I'm sorry. The secret meetings, city spokesperson, Mike Leister, one of 2 city employees listed in the debate prep document, had 2 roles assigned. In addition to being an observer, he was to share duties with Ament and role-playing key Anaheim staff, including city manager Jim Vanderpool. Stephen Fessel certainly was there too, and he should go back, well, I'm not gonna say where. I said something not so nice. Both people certainly should not be here. We spent a lot of time to clear at least that, and we did clear out the problem, but they're still here. That seems almost amazing to me, and I'm incredulous. I will touch on housing. So the housing, of course, we need housing, but we also need emergency services to protect everybody who lives in a house. And without emergency services, and we don't have enough emergency services, as you know, as we've mentioned many times here for the last 5 years, building new housing is always sketchy. And if you come up with the money to build, for instance, in the hills, another egress over the freeway, and you had the money to build more fire stations across the city, not just for the hills, but for the city too, for the city and the people in the flatlands. We want to know that they're going to show up when there's an emergency. It takes 3 fire engines for 1 house fire. And I mean, we should have the money. You guys should be able to put it together. We know where the money is supposed to come from. That's Disneyland, of course, who pays 0 taxes or fees on admissions or parking. And I hope that we don't see Mike Leister or Stephen Fessel, 2 people, as you read in the paper, all the articles regularly and the ones that just came out. They're still here, and they shouldn't be. At least a few should not be
Robbins,
here
your time is up.
right now. Please help in that regard.
Our next speaker, Janine Robbins, followed by Christine Iddies.
Considering the 2 recent LA Times articles about the unending corruption in Anaheim, I would think that it is time for you, all 7 of you, to stop acting like ostriches and pull your damn heads out of the ground. It is time for you to stop with the photo ops and actually do your jobs. If you look around the corrupt, haunted halls of this building, you will find fraud and dishonesty behind each and every door. This culture of corruption began long before Sidhu was in office. I'd say it began during Kurt Pringle's reign, continued during Sidhu's term, and still continues to this very day. Ashley, you campaigned on a variety of issues, all of which you have failed to do anything about. Very important issues like transparency and campaign finance reform, but the most significant issue you spoke about was corruption in the city. Therefore, one of the most interesting things is a social media post you made back on August 18th, 2023. You said, quote, "To have elected officials and city staff preparing a rehearsed council meeting makes a mockery of our democracy. And if true, those leaders should resign." So now we have Lion Mike Leister, who in documents provided by the Chamber of Commerce has been shown to have actively participated in the mock city council meeting regarding the sale of Angel Stadium. When is he resigning, or will you be firing him? After all, that is what you said. We all know that nobody can lie like Lion Leister. Well, I don't know, maybe you can. Now on to Jim Vanderpool, who is the equivalent of a snake oil salesman. He talks a good game and then claims ignorance, all on the city's dime, or maybe on the city's penny, since everyone knows the city is broke. He attended a retreat with some of the most powerful lobbyists in the city soon after being hired, and claims he was not required to report it because business was not discussed. Yeah, right. Who believes that line? If the city manager doesn't understand the concept behind reporting gifts, then how can he manage the council and the city? After all, that is his title. Corruption has been allowed to thrive during his tenure, and it has started at the top with good old Jim. He needs to resign immediately or be fired. You were elected to represent the residents, In fact, your most important job is to listen to the residents, whether at community meetings or at this microphone. Let me tell you that the residents are tired of paying corrupt employees. We are tired of paying employees who lie, such as Debbie Moreno. We are tired of paying people who do not do their jobs, such as the ethics officer. We are tired of our needs coming in last after Disney, the Angels, the Honda Center. Mostly, we are tired of having elected officials who lied to the residents and refused to do their jobs. You need to clean house and get rid of the lying, corrupt employees, starting with Leister, Vanderpool, and Moreno. While you're at it, you might as well get rid of Fabella too, since I have the feeling the next article will be about him. You should have done this immediately upon taking office in 2022, Ashley, cleaned house of those who work was to do. Yet you didn't, and I wonder why.
Ms. Ramos, your time is up. We'll have our next speaker come up. Christine.
Good evening, council members, mayor, and staff. I'm here tonight as a mother of a teenager, an educator, a professor of counseling, a community member, and most importantly, a family member of Albert Arzola, who was unjustly murdered in his home on Saturday, December 6th. I am urging you to take action to ensure the unedited body cams of each officer involved are released. The portion that was released was of only one officer and appears edited. Why was the other officer's body cam video not released? This does not answer all the questions and just raises more doubt and distrust in the city's police department. You have an obligation to ensure that there is transparency and accountability to your constituents and community. Your city residents deserve to feel safe in their homes. Albert is my nephew and was loved by so many. He graduated from Catella High School and was working in the city he loved, Anaheim. He had a bright future ahead. He was taking the first steps in his life to be independent while becoming proactive and shaping his future. That was stolen from Albert, his family, and the Anaheim community. We will not remain silent about the senseless act by a gang unit officer. Based on the information and facts at disposal, the officer drew his gun once he stepped foot from the unmarked vehicle. Why? If this was just a concern about graffiti, why? Albert was not violent or was not a threat to anyone. Police officers' role is to remain calm. They problem solve and demonstrate self-control when dealing with tense situations. They're professionals. They go through extensive training and are sworn to serve and protect. Drawing a gun with the intention to shoot once stepping foot off of an unmarked vehicle is very disturbing to the public and community. And the infraction, supposedly graffiti. Given what has been released, this does not warrant the death of a 19-year-old teen. I asked the mayor, city council, and police chief, Manny Sid, that this information be released to the family and public for transparency. We, the public and community, have the right to know the facts. This is the first step in seeking justice for Albert, his family, and the larger concerned community. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker, Stephanie M., Mark Herbert, and then followed by Vern.
What I'm about to address goes to the heart of public trust in this city. And because many residents may not know the full context, it's important to be clear about what happened and why it matters. Good evening, council members. I'm here today because Anaheim deserves leadership grounded in integrity, transparency, and respect for public trust. Reporting revealed that Anaheim's chief communications officer, Mike Leister, Anaheim City Manager Jim Vanderpool and former council member Stephen Fessel, now representing Anaheim on multiple boards, participated in a mock city council meeting, a closed-door rehearsal designed to practice pushing through the Angel Stadium deal. This was not a public meeting. It was not transparent. It was a staged exercise connected to a deal that later became the focus of corruption probe. That context matters for anyone who cares about ethical governance and public accountability. When this came to light, Mayor Ashley Aiken said something that resonated deeply with many of us. She wrote, "To have elected officials and city staff preparing a rehearsal council meeting makes a mockery of our democracy, and if true, those leaders should resign." She was right, and she has often said that Anaheim is among the most transparent cities in Orange County, a standard that requires consistent honesty and follow-through. Transparency only has meaning when it is paired with accountability. And while ethics always matter to me and to many Anaheim residents, they matter most in moments like this, when doing the right thing is difficult, uncomfortable, or politically costly. So today, I am calling clearly and directly for the resignations of Mike Leister, Jim Vanderpool, and Stephen Fessel. Participating in a rehearsal for a corrupt deal is incompatible with serving the public. Anaheim cannot move forward with those involved in this mock meeting remain in positions of power. Holding these individuals accountable is essential if Anaheim is going to rebuild public trust. This is not about hostility, it is about responsibility. It is about ensuring that the people who represent this city are worthy of the authority they hold. It is about demonstrating that Anaheim's commitment to transparency is more than a slogan, it is a practice. If Anaheim truly wants to be the most transparent city, then we must act like it. We must uphold the mayor's original words, and we must demonstrate that accountability is not optional, it is foundational. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Mark Herbert. Mark Herbert. Following Mark is Vern.
Mark Herbert, AnaheimGrease.com, where this meeting will be noted and the video shown. Anaheim's a company town. In the two recent articles in the LA Times, they indicated what goes on behind the closed doors of Anaheim. In Anaheim, there's two doors, one for the public and one for the private interest. And I'm here at the public door. When the public tries to participate, they are directed to the public door. And I'll give you an example, the housing element. The housing element was a 4-year draft. When the final draft was sent to Sacramento for approval, a handful, under 30 comments were included. What was not included, 325 pages of comments. They decided not to send them along. That leaves residents like me having to go to Sacramento to drop them off at the department. That isn't the way it should be. On November 18th, I submitted a written letter to the council and the city attorney, and it was listing 6 Brown Act violations where the public was excluded from a meeting over their money, millions of dollars with ATID. No response from the mayor, the council, or the city attorney, and it's been 2 months. Moving forward, so trying to get public engagement off the floor, I'm going to try to stimulate and simulate a conversation tonight by raising questions at this portion that hopefully you'll answer during council communications, maybe drop a few restaurant openings. So here are some questions, and the ones I don't get to apply to the housing development hearing. Number 1, Why wasn't the December 15th community meeting on the police shooting and death of Albert Arzola streamed from the council chambers? Why did only Mayor Aitken and council members Leon and Campos Kurtz attend? Why didn't the other 4 council members show? Why didn't the mayor and 2 council members answer the community's questions when they were asked? Why wasn't the current or new police chief at the December 15th community meeting? Why on September 14th did Anaheim feel the need to send 1/2 police officers and another 1/2 of city staff to address the questions of La Palma Village? The issues addressed were homeless people in their swimming pool, stolen parcels, and excessive noise from next door. The mayor and council relied on only one spokesperson for the community meeting on December 15th, and the community was
Mr.
left
Herbert, your
with,
time is up.
I don't knows.
Our next speaker is Vern, followed by Sergio.
Hello, I didn't really get around to writing a speech tonight, so it's going to be pretty quick. I was too busy to write a speech because I'm working on a piece on my Orange Juice blog, which everybody should read. The Orange Juice blog, it'll be out tomorrow or the next day. That puts into better context the secret meetings of 2020 that were, a lot of the staff attended, and it was meant to pretty much subvert democracy and push forward this really unfavorable, this deal to give away the stadium for a lot less than it's worth, really unfavorable to the people of Anaheim. I wasn't going to speak, but I'm just real glad to see Albert Arzola's family and friends here. Congratulate. I know it's difficult, and one thing they haven't mentioned here, I don't think anyone's mentioned it here, but I heard it in the press conference Mr. DeSimone gave, is, and it was such a familiar thing to hear. The gang unit officers, after they kill someone, for example, Albert, for days or weeks or months, they'll go around harassing the family. They shine lights. There you go. That's familiar to me because my wife Donna had a son who was killed 2012, Joel Acevedo, and the same exact thing happened to her. And maybe maybe the police chief and the rest of the department doesn't know it, but that's something the gang unit does. They harass the family. They shine lights into their place every day, to intimidate them so they don't speak out. Maybe, I don't know. And they pull them over for no reason. And maybe the new chief can put a stop to that. It's really horrible. I want to say also good luck to you guys who are fighting the Deer Canyon project. It's as bad as it was last year. Maybe a little bit less bad, but it still is not a responsible project with given fire safety and so on. And finally, I heard my friend Rusan Joshua Collins talking about housing and rising rents. And so I have good news. We're going to be, I'm part of Tenants United as well, Tenants United Anaheim. We're going to be getting rent control in this city. And it's something that people have to take on because you guys aren't interested, but maybe you can catch up with us. Right now, rents can be raised 8% to 10% of the state law. I won't get into the details, but we want to bring it down to 3% annual, the highest that rents can be raised. And we're going to be needing a lot of signatures over the next few months. So I hope to get all your signatures, and everybody vote. We're putting it on the November ballot, so we're going to need to pass it there too. Thank you.
Our next speaker. Following this speaker, we have Grace Arzola and Brian Kay.
Hi, City Council. My name is Sergio Pelayo, and I'm here to advocate for the unedited version of what happened that day in December 6th. It's been over a month now. We only have a 30-second clip from what happened, and also just released the autopsy. Us and people in the family would like to know where and how Albert died, because there's a lot of questions that really haven't been answered. And we would also like to know the name of the officer. I mean, no need to hide. You know, when when a police officer involved deaths happen, usually you would know the name, I would say pretty soon. And it's been a month now, and there's been no new info, and it's insane because we deserve to know in the community, born and raised in Anaheim, and I very much love this city. That's all.
Our next speaker. Following the speaker is Brian Kay.
Good evening. I'm here to advocate for justice for my nephew, Albert Arzola. We met with you, Norma, on the 16th, I believe. No answers were given to us. I'm here to advocate for the 2 video cameras of the police that were there to be released unedited. The information officer edited to their convenience. The public deserves to know the truth, what happened. In a statement, written official statement from the public information officer, he said that the police acted in the public's best interest. In order, that's something that the public has to determine, not the public information officer. They could only do this when you guys release the full unedited video. Let them decide if the police acted in their best interest. I believe this is an opportunity to gain the trust from the public that you guys continue to lose. And you guys lose it from the black and brown people. But I don't see you guys harassing Anaheim Hills. No, you guys don't. I'm also calling because, like the gentleman said earlier, my mom is 77 years old. The police stopped my brother for a broken taillight. We asked a family friend to come and fix the taillight. 5 Anaheim PD officers patrols pulled up on a family friend that was helping my elderly mom change the taillight, accused him of stealing the car. 5 officers. This is unacceptable and it needs to stop. And that's in your district, Natalie, on Anaheim Boulevard. Additionally, another family member is unable to get wound care because of the misinformation Anaheim PD put. His nurse said he is scared for his safety and is no longer able to come to the house and change the wounds because of the misinformation the Anaheim Police Department put out there. This is someone that's diabetic, whose leg has been amputated, who has no transportation to go get wound care. But thank you to the Anaheim Police Department and their misinformation campaign. This person is no longer receiving services which are covered through Medi-Cal because he's low income. No longer, because Anaheim PD put out misleading information to save them. I'm asking for you guys to agree to an independent investigation. It is not okay for you guys to investigate your guys' self. If you guys want to gain the trust back from the public and help my family wake up from this nightmare that your 2 officers created on the night of December 6, 2025 at 2:32 p.m., we will only get that when the full unedited videos are released, when the autopsy is released, when the names are released, and when you guys assign someone independently. And you guys think we're going away. We are not going away. We will show up to every meeting until we get justice for him. We are not going away.
Our next speaker, Brian Kay, followed by Kenneth Batiste.
A happy day. I really do feel for the family. And as far as Anaheim Police just targeting brown and black people, they target white people just the same. Why would you have the Anaheim Police do what they're doing? The Anaheim police officer got out of his car, ran up to me, had me on the ground, threatened to kill me the way they killed Kelly Thomas. 30 seconds. Anaheim Police jumped out of their car, shot this gentleman. 30 seconds. Why? And I have another Anaheim police officer I'm actually communicating with on a positive level, about 100 text messages. And he's actually trying to defend the use of the word nigger to address your constituents, Polish and Jewish people. And you actually expect your police officers to defend that behavior. You actually expect your police officer to defend the behavior of killing innocent people. Quite honestly, you look like Kristi Noem. You don't know what habeas corpus is. You don't know what the basic laws are. You don't have any kind of sympathy or human compassion. Yet you stand there and say, oh, the ICE, what they're doing is wrong. No, you're doing the same thing as ICE. Yes, you are. And you have the same level of arrogance, the same level of ignorance. And quite honestly, why would you put your new chief of police, Manuel Cid, into that position? Why do I have a police officer with about 100 text messages where he's trying to defend the use of the word nigger by another police officer? The only reason why these things exist is because you allow them to. They happen. These things happen every goddamn fucking day. The difference is you find it acceptable. The rest of the world, under Never Again, finds what you're doing completely wrong. Yet you have the courage. It's not even courage, it's audacity. It's the gullibility. You believe the people who are telling you what to do. And the shame is the people who are giving you those orders, this is the black speech, it's gonna take about 5 seconds. They wanna see somebody come up here and express themselves all over you and leave you dead. The reason why I'm here, I'm trying to help you. I'm trying to save your life. I'm probably the biggest fucking snitch you'll ever see.
Our next
I'm your
speaker,
chance at redemption.
Mr. K, your time is up. Our next speaker, Kenneth Batiste.
First thing, giving honor to God, the God of the people, and hopefully of the council. We're going to talk about the elephant in the room, $6 billion in debt. We already know that we was redlined by the state along with Compton and the city of Bell. Corruption, why is all of that? We got corruption going on and we want it to go ahead and totally stop. It got so bad, Sadu was over here. He paid the police union president a 3-year, $1.2 million package. He was a non-employee of Anaheim, but he got a $1.2 million package. That should have never happened. Then he turned back and put $450,000 into the politics of who are voting for our city council. That should be unethical. Making sure I'm put this all out to the people who don't know this. Okay, so $1.2 million for like this. When the taxpayers' money is for someone's position, that person's position should be totally honest with the taxpayers, especially when you are considered the public information worker. Your information should be towards the residents, not towards the special interests of Disneyland. I'm gonna talk about this parking lot. We went ahead, we got a $1 billion in 1996. $1 billion, it's taken us 40 years to pay for this, and it's gonna cost $4 billion. And what do they go, and guess what? The worst part about it is that Disneyland operates and keeps all the revenue. We're paying for it. 1996 City Council just showed what they was really made out of, a plastic spine. Rent control, we are putting it on the ballot. Y'all won't do it, we will do it. The things that the city really needs, it seems like the city council just won't go ahead and do it. Some of you came in here talking about how you was gonna redo the policy for the corruption. We haven't had a vote on any policy that has went ahead and mandated anybody with any money doing anything they just want. It's still going on. We haven't changed nothing. We have to do what we have to do. A gate tax is needed. But guess what? We don't expect the city council to do it. That's the next thing. We will do it ourselves, and we will make it for $5,000, so it includes everybody, and Disneyland won't have a chance to say that they was discriminated against. Everybody over 5,000. That's next on our thing. We need to go ahead and have us, when we talk about this rent control,
Mr. Batiste, I'm sorry, your time is up.
I'm gonna leave it at that, because guess what? Those of us that have a house are better off when the people and renters are safe. Thank you.
Mayor and City Council, that concludes our in-person speakers. Noting for the record, we did receive 61 general comments. Each of those were distributed to City Council as well as posted on the city's website and can be found at anaheim.net/public comment.
Thank you, Madam Clerks. We'll now close the public comment portion of the agenda and move to council communications. If any council members have an item to share, please ring in. Okay, seeing none, I just wanted to make some preliminary comments about something I'm going to be putting, Councilmember Maz and then Councilmember Rubicalva.
Thank you. I do have some slides to share. So while there is a lot of great work being done in our city, throughout our city, once again, I want to give kudos to the staff at Mira Loma Family Resource Center. They put together a lot of thoughtful programs, and they go above and beyond. They coordinate and ensure that this center has food distributions. Other city staff has accompanied residents to find out information when family and friends have been detained. So I want to just acknowledge the city staff and their role, important role in our community. Next slide, please. On December 24th, Christmas Eve, despite the rainy weather, a few of us were able to deliver toys to children staying at a motel in District 5. This effort began with a resident, Linda Newby, who shared a tradition she used to do with the Anaheim Police Department. Recognizing that these families who stay in motels long-term, we organized a small toy drive. I mainly want to thank District 5 residents that generously allowed us to collect toys at their locations, specifically Iguana's Mexican Food, Hamburguesas Europan, and Stadium Pep's Pizza. I also want to recognize the organization Bikers Against Child Abuse. This is an organization that supports children who have experienced abuse. They do this by showing up consistently, helping children feel safe through court cases and other situations. So this event was a result of a resident's idea and the support of a nonprofit as well as businesses. I quickly want to share on Saturday, I had the opportunity to join a District 5 neighborhood as we came together to celebrate Three Kings Day. Just want to thank Yesenia Rojas for organizing the celebration and securing toys. I'd like to thank the Orange County Labor Federation for their donation of toys, as well as Congressman Lou Correa, who donated books for the children there. And then lastly, I want to invite everybody to a community resource fair that will be at Catella High School. I'm proud to work with my council colleague, Councilmember Kurtz, along with Catella and South Junior High. On Saturday, January 24th, we will be bringing a lot of community organizations together for a free event. In addition to resource tables, there's going to be a car show, food sales. There will be a sensory station for our friends and family that are living with autism, and there will be opportunity drawings. So come out, get connected, and hope to see you on the 24th. That's all I have.
Thank you. Councilmember Rubicalva?
Mayor Aiken, I believe I have a couple of slides, Madam Clerk. So as we're queuing up the slides, I just want to mention, I know many of you know I represent District 3, which is the heart of the city of Anaheim. That's approximately 50,000 residents. I was born and raised in Anaheim as well, so for me, it's a special opportunity to be able to serve our community. I know this feels like it was a million years ago, but I want to highlight K&A, who is a local small business who has hosted for the 17th year Christmas Eve community brunch, where we invite everybody within the community. Despite the rain, we had about 1,500 people who received gifts and also a hot breakfast and just an opportunity to spend time in the community, especially in a time where we are, a lot of us are experiencing some major issues, whether it's on the immigration front or whether it's economic, but this is just an opportunity for us to really engage with the community and give back. I do want to highlight the many city employees who were there on Christmas Eve to dedicate their time to our community, including one of our lieutenants. We also had our city clerk. Thank you, city clerk, for being in attendance. And she was there to share resources. If you're not aware, we do have passport services and a lot of other things that our city clerk's office offers. Our fire department also gave out free warm socks to the community. And then one of our local labor unions, AFSCME, was also there to engage with our community. And our Housing and Community Development Department, who is not featured here, was also there to share resources that we have, whether it's a first-time home buyer program or if you are on the verge of homelessness, they were there to provide services and offer insight to residents who live in our city. I also just want to welcome the first baby born in District 3 of 2026 to a mother who is also serving our community. She works for our Congressman Lou Correa, who was also born and raised in the city of Anaheim, but also serves as the District 3 Housing and Community Development Commissioner. So I'd like to welcome baby Sebastian Alexander Lopez Perez to District 3. He was actually born on January 1st, so he is officially the first baby. And then I just wanted to take a moment. I have a lot of residents who have asked what my priorities for District 3 are as I enter the last 360 days of my first term in office. And I just wanted to share some of the priorities for my district specifically. As I mentioned, I have the honor and opportunity to serve 50,000 residents in District 3, and I am pretty engaged in the community and listen to what the needs of our residents are. So on the public safety front, I wanted to share that I will continue to focus on safer neighborhoods. I'm glad that we are able to bring in a chief who has already demonstrated some clear leadership and public safety priorities, not only with his engagement with the community, but also with our public safety officers, whether they're sworn or unsworn. We are focused on faster, or at least in District 3, and I know some of my colleagues share the same, but I would love to see improved response times. I would love Anaheim to be one of the safest cities in the state of California or the county of Orange. I'd also like to improve the dispatch and follow-up experience with our residents who are engaging with our public safety. So when you're calling 911, you should be able to get the service that you need, and I know that there are many issues that we're dealing with there. We are planning and developing a new fire station in District 3, which will serve not only District 2 and 1, but District 3. It'll also provide better public safety and first responder services to the residents of Anaheim. We also would like to prioritize traffic safety. So this is a major issue for many of my residents who call because they feel that there is traffic that's just too fast in our city. We also recently had young people from Anaheim High School who were run over by a car. So this is just a priority for my district in particular. On the workforce housing side, I also would like to work on advancing workforce and attainable housing opportunities. We did, as a council, generate a housing trust, so that's a priority for me to continue working on in our city. And then I also would love to see more skilled labor on housing development projects. So I see a lot of my carpenters here today, so thank you for joining us in our council chambers, and that is a priority for District 3 moving forward. Next slide, please. On the planning process front, one of the priorities for District 3, I do get a lot of complaints from residents regarding our planning process, so we would like to work closely, and I know I've been working with Heather and others on this, but to create a clear, predictable, and timely planning process, reducing unnecessary red tape. So if you are working to get an addition in your house or just to get your kitchen remodeled or something as simple as putting a fence up, we would like to see that process be a little more seamless. And then on the quality of life front, investing in gang intervention and prevention priorities, reducing theft and property crime in our neighborhoods, which is something that is a priority for District 3, keeping our neighborhood parks and public spaces safe and clean. This is something we've made a lot of progress on here on this dais, and I'd like to see that continue on the investment front, and then continue to fund services for homeless outreach and prevention. So those are just some of the District 3 priorities, and I want to thank my council colleagues for also caring about a lot of these priorities, but I do not speak on behalf of this dais. This is simply something I wanted to share for the residents of District 3, and that concludes my council comments.
Thank you. Councilmember Bayless?
Thank you. I think I also have a couple slides here as well. I just want to say a big thank you to the Public Works Department for the tour of the city yard and the update on what they've been working on so far this year in District 1. And I have a few examples I'd like to just share with the residents. So far, we've had one water main break at Knott. They've fixed 6 tree root repairs, 39 sidewalk ramps, 660 square feet of paving. We have 2,000 square feet of asphalt repair, 19 utility service repairs, 2 sinkholes, and my favorite, they've patched 612 potholes. So it was a pleasure to meet our staff out there, hear about the creative ways that they are making life better for Anaheim residents, and to see the tools that they get to use for that purpose. And then on the, again, to the Public Works Department, the slide that you see up there now, if you haven't seen it, along Beach Boulevard out in front of the Walmart parking lot, this is the before and after. I just wanted to, again, give them a big thank you. I've heard from a lot of residents saying that they really appreciate the new sidewalk that is out there in front of Walmart. I encourage you, if you haven't seen it, please go out and check it out. The next thing, I'd like to send a special shout out to Bharat and Regini Batel and to the YMCA. Over at Brookhurst Park, actually last week, they turned the grass white with snow. They set up a play space for a snowball toss and another for sledding. I'd say we had over probably 1,000 kids stop by. Several of them said they had never seen snow before. I told them, I said, I can't believe it, because when I was their age, I walked to school uphill both ways in the snow. So anyways, I just want to say thank you to everybody involved for that. And then the last thing I want to remind West Anaheim residents, really, on January 29th, the US EPA is having an update on the North Basin groundwater cleanup at Brookhurst Community Center from 4:30 to 7, and I encourage you to stop by. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Bayless. I want to take a brief moment to address some of the things that were said in public comment today. It is true that when I ran for mayor, it was on an issue of transparency. And while 2023 was a few years ago, we did spend, several of us, the first year of our tenure on this dais crafting, debating, and eventually passing several transparency measures that I wish we had had in place in 2019 and 2020. And it would have prevented a lot of the issues that we still see raising their ugly head to this day. So as we look at the article that was in the LA Times recently in regarding our city manager, I do want the council, and I have going to be putting into closed session, to look at transparency. We would like to meet in closed session and get more information and speak to both our ethics officer and our city attorney. So earning and keeping the public trust. Ma'am? It's true. Ma'am, we politely listened to you. I would please afford me the same opportunity. Earning and keeping the public trust is tantamount to both me and I know my colleagues on this dais. So I would like for us to have the opportunity to ask questions of our city manager and let this process play out. For those of you that are not aware about how we are able to conduct ourselves, due to the Brown Act and the timelines for agenda, we are not allowed to speak to each other outside of this room in more than groups of 3 And we are not allowed to put things on the agenda absent a emergency basis. So I'm just asking to give us the time to address these issues that have been addressed. They will be addressed and discussed, and we hope to have an answer for you moving forward, as it will be on the next meeting's agenda. Thank you.
Anaheim deserves transparency.
Amen. So now we are going to move on to the city manager's update. Mr. City Manager, do you have anything to report?
I do. Thank you, Mayor Aiken, Council.
Excuse me, please. Do not disrupt the meeting, please. I appreciate your kindness.
Mayor Aiken, Council, and the public, I'd like to provide our monthly update on Angel Stadium of Anaheim. Last month, I shared that as part of the ongoing stadium assessment, lab testing was underway as expected. The lab is processing the last of the testing samples and will be done with testing this week. As previously mentioned, we expect results to take 4 to 6 weeks. Once testing is finished, findings will be reviewed and analyzed. We would then hire an engineering firm for final assessment based on the testing and results. A finalized assessment is expected around mid-2026. There are no significant stadium developments, and this is a general monthly update as requested by the council. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. We are now going to address the City Council's consent calendar. Items 1 through 13 are before us. Are there any members of the council that would like to pull something for more in-depth discussion? Councilmember Rubalcaba.
I'd like to pull item 12.
Thank you very much. Item 12. Are there any other council members that would like to pull an item? If not, may I have a motion to pass the remainder?
I'll move. Second.
We have a motion and a second. Please vote.
The vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
Thank you. Councilmember Rubalcaba, you pulled item number 12. Would you like a staff report?
Yes, please. And mainly specifically on the 2 items that we're regulating, the nitrous oxide and the kratom.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council, Heather Allen, and the Director of the Planning and Building Department. So this item would be the adoption of the item that was before the council at the December meeting. So we are proposing regulations for both nitrous oxide and kratom, which are 2 products which we currently do not have regulations at a local level. There are some state regulations on both, but we do look to add regulations for both with these 2 new provisions within the municipal code.
Well, first of all, I want to say thank you, Heather, to you and your team for working so diligently and making sure that we were able to get these approved or on the agenda tonight for final approval. My question is on implementation and enforcement. How will we be communicating the new ordinances to those who are selling? Because I'm less interested in enforcement on the individuals who are purchasing, but more on the storefronts and the people who are selling these products. So how will we communicate and then also enforce?
Certainly. So on the communication side, so the ordinance would go into effect 30 days from today. So that gives us time both on the code enforcement and police side to go out. We know these items are commonly sold at smoke shops and some of the alcohol retailers. We are already also doing outreach at many of the smoke shops with our new tobacco regulations. So this will give us some time to go out, do some proactive communication of what these new regulations are. We can also work with the PIO's team to put this out to let those operators know that there are some new regulations forthcoming. And on the enforcement side, they have both criminal and civil enforcement opportunities, and so both police and code enforcement can issue citations as applicable.
And can you explain a little bit on the marketing side? So one of the issues for me on the Kratom front was they were advertising it in front of high schools and where it's not supposed to be sold to our youth, but it was accessible, I'm sure. So how are we going to make sure that that's not going to be the case moving forward?
Correct. So I think that goes first into the education piece of getting the word out to the folks who are selling. We are, as you mentioned, one of the targeted restrictions relates to marketing to youth. So we'll make sure that where products are observed that are clearly labeled and colorful and bright and fun, that the purveyors know that they can't be selling them. And ultimately, when the ordinance goes in effect, we can confiscate product that cannot be sold in the city.
Perfect. And then is it possible to get an update once you've done communication to all of the liquor stores and the storefronts who are potentially selling it? Because that would also include gas stations. Yes. A report that when we received, if we can receive a report that just indicates that they've received that and how many of them did. And I would love to know if we've had any citations and all of those fun facts.
Absolutely.
Okay, perfect.
Yes, so perhaps we could add, we will be coming back in June, I think, for a report on our tobacco regulations, so we can add an update at that time on kratom and nitrous enforcement as well.
Perfect. Well, again, I want to thank you, and I know you worked with Anaheim PD, and then I also want to thank our city manager for helping to make sure that we're able to get kratom regulations in our city. So with that, if there's no other questions from my council colleagues, I'd like to move the item.
We have a motion and a second.
The motion was the adoption of 3 ordinances. Ordinance number 6618, adoption ordinance of the City of Anaheim, adding Chapter 6.103 nitrous oxide to the Title 6 of the Anaheim Municipal Code, Public Health and Safety, to regulate the sale of nitrous oxide to prevent illegal and recreational use in order to protect public health and safety. Ordinance number 6619, ordinance of the City Council of the City of Anaheim, Chapter 6.105, Kratom, to Title 6 of the Anaheim Municipal Code, Public Health and Safety, to regulate the sale and distribution, possession of Kratom in order to protect public health and safety. This also includes adoption of ordinance number 6620, in order to the City Council of the City of Anaheim, amending Chapter 6.44, nuisances of Title 6, Public Health and Safety, Chapter 14.32, parking and stopping of Title 14, traffic, Chapters 18.04, single-family residential zones, 18.06, multiple family residential zones, 18.08, commercial zones, 18.10, industrial zone, 18.12, mixed-use zone, 18.14, public and special purposes zones, 18.16, regulatory permits, 18.18, scenic corridor overlay zone, 18.36, type of uses, 18.38, supplemental use regulations, 18.39, multiple family and mixed-use objective design standards, 18.40, general development standards, 18.42, parking and loading, 18.44, signs, 18.46, landscaping and screening, 18.62, administrative reviews, 18.66, conditional use permits, 18.92, definitions, 18.14, Disneyland Resort specific plan number 92-1, zoning and development standards, 18.16, Anaheim Resort specific plan number 92-2, zoning development standards, 18.120, Anaheim Canyon specific plan number 2015-1, zoning development standards, 18.122, Beach Boulevard specific plan number 2017-1, zoning development standards of Title 18 zoning of the Anaheim Municipal Code, adjustment number 17 to the Disneyland Resort specific plan number 92-1, zoning development standards, adjustment number 15 to the Anaheim Resort specific plan number 92-2, and zoning development standards, adjustment number 16 to the Anaheim Canyon specific plan number 2015-1, zoning development standards, adjustment number 10 to the Beach Boulevard specific plan number 2017-1, zoning development standards, and determining that the proposed amendments is not subject to CEQA pursuant to guidelines under sections 15060C2, 15060C3, 15378, and 15061B3 of Title 14 of the California Code of Regulations. And the vote is 7 ayes, no nays, motion carried.
Thank you. Item 14 is a resolution for the appointment of a retired annuitant. City Manager, may we have a staff report?
That's for staff report from Director Andal, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Linda Andal. Beside me is Gina Balio, our Deputy Finance Director. And the council before item this evening is a resolution to waive the 180-day waiting period and approve the appointment of Peggy Au, who was the city controller, as a retired annuitant. This item is before council as required by the Pension Reform Act of 2013, which provides that a person who retires from a public employer may serve without reinstatement for up to 960 hours in a fiscal year. The retired person shall not be eligible to be employed for a period of 180 days following the date of retirement unless an employer certifies the nature of employment, which is the purpose of the resolution, again, before you this evening. The council must also determine that the appointment is necessary to fill a critically needed position. Compensation is within the approved salary range. No additional benefits are provided, and the annuitant shall not accrue service credit or any additional rights or benefits, and none of that is occurring in this case. After over 35 years of experience in finance and auditing, Peggy Au, the retired annuitant, retired on December 31st of 2025. She was responsible for citywide financial reporting and treasury activities, including treasury compliance, single audit reporting and transmission, cash flow estimates, and financial reporting set by the Governmental Accounting Standards Board, GASB. Ms. Au's skills and experience leading citywide accounting and financial reporting of varying complexities will ensure key deliverables and required reporting obligations are met during the current recruitment for this position. The city has an active recruitment for this position with an expected date of selection occurring in March of this year. Ms. Au is expected to work in a limited capacity to meet reporting requirements, deadlines, and to provide training to successive staff. That completes my presentation. If you have any questions, both Gina and I are here to answer any of them.
Thank you, Ms. Andel. Are there any questions or comments by council? If not, may I have a motion and a second?
Move approval. I'll second.
Please vote.
The motion is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Anaheim for exemption to the 180-day wait period in compliance with Section 7522.56 and 2122 of the California Government Code section for the appointment of Peggy Au as controller as a retired annuitant. And the vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
Item 15 on our agenda is the District 1 appointment to the Older Adults Commission.
Thank you. I'd like to appoint Bob Sanchez, please.
Bob Sanchez, thank you. Please vote.
The vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Appointment moves forward.
Thank you. Item 16 is our public hearing. Clerk, can you please read?
Thank you, Mayor. Item 16 is a public hearing on the development application number 2023-0043, the final environmental impact report number 358, the mitigation monitoring program number 397, a general plan amendment to number 6 to the festival specific plan number 90-1 with a zoning code amendment to chapters 18.108. This also includes the zoning development standards of the Anaheim Municipal Code final site plan and the development agreement number 2025-0001. And this is for a project consisting of the entirety of the existing 85.7 acre Anaheim Hills Festival specific plan.
Thank you. City Manager, could we have a staff report?
I'd ask for a staff report from Director Allen, please.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Heather Allen, a Planning and Building Director. Joining me this evening are Amanda Lawfer, Senior Planner, Assistant City Attorney Mulvihill, and Deputy Director Planning Services Joanne Wang. Also in the audience behind me are our interdepartmental review colleagues who reviewed this application. This is a request for a general plan amendment, specific plan amendment, including amendments to the zoning code, final site plan and development agreement to establish a new development area within the existing boundaries of the Anaheim Hills Festival specific plan to accommodate residential uses in combination with the existing commercial development. The project includes demolition of the vacant movie theater building and the replacement construction of 447 multiple family units within the upper tier of the Festival Shopping Center. The Planning Commission at its November 17th meeting recommended City Council approval of the land use components of the project. This item was originally noticed for the December 16th council meeting and was continued till tonight's meeting. The presentation this evening will provide a brief overview of the existing conditions and specific plan background, general overview of the proposed project and requested entitlements, review of key components of the development agreement and environmental analysis, and conclude with staff's recommendation. The Anaheim Hills Festival specific plan is located along the south side of Santa Ana Canyon Road between Festival Drive and Roosevelt Road and encompasses approximately 85.7 acres. The specific plan was originally adopted in 1990 and has been amended 5 times. The specific plan is divided into different development areas, as shown on the screen. Development areas 1 through 3 in red are the commercial areas of the specific plan, known as the Festival Shopping Center, and development area 4, shown in orange, is the senior residential community. The existing specific plan area is designated for regional commercial and low-medium density residential land uses in the general plan. The surrounding land uses include a business park to the north across Santa Ana Canyon Road, a utility transmission corridor containing the SCE power lines, undeveloped private parcels, and the Deer Canyon Park Preserve to the west, office and institutional uses to the east across Roosevelt Road, and single-family residential to the south. The property is zoned SP 90-1 for the Anaheim Hills Festival specific plan. Existing zoning in the vicinity includes general commercial, transitional, open space, low-intensity office, and single-family residential. The proposed project would establish a new development area, or DA5, within the existing boundaries of the Anaheim Hills Festival specific plan to accommodate residential uses in combination with the site's existing commercial development. DA5, shown in green hatching, would be created by reallocated land from the existing DA2. All proposed development under this project would be confined to DA5, and the overall exterior boundary of the specific plan would remain unchanged. The project includes demolition of the vacant 1880-seat cinema building within the proposed DA5 for the development of a new 447-unit multifamily residential community. The proposed multifamily building would be 4 stories in height and wrapped around a 6-level parking structure for a total height of 57 feet. The apartments include 1, 2, and 3-bedroom options, ranging inside from approximately 590 square feet to 1,500 square feet. A total of 10%, or 45 units, would be designated for moderate income affordable units. Each floor plan includes a private patio or balcony space. Additional resident amenities include 2 indoor clubhouses, 2 swimming pools, a courtyard, co-work area, fitness center, and rideshare lounge. The applicant is also proposing a fenced dog park along the easterly portion of the site and Bluff Park along the north property line that would be privately owned and maintained, but open to residents of the new community and the general public. Primary access into the development area would be provided from an existing driveway along Festival Drive, leading to a new entry court and roundabout near the multiple family leasing office entrance. A new resident-only driveway is also provided along Festival Drive for direct access into the gated parking structure. All other driveways for the commercial center would remain the same. The proposed multifamily building includes a Mediterranean architectural style consistent with the design guidelines in the specific plan. The building features smooth white stucco with wrought iron, decorative tiles, stone accents, decorative metal siding, clay tile roof, varied roof planes, and recessed windows. Sections of the building closest to Festival Drive would be 3 stories in height, while the remainder of the building would be 4 stories. The multiple family building would wrap around the 6-level parking structure, screening it from public view. In response to public comments at the Planning Commission hearing, these cross-sections through Festival Drive west and south of the project site demonstrate that while the proposed multiple family building is slightly taller than the existing cinema building, the existing senior residential buildings would be higher than the proposed building due to differences in grade along Festival Drive. The 6-level parking structure would include parking for the residents, guests, and visitors of the commercial center. A total of 954 parking spaces would be available in the parking structure, which includes the gated resident-restricted parking on the subterranean and upper levels of the parking structure. The first floor of the structure would be available to guests and patrons of the commercial center. A total of 329 surface spaces would be available in DA5. A parking analysis prepared for the project demonstrates that adequate parking is available in DA5 based on the mix of uses. The residential and commercial uses have different peak hours. Residential uses observe peaks in the evening hours between 7 p.m. and midnight, while commercial uses have higher peak during midday. As part of the analysis, a survey was also conducted at 6 existing communities that are owned and managed by the project applicant with similar property characteristics. The survey found that the average occupied rate for the multifamily units was 1.87 spaces per unit. The proposed project would exceed that, providing 2.0 spaces per unit. Reciprocal access and parking is also provided between development areas 1, 2, and 5. A condition of approval has also been included requiring a parking management plan to ensure a balance between parking for the residents, guests, and commercial patrons. So there are a number of actions that are before the council this evening that we'll discuss on the following slides. The project requires an amendment to the general plan land use element to change the land use designation of DA5 from regional commercial to mixed-use medium, depicted in green and red hatching. The mixed-use medium designation is intended to allow for flexibility for parcels that could transition from strip commercial uses to residential or a mix of residential, commercial, and office development. The designation allows for residential development in a standalone or mixed-use configuration at a density of up to 36 dwelling units per acre, while a non-residential component of the mixed-use development is permitted at a maximum floor area ratio of 0.35. The proposed residential portion of the project would result in a density of 27.4 dwelling units per acre, and the remaining commercial buildings in DA5 would result in a floor area ratio of 0.09. Both are consistent with the proposed designation. The applicant is requesting a specific plan amendment to update the Anaheim Hills Festival specific plan document and corresponding chapter of the zoning code in their entirety. This would be the 6th amendment to the specific plan and would establish a new development area, DA5, within the existing boundaries to accommodate the proposed residential development in conjunction with the existing commercial development. The specific plan would include a new format that is consistent with newly adopted specific plans, would update various tables and exhibits, update the center's monument sign guidelines, and establish new design guidelines that provide guiding principles for commercial residential development and introduce a Mediterranean design influence, consistent with some of the recent improvements that you've seen on the property. Chapter 18.108 of the zoning code would also be amended in its entirety to be consistent with other code chapters and formatting, create new development standards for DA5, update signage requirements for the commercial and residential uses, and create permitted use tables for the specific plan development areas. Site development standards such as building setbacks, landscape setbacks, and maximum heights for the existing development areas would not change as part of the project. DA5 is generally consistent with regional commercial and mixed-use medium zones. However, the specific plan amendment does include certain standards that would be tailored for the project as shown on this slide. These include changes to the multifamily parking requirements for one-bedroom units, minimum floor area for one-bedroom units, maximum sign area for inline tenants, and minor changes to permitted uses throughout the development areas. A final site plan is required for the review of the multifamily development and associated improvements. The final site plan includes the site plan, floor plans, elevations, and landscape plan to demonstrate compliance with the guiding principles and standards in the specific plan amendment and draft chapter of municipal code. The proposed project meets the development standards proposed under the amended specific plan. The applicant requests approval of a development agreement between the city and the property owner, OTR. The initial term of the draft agreement is proposed for 5 years. If a building permit for the residential building is issued by October 1st, 2029, which coincides with the RHNA reporting period for our current housing element, the city manager may extend the time by an additional 5 years. The agreement also includes a construction phasing exhibit that addresses the phasing for the proposed residential project and associated improvements, along with important upgrades to the Festival Shopping Center. These improvements to the center include new hardscape and landscape, updates to the building color scheme to be consistent with the new Mediterranean style, improvements to outdoor gathering spaces, and enhancements to pedestrian connectivity throughout the development areas. Additional public benefits include 10% moderate income affordable units, a $100,000 contribution to Anaheim Fire and Rescue for fire protection equipment, and the funding and installation of CCTV and emergency vehicle preemption devices at 4 intersections along Santa Ana Canyon to enhance emergency response in the vicinity. And in response to community concerns expressed during the Planning Commission public hearing relating to the need for effective wildfire evacuation, the applicant has also offered to provide a monetary contribution of $100,000 to the Anaheim Police Department to fund evacuation training and planning and other related preparedness activities as determined appropriate. The city, as lead agency, prepared an EIR in accordance with CEQA and CEQA guidelines. The draft EIR was presented to the Public and Planning Commission at the July 14th workshop. During the 45-day public review period, the city received comments from 4 agencies and organizations, 9 individuals, and 5 commenters at the workshop. Comments and responses have been included in the final EIR and provided as part of the staff report. An EIR can include up to 20 topics, and the project EIR includes an analysis of all the possible topics. Consistent with CEQA guidelines, the draft EIR identified that the project would have no effect related to agriculture and forestry resources and mineral resources. That left 18 topics to be analyzed in the draft EIR. For each topic, the analysis evaluated the level of impact, if any. For the 11 topics shown here, impacts were determined to be less than significant. For the 6 topics shown on this slide, the application of mitigation measures and project design features reduced the impacts to a less than significant level. A mitigation monitoring program, or MMP, was prepared for the project to reduce project impacts. The MMP includes mitigation measures, project design features, and regulatory compliance measures that the project would be required to comply with in order to reduce impacts. Some of the measures have been summarized on the screen and include developer obligations for things like submittal of a construction fire prevention plan, wildfire evacuation and awareness plan, and construction management plan. As shown on the previous slide, hazards and wildfire impacts for the project are less than significant with mitigation. Based on a 2025 update to the CAL FIRE hazard maps, 8.26 acres of development area 5 is located within a very high fire severity zone, which I'll refer to as a very high fire zone. The designation does not mean that an area is not safe for development. Rather, specific fire protection features that minimize structure vulnerability would be required, and specifically that those that are required are specified in the California Building Code and California Fire Code. The proposed project is located within a developed area, would add new maintained landscaping, and would be subject to additional building construction standards to harden the building pursuant to the California Building Code. An evacuation time analysis was prepared and determined that the worst-case scenario would involve a fire breaking out in the Deer Canyon Preserve, located directly to the west of the project site. The evacuation analysis considered the existing condition in the surrounding area and the incremental increase in development with the proposed project. The analysis concluded that the increase in the project would have over the existing shopping center condition with an active cinema use would result in a potential extension of the time to evacuate by approximately 7 minutes. As previously described, the MMP includes requirements for construction.
Excuse me, please. Sorry, Director Allen, just one moment. Thank you. We are going to have time for public comment after the presentation, and we will forward you the opportunity to share your concerns. If you could please just refrain from interrupting during the presentation. Thank you very much.
As previously described, the MMP includes requirements for a construction fire prevention plan, wildfire evacuation plan and awareness plan, and construction management plan prior to the issue of construction permits and certificate of occupancy for the multifamily building. These plans would identify fire safety measures and best practices during construction, ensure adequate circulation is provided during construction on site and in the project vicinity, and overall evacuation awareness, emergency community alerts for residents and tenants within the commercial shopping center. The draft EIR found the project would result in a significant and unavoidable impact related to transportation, specifically the vehicle miles traveled, or VMT, attributed to the project. The proposed project is located in an area of the city that is high VMT generating. As you can see on this VMT generating area map from the city's traffic impact analysis guidelines for CEQA, the majority of Anaheim Hills is shown as a higher generating VMT area than the Orange County average. This is due to the Anaheim Hills area consisting primarily of residential development with limited proximity to job centers and public transit. The project does include 10% affordable units and a reduction in the city's parking requirement for multifamily developments, both of which are identified as VMT reduction strategies. However, there are no additional VMT reduction measures that would be feasible for the proposed project that would result in the VMT threshold being reduced to less than significant impact. The project would continue to provide adequate emergency access to the site through the implementation of the construction and evacuation awareness plans. Even with the implementation of these measures, however, and the project design features related to transportation, the impacts would remain significant and unavoidable. Because of the significant and unavoidable impacts related to transportation, a draft findings of fact and a statement of overriding considerations has been prepared for the project. The document summarizes the significant impact, describes how it is to be mitigated, and discusses alternatives to the project. The statement of overriding considerations presents the justification for the significant impact related to the project that cannot or have not been mitigated or resolved. It also states that the decision-making body has balanced the benefits of the project against its significant unavoidable environmental effect and has determined that the benefits of the project outweigh the adverse effects, and therefore, the adverse effects are considered to be acceptable. Staff proposes the benefits listed on the screen to override the significant and unavoidable impact. The public review period for the DEIR lasted 45 days, and during that time, the city received comments from 14 agencies and interested parties, in addition to the oral testimony from 5 individuals during the Planning Commission CEQA workshop. Of the 14 written public comments, 3 were from state and local agencies, while 11 were from organizations and individuals. All of the comments were reviewed, evaluated, and technical responses were prepared in the final EIR. All 14 comments and associated responses have been documented in the final EIR Section 2. Additionally, the final EIR includes in Section 3 clarifications and revisions to the draft EIR text, tables, and figures generated from responses to comments. These edits are provided to clarify and amplify the draft EIR, and none of the information contained in Sections 2 or 3 of the final EIR constitutes significant new information, changes to the analysis, or conclusions of the draft EIR, or otherwise raise any issues that triggered a requirement for recirculation of the document under CEQA. In addition to the comments received during the public review of the EIR, staff received letters in support and opposition of the project, which have been included as an attachment to your staff report. Letters subsequently received have also been reviewed, and like previous letters, these letters did not constitute significant new information pursuant to CEQA. Further, the environmental analysis associated with the project and the conclusions remain unchanged from those analyzed in the FEIR, and no revisions to or recirculation of the FEIR are required. Additionally, the FEIR provides substantial evidence demonstrating compliance with applicable fire protection, emergency access, and safety requirements. There is no deficiency of the FEIR in response related to the city's general plan. Following the Planning Commission public hearing, minor additions and amendments were included in the draft development agreement and FEIR number 358. The applicant, as previously stated, has offered an additional monetary contribution to fund training and other wildfire preparedness. The agreement was subsequently amended to include provisions for the payment of these contributions and timing, clarifying that the monetary amount would increase based on a standard annual inflationary increase if paid after 1 year of the effective date of the agreement. Additionally, condition of approval number 29 was added to the final site plan resolution, stating that the payment of monetary contributions shall be done prior to the issue of building permits. The Affordable Housing Impact Fee was inadvertently included as an applicable impact fee for the project and was removed from Exhibit D of the agreement because the project includes a voluntary contribution, and the project application was submitted prior to the effective date of October 24 of the city's in lieu regulations, and therefore not subject to that impact fee. Minor typographical edits were clarified in the project FEIR number 358 to clarify the existing maximum density of the senior residential community and note that the project would not conflict with existing habitat conservation plans. These changes are minor in nature and do not represent new project impacts or information that would cause a recirculation of the EIR. In conclusion, staff believes that the proposed project is compatible with the surrounding area and would provide for redevelopment of an underutilized area of the Festival Shopping Center. The project would allow for the introduction of residential uses in the Festival Center and would provide new design guidelines that will encourage high-quality commercial improvements to the rest of the specific plan area. Project impacts, with the exception of the VMT-related impacts, were determined to be less than significant with the incorporation of the measures included in the project MMP. The project includes a variety of public benefits and would assist the city in meeting the required RHNA housing units. Staff recommends City Council approval of the project, and our team is happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from council at this time? Before we move to public comment, Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to clarify, you mentioned that the existing specific plan has been amended 5 times. Do you know when the latest update to that was?
We'll confirm and get back to you, but it's been a minute.
Okay, if you could look into that, and while you're also looking at that, I'd be curious as to what those 5 amendments were, if you could get us that information.
Certainly.
Thank you.
Councilmember Rubicava?
Just a quick question, maybe something for you to ponder, Heather. So since we have to look at general plan amendments, that gives this council discretion to provide additional, I don't know, direction for the development agreement, right? So let's just say we wanted to require local hire, or that they hired skilled labor for a certain portion of this. Is that something that we would have discretion on since we are approving general plan amendments? If this council decides to go that direction?
Certainly. I would say not because there is a general plan amendment, but the development agreement does give some discretion on negotiations. Did you want to add anything?
Okay, and then I will have more follow-up questions, I'm sure, after public comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Allen, I had a question before we hear public comment on the development agreement extension. I believe you said it's 5 years unless they file a permit or receive a permit by 2029. So can you just kind of walk me through if this project's approved, what happens between now and then this cutoff date of 2029?
Certainly. So the 5-year initial term was specified as such, so it encourages and incentivizes development of the housing units within the RHNA cycle. So RHNA, Regional Housing Needs Assessment, looks at the timing of building permits pulled. So the idea is they have 5 years. As long as they pool the permits within those 5 years, then the agreement term extends an additional 5 years.
And if they do not pull permits by that date in 2029, what happens?
So the development approvals would still be in place, but the benefits afforded to them and the city in the development agreement would no longer be available.
And can you just real quickly run through what those are? What benefits would they lose if they don't just start development pull permits by 2029?
Certainly. So the benefits to the applicant, essentially a development agreement locks in the zoning. So it locks in the specific plan that would be applicable to DA5. So if the development agreement were to lapse without them pulling permits, we could amend DA5, and although they would have a project that was entitled, the regulations may change for it. So that's the biggest benefit to an applicant of having a development agreement. It locks in their regulations and development standards for the time frame.
And is there anything in the development agreement that would allow for extension of that beyond 2029, even if permits have not been pulled?
So at this point, the mechanism for the extension would be the execution of the permits. Certainly, an applicant can come forward and request to the Planning Commission and Council to consider an amendment, should circumstances change.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other preliminary questions before we move to public comment? Okay, I would also at this time ask if anybody had any ex-parte communications that you need to disclose. Start with Mayor Pro Tem.
I had a conversation with the lobbyists of the developer, the Carpenters Union, and received a number of emails in support and against.
Thank you. Councilmember Kurtz.
Excuse me, same thing. Shay, the lobbyist, carpenters, and received numerous emails for and against the project.
Thank you. Councilmember Meeks.
I spoke with the developer, their lobbyist, the carpenters, and a number of residents, communicated with them.
Thank you. Councilmember Rubalcaba.
I spoke with the carpenters. I've received multiple emails from the developer as well as from residents.
Thank you. Councilmember Maz.
Thank you. I've also spoken with the developer, the lobbyist, the Carpenters Union, and some residents.
Thank you. Councilmember Bayless.
Thank you, the developer and also the carpenters as well, and some residents.
Thank you. broken record, but I also met with the developer and their lobbyist, as well as received email communications from residents both for and against the project, as well as met with residents in the community and have had conversations with the carpenters.
And Mayor, if I may, before we move on, I can answer Mayor Pro Tem's question. So the last amendment, and I'll go backwards, was February 2013. It was amendment number 5 to permit the sale of beer and wine at service stations, subject to the approval of a conditional use permit. Amendment number 4 was in February 2002 to allow secondary wall signage of inline tenants that rear onto Anaheim Canyon Road. Amendment number 3 was August 1998 to permit the senior citizen apartments in DA4 at a maximum density of 18 dwelling units per acre. Amendment number 2 was April of 1997 to allow expansion of the existing theater, a revision of the site plan to redesignate 20,000 square feet of area for general retail, construction of a 25,000 square foot health club, and 10,000 square foot child care facility, and an amendment to permit on-street parking on Festival Drive within Development Area 2. Amendment number 1 was July 1992 to amend the conditions of approval.
Thank you, Director Allen. So I will now open the public hearing. I'm going to start the hearing with the applicant. Following that, City Clerk will announce any comments received electronically and invite in-person speakers to address the City Council. After receiving all public comments, the applicant will be given an opportunity to provide closing remarks. I will now invite the applicant up to address the council, and your time is 20 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, honorable council members and Madam Mayor. I'm Sean McCarron, Vice President of Mixed Use Development at Shea Properties. I'm here tonight with a dedicated team of experts. We will be presenting the Anaheim Hills Festival project. I'll be moving quickly through the presentation, but the team is here to answer any questions. First off, I'd like to thank staff for their tireless effort on this project. We've been working for nearly 4 years to get to this point. Thank you. Just a brief background on our company and our approach. Shea Properties is a third-generation, family-owned and family-run company. We are a real estate development company headquartered right here in Orange County. We're leaders in the development of dynamic mixed-use properties, and we develop, own, and manage our properties with a very long-term outlook. The Anaheim Hills Festival Shopping Center was developed in the early 90s. It was state of the industry at the time, a very convenient and vehicle-focused, spread out over a large site. There's been no comprehensive renovation to date on this project. The festival is critical to the region, and it's a well-maintained center, but it's an aging center that needs a significant reinvestment to meet current tenant and consumer demands. It's also important to note that this center provides critical sales tax revenue. The center generates $3.75 million in sales tax revenue going to the city and the county. Protecting this source, reinvesting in this source, and growing this source is important to the city and to the community. Going back to 2021, responding to statewide demand, the city initiated their housing element update, prioritizing district equity in housing allocation. Shea Properties responded to the District 6 housing needs by submitting a conceptual application. Beginning with that concept plan, the project has always been focused on a comprehensive renovation to the shopping center with the addition of residential. While navigating the application process, we initiated community engagement. That engagement kicked off in 2021 as well, with targeted surveys and questionnaires to D6 residents, generating 20,000 views and impressions. A project website was developed, social media accounts were created. We had over 12,000 unique visitors. We hosted over 20 intimate focus groups with residents. We presented at a D6 community meeting, and we presented to the eBell Club of Anaheim. Through this engagement process, we built a network of over 600 stakeholders over 4 years, and we used that network to send out updates regarding the project. From the many touch points we had with the community, we heard consistent comments and concerns. Early on, we adjusted the project design to account for these. We heard that 600 units was too large for the area and that the community loved their 24-hour fitness. At the time, we were concerned about the 24-hour fitness. This was during COVID, and 24-hour had declared bankruptcy. But as the market improved, we made the decision to keep the fitness use, and we reduced the unit count to 447 units. We're happy to report that we've executed a long-term lease extension with 24-hour fitness. That includes a remodel of their space, and the addition of residential is the catalyst for this and other tenant commitments. There have been community concerns about the development of additional units at the upper level beyond the 447. And we want to clarify that anything outside of the scope of the project that's being presented tonight would require its own individual application and a public process. We are committed to a fitness use to serve the community and maintain the vitality of the overall center, which is demonstrated by that 10-year extension. We also heard concerns that the building sections along Festival Drive were too high, and so we reduced the height along Festival Drive from 4 stories to 3. We heard concerns regarding traffic and evacuation, and reducing unit count has the single biggest impact on traffic and evacuation times. Throughout the process, we continued to work closely with the City of Anaheim Fire and Rescue on evacuation planning for D6. As you know, the site has significant grade change between the upper level and the lower level. It currently contains a dated and narrow and steep connection. This stair connection will be widened and improved to benefit both levels. It's the area shown in red. The circulation at the top of those stairs will be improved for cars and pedestrians. That's the area shown in blue in the middle. The new garage will provide parking for retail and residential uses, and new green space will be added with a passive 1-acre park and a large enclosed dog park. These will be public spaces, privately maintained. This is redeveloping an already developed area using existing grades, utilities, and infrastructures. This project, if approved, has many benefits for the community. It revitalizes an aging shopping center, it attracts exciting new tenants, it expands housing options in D6, supports Anaheim city goals, entices regional spending, improves quality of life, and provides community open space while maintaining local values. If you're familiar with the center, this is the area adjacent to Wood Ranch looking towards the old theater. This rendering captures the development from the top of the stairs looking towards the new residential leasing office, our front door. This is that key connection area that pushes the parking and drive aisles back from where they currently are and opens up a generous green space for retail customers, commercial customers, and residents to linger while waiting for a table or having a coffee. The contemporary Mediterranean design complements the Anaheim Hills character and blends nicely with the renovated center. This is a 4-story wrap-style project, so the parking structure is concealed from view. We also received many comments about outdoor noise and light, and so we did not design any rooftop amenities whatsoever. This is a different angle. This is a different angle from the upper deck looking towards the retail and residential guest garage entry. Provides a nice example of the pedestrian connections throughout. Now we're on the next one. Yeah, thank you. This rendering is looking at the facade along Festival Drive, so you're able to see the sections of the building that were lowered to 3 stories, and you can see the addition of new landscaping and generous setbacks to accommodate green space along Festival. The project team took key design steps to address project height and massing. By using the existing grade, the first level is kept lower than Festival Drive, and generous setbacks along Festival and the 3-story sections reduce the impact of the structure for pedestrians and drivers alike. And again, based on feedback, there are no rooftop or elevated amenities of any kind. The project design uses natural topography and grades to keep the building low and minimize impacts on views. This image shows a section through the apartment building and the garage structure. The project design pushes down the parking structure 1 to 2 levels so that the height stays consistent with the 4-story structure, the 4-story apartment structure. The proposed project is adjacent to 3-story residential and a 4-story hotel across Festival Drive. So the project is complementary to the building heights surrounding it. Parking. The success of the residential and commercial uses is dependent on sufficient and well-managed parking. A parking demand study was completed to guide the upper level design approach. Prior to construction, a parking management plan will be created with the details of the exact locations and the enforcement for the retail-only parking, the residential guest-only parking, and the shared-use locations. Additionally, we propose completing a parking analysis when the apartment building reaches 90% occupancy. We do this regularly on our mixed-use projects because as much as you think you are ahead of the design, you learn things along the way. So we propose at 90% occupancy, we get the same folks out there that did the study to go out and do a survey, and we'll take those lessons learned and make adjustments identified for signage locations, enforcements, hours of restriction, gate locations, et cetera. So that will be reported and then addressed by ownership. The parking ratio for the apartments is 2.0 per unit, which is slightly lower than the city code, which would be at 2.15 for this project. At 2.0 per unit, we consider this conservative, and it will be the highest ratio in our Orange County portfolio. The ULI industry standard recommendation in the parking study is 1.4 per unit. The parking ratio for the restaurant, retail, and commercial on the upper level is based on city code and a shared parking analysis that reduces that total count by 12 spaces. Shopping center customers adjacent to Wood Ranch will use the on-grade parking and the first level of the parking structure. And as you guys know, peak parking use times differ for residential guests versus commercial uses. The parking demand study looks at the various peak parking utilization times and ensures that sufficient parking will be available at all times. And finally, the lower level has 335 surplus parking spaces above code requirement. The topography and the location of this project ensure that no off-site street parking or neighborhood parking would occur. Wildfire preparedness and evacuation is critical to this project. We completed a thorough evacuation analysis and fire protection plan with Dudek, the most experienced fire protection team in California. The proposed apartment project is taking the place of a vacant 1,880-seat movie theater. We are replacing one intensive use with an alternative use. The new project has specific design features that will aid in the evacuation procedures. These include resident notification systems to communicate in real time, new CCTV cameras installed at 4 key intersections along Santa Ana Drive adjacent to the center. That's Festival Drive, Festival Center, Roosevelt Road, and Weir Canyon. And new emergency vehicle traffic light systems at those same intersections. These systems prioritize emergency vehicles by automatically changing traffic signals when needed. The project will also contribute $100,000 to Anaheim Fire and Rescue to help fund local wildfire mitigation efforts. And the project will contribute $100,000 to Anaheim Police Department to fund local evacuation training. During the next roughly 4 years of project design, plan check, and construction, if approved, the project team will continue coordination with Anaheim Fire and Rescue and other agencies well ahead of any residents moving in. The building will be designed for wildfire resilience, and it's also worth mentioning that vacant buildings tend to attract problems. They tend to present higher emergency risks. Again, this project will take time and will continue coordination efforts for roughly 4 years ahead of the first resident move-in. This area is impacted by the high volume of vehicles that bypass the 91 freeway during peak commute hours. This regional challenge was studied through an extensive traffic analysis and VMT analysis. The project exceeds city-adopted VMT per service population threshold, and therefore it does create a significant unavoidable impact. But it's important to note that any project exceeding 24 apartment homes or just 12 single-family homes would also have that same significant impact. The project's cumulative effect on VMT is less than significant, and the project contributes 36 fewer PM peak hour trips and nearly 600 fewer two-way trips than an active movie theater. This project has always been focused on a comprehensive planning strategy that brings together a renovated shopping center and integrated residential. If the residential moves forward, the entire center will be repaired, repainted, and reinvigorated. It starts with the enhanced connection between the upper and lower level with plazas on both levels that will create gathering spaces and seating areas for the public. There will be improved pedestrian connections throughout the center and enhanced landscaping and lighting. I'd like to give a quick introduction to Vestar. They are the current managers of the Festival Center. They are here tonight and available if you have any very specific retail questions. Vestar is a best-in-class national owner and manager of retail properties. They bring broad experience in shopping center renovation and historical knowledge of the Festival Center. The new project development unlocks the funds for a Vestar-led shopping center renovation. The specific plan also lays out a long-term vision that includes creating additional modern outdoor dining and unique retail spaces. It also right-sizes big box space with potential for more inline shop space. I'm happy to report that the team has negotiated a lease modification with Hobby Lobby that gives back more than 10,000 square feet of space. That space provides the ability to add inline shops facing the main drive aisle. This area is currently a large blank facade. And finally, it provides the ability to add limited new retail and restaurant space if the market calls for it. We know what the future of the festival looks like if the project is approved. With the project approval comes a significant reinvestment in the shopping center and badly needed new housing for District 6. Multifamily plays a key role in the overall community, providing an entry point for new residents to put down roots, start families, send kids to public schools, and eventually move into single-family homes in the neighborhood. That housing will also attract and keep dynamic retail tenants. If the project is not approved, the future is less certain. The center will face continued turnover and will struggle to keep the quality tenants that the community desires, and all options will be back on the table for the theater site. Options that do not include many of the project benefits that we've carefully integrated into the project. Before wrapping up, there were a couple items that didn't fit well into other sections, so I'll touch on them now. First, I want to relay that we received letters of support from community members, some of which who weren't able to make it tonight. One is from the senior pastor at Influence Church. They are located immediately adjacent to Festival, and they utilize the shopping center actively and often. We also received support from Peralta Hills HOA, the Royal Ridges Estates HOA, Orange County Business Council, and People for Housing Orange County. Second, I wanted to touch on labor. We've been in discussions with the carpenters since October of '25. We've provided our offer to them for specific trades in an MOU. Our offer stands tonight, and it will stand as is after tonight and in the future. We are supportive of working with them toward a project that is economically feasible and delivers all the public benefits promised. We have a good relationship with the carpenters and have a history of working with them on various types of construction projects, and our goal for that is to remain. But this is not just a residential project. It's a comprehensive renovation and revitalization of an entire shopping center ecosystem. The cost and complexity of what we're trying to accomplish in our overall site improvements adds significant costs, and there are no returns on those costs. But they are critical. We are being reasonable and pragmatic as we can, given that this is simply not adding apartments to the upper level. An entitled project that is not feasible does not benefit anyone, and currently the market is filled with entitled projects that are unable to move forward. And this directly correlates to our housing crisis. We also understand the importance of the timing of the project to the city of Anaheim. The development agreement has a short term and a short fuse. It applies pressure to start by October of 2029. That's a very short duration to get the project designed, permitted, contracted, and aligned with the economic cycle. All variables and all risks that we are taking to be good partners. When we talk about feasibility and delivering the project benefits, those are all the things we must consider when working through this. I appreciate your time. We're here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So now I will open up the floor to public comments. Clerk, can you please call forward the first several speakers and announce any electronic public comments?
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. We did receive electronic comments on the public hearing, 53 that were distributed regarding today's meeting. Also, the record would also include those that were submitted and distributed to City Council at the December 16th meeting, so all those will be made part of the record. We do have 38 public comment speaker cards, 9 that are within the noticed area that will each get 10 minutes to speak, and then those with outside the noticed area would be for the 3 minutes for the remaining general speakers. And I'll go ahead and call the first speaker, Shelley Robbins, followed by, I think it's Joni Gaynor.
Point of order. on the time limits for the speakers?
Excuse me, Mr. Herbert, it is not your time. We need to go in the order that people
this
put
is a
in cards.
procedural question.
It is not the proper time.
You're in
This-
violation of the rules.
This, we have a city attorney that will
Violating- that's
notify
what I'd
us.
like to
as
ask.
that. No, sir, you can't just hijack a meeting.
It'd be unfair for the speakers.
Ma'am, can you please come up? Thank you.
Sorry, give me a second. Wasn't expecting to go so fast. Hello, council members. I want to thank you for taking the time tonight. I'm here tonight to strongly oppose the proposed Festival Shopping Center development and to call out the deeply flawed environmental impact report this proposal is built on. Let's begin with the EIR's traffic study, a cornerstone of their justification. The study was conducted on a Tuesday between 4 and 6 p.m., yet our community's actual peak traffic often begins at 6 and goes through at least 7 p.m., especially with commuter traffic from work, after-school programs, and sport practices. Ending data collection at 6 p.m. fails to reflect the real congestion we deal with daily. Worse, the study only included a narrow selection of streets, overlooking critical commuter corridors that serve as pass-through routes for non-local traffic heading to the IE, Corona, and Riverside, regions that have seen explosive housing growth over the last 5 to 10 years. It failed to account for high-impact traffic patterns, like when we're looking at the impact from Cannon to commuters from Cannon going into Imperial Highway, then Santa Ana Canyon Road to the 91, Weir Canyon to the 91 freeway. It didn't account for people coming from the Yorba Linda side who would go down La Palma Avenue and then down to Gypsum Canyon's on-ramp, or Weir Canyon to the 91 East from the Yorba Linda side. And when we're looking at the Anaheim Hills side, we're not looking at IE commuters that are passing through Serrano to Weir Canyon to the 91 or bypassing freeway congestion via Santa Ana Canyon through the Weir Canyon and going to Gypsum Canyon. We're missing major intersections at Santa Ana Canyon and Imperial Highway, Santa Ana Canyon and Weir Canyon Road, Cannon and Serrano. None of this was captured, yet all of it burdens and congests our roads daily. This wasn't a problem 5 to 10 years ago, but as the growth has expanded, so has our problem and our concern, our genuine concern for traffic safety in the event of fire evacuation. The ERR's traffic modeling doesn't reflect the reality of regional cut-through pressure or the spillover impact on local safety. This is not just an oversight, it's a misrepresentation of our lived experiences. And then there's the assumption that Edwards Theater, its traffic equaled this housing's project impact, simply because both involve, they were looking at, I think, 1,000 parking spaces in the Edwards Theater parking lot. And they were mistakenly assuming that that accounted for an entirely busy shopping center at all times. That theater had been dying for 5 to 10 years. We rarely ever had that amount of traffic. Those spots were mainly vacant, with the exception of people going to 24-hour fitness and maybe Wood Ranch barbecue. That theater was not profitable. When we look at the logic there, it's flawed. You know, 1,000 parking spaces, it does not equal the approximate 1,000 people. You know, sorry, I apologize, I got lost. At most, there were a few dozen locals in attendance, not hundreds driving in during peak hours, not during evacuations, and certainly not during fire season. 1,000 parking spaces does not equal 1,000 people at any given time in that shopping center. An evacuation here isn't a hypothetical. Many of us have lived that reality numerous times. I've lived in this area for over 30 years. I can't tell you the number of times we've had to worry about an ember striking and when trying to get out when that happens. The amount of congestion, the fear whether or not you're gonna get out, it is real. I know it's hard to see when you look at this map over here. when you see the west side, there's very little open green space. But if you look at the right, we are highly impacted by the large open green spaces. In the past, historically, a lot of our fires have not come from Deer Canyon, where the EIR was basing its assumption on. It has come over from Corona, from the eastern Corona, and coming in towards us. That Know Your Way program that has been adjusted for us, many of our evacuation routes would have us driving directly towards the fire. It's not sustainable. You know, we have, we don't have hours to evacuate, and we don't have minutes. You know, these 7 minutes may seem negligible to the builders, but it's already over 3 hours for us to evacuate. People have huddled down in the Target Festival Shopping Center because they thought they were gonna die because they couldn't get out during the Canyon Fire too. Last year, when we brought up the Deer Canyon project, it was denied by you guys last year for this exact reason. That project sits right next to the Deer Canyon proposed development. Yet no new infrastructure has been added to make evacuations any safer. You know, I appreciate the builder wanting to add a few cameras to help detect fires in the Deer Canyon and surrounding areas, and the $100,000 donation to fire and $100,000 to police. Donations are always great. I know there's problems, we've heard. They definitely need some improvement, agreed. But I will say, how far does $100,000 really get us when life is on the line? What does that look like in the long term? Are we gonna see valuable and meaningful change, or is it a quick solution? And are we looking at the profit that the apartments could potentially build, rather than looking at the lives of the people that live here already? We're also putting these people in if we pass this, we're also putting their lives in danger. It's not just us, it's them too. And we need to be responsible. I'm all for new builds, but let's please be responsible with it. Let's add the infrastructure. To my knowledge, there have been some talks of adding infrastructure, and they have been denied. When you look at the Fairmont overpass, which I don't think would actually really work, but it's been halted. And there's something also that can't be ignored. You know, at the Deer Canyon hearings, right before you guys made the vote, our own fire and police chiefs were directly asked whether they supported the project, and they said no. It's almost the exact same project within less than a half a mile. I mean, honestly, it's a stone's throw away from the original project that you guys denied. And at the festival hearing that we had a couple months ago, they weren't asked directly. They were soft-launched questions, and their silence didn't mean necessarily support. I knew that there were people in the audience, police members and other community members, that wanted to speak up but had to be directly asked because they are not permitted to speak unless prompted. And the fact that no one asked them that directly the last meeting is really concerning. You know, this is a life safety issue, and political convenience cannot come before public safety. I'm asking you tonight, do not approve this project based on outdated assumptions, flawed data, and incomplete assessments. We deserve better, please. And since I have 2 additional minutes, I might add a few extra little things here. Got that? During Deer Canyon, it was also brought up, we had experts come in and they testified that they had extensive experience fighting wildfires in hilly areas. And so with that, there's a fire drop, right? Our area is specifically a lot different than the west side of Anaheim that is mostly flatlands. We are surrounded by very hilly areas. And what we were informed of during that previous meeting at the Deer Canyon proposal was that their water drops and their fire drops are very inefficient in hilly terrain like ours. And it makes it next to impossible for the crew on the ground to actively put out these fires. So we're not only dealing with inadequacies in the drops and being able to actually access the fires, but we're also dealing with Santa Ana wind gusts. It are a lot different. They run through those channels and through the valleys of those hills so fast. I'm asking that you guys please take the time to look at this. I also heard that there was a worst case scenario in Deer Canyon. That was the worst case scenario. That's not. As I mentioned earlier, the worst case scenario is what's already happened numerous times coming in from the Corona side coming in. Let's see. I know there was one more thing. I'm so sorry. Well, you know what? I guess that's my time, but I want to say thank you. You've been really patient, and I really hope you take this into consideration. Thanks, guys. Have a good one.
Our next speaker, Joni Gaynor.
I actually just want to say ditto to everything she said because she nailed it. She talked about the issues that we faced. She talked about what the developer is offering, but none of that matters when our lives are at risk. I'm here to strongly oppose adding what they said was 400 and something, but originally up to 600 housing units at Festival Shopping Center. This is not about being anti-housing. This is truly about safety, lack of infrastructure to handle it, and whether this location can realistically protect the people that already live here. Right now, our streets are already bumper to bumper. If you try leaving anywhere in that vicinity after 4:30 p.m., you will be sitting in bumper to bumper, trying to head to Yorba Linda to simply do a Costco run. Just 2 weeks ago, I sat there. Fire truck behind me could not get through. For 35 minutes, the fire truck was dead still. Could not get through to just go to a traffic accident a few lights up. That's not an emergency evacuation. That's just daily living where we live now. If the shopping center, if each housing unit had 2 cars in what they're proposing, that would mean adding an estimated 800 cars to 1,000 cars, just the housing, not including anybody going to that shopping center, already on these heavily congested two-way street behind Festival Shopping Center, by the way. This isn't about being convenient. It is literally catastrophic during an emergency. Our infrastructure here is simply not equipped to handle the volume, especially in a wildfire evacuation, or as I shared, simply at a rush hour traffic when the fire department or paramedics or ambulance need to get to somebody. I've lived in the housing tract directly behind Festival, right above where the senior housing is, for 31 years. During that time, I have been evacuated 3 times due to fires. My tract, which again lies right above Festival Shopping Center, consists of just over 500 homes. That's the same unit size as what is being proposed. And when I paint the picture of what happened to me during the Cal Fire 2, I hope you keep that in mind. For my tract, there's only one way out. We don't have options. We have no alternate route to escape other than to head towards Festival. During the Cal 2 fire in October 2017, there was over 16,570 people who were ordered to evacuate. Let me repeat that number. 16,570 that were ordered to evacuate. We're going to add approximately another 1,000 people to that if that build goes through. During that time, I left my house with my 2 kids and my pets in my car. The drive from my house to Target normally takes me 3 minutes. I can walk there in about 7 to 10. During the evacuations, I sat on Monte Vista Roosevelt Street between my house and Festival Shopping Center for over 2 hours. 2 hours in my car with my children, petrified. We were sitting ducks, just like those who lost their lives in Lahaina. The goal was to evacuate, to get to safety, to get to the freeway and head somewhere safe. Instead, We followed our neighbors and jumped the curb by the old nursery part of Target. And we sat in the Target parking lot for hours and hours wondering if our homes were going to be okay, but more importantly, if we were going to burn to death. Our cars smelled so strongly of smoke afterwards, we had to have them professionally cleaned. The parking lot was filled with evacuees who could not evacuate safely. The gas station there ran out of food and water, and people were filling up with gas, not knowing how long we would be sitting there. We left when we were told to evacuate as soon as we were instructed to. We could not evacuate. So the system that's being proposed to be this real-time system, it doesn't matter. We saw the smoke, we smelled the smoke, and we left before we were told, and we were stuck. To add 600 to 1,000 more cars and people to this heavily congested area is a complete disregard for human lives that already live here and for those lives and tenants that you want to invite to live here. Do you really want this on your conscience? We saw what happens when evacuations fail, both in Lahaina and in Altadena. My family was in Lahaina on vacation during the Maui fires. I sat and prayed with people who lost not just their homes, their neighborhoods, and livelihoods, but more importantly, their loved ones. They were covered in ash and soot and sobbing and in complete shock. I was trapped there for a few days. It was no longer a vacation. Most people fled on foot with nothing but their clothes on their backs, and they had no idea what happened to their loved ones, that they burned to death in their cars waiting to leave. I saw it with my own 2 eyes, and I lived it. I don't want to live it in my own home. Please hear me. The difference between Anaheim Hills and Lahaina is that they had an ocean, and some survived that way. You know what we have? We have the freeway and a burning hill and a street in the middle. What protection are you going to offer us who live here currently? And can you promise that same protection to those who will be moving here? Is it come with a warning sign? You listed the benefits. What about the warnings? They need to be warned of the dangers that will be happening. There's been a lot of talk that the evacuation plan has been revised, and I hope it was, but it certainly has not been tested. On any given evening, as I said, the bumper-to-bumper traffic already makes it difficult to get through. The findings of fact for the evacuation plan rely heavily on the idea of shelter in place, or at least it did. This was a form of traffic control. There's no clear legal authority for the Anaheim Police Department to confine people to their homes, nor would we want to stay in our homes when they are in danger. Let us remind you that 25 homes were destroyed in the last fire and over 50 were damaged. You cannot build an evacuation plan around a promise that residents will be told to stay put, or a promise that it's only going to take 7 more minutes after our 2-hour evacuation. If you want to test this, then you ask every resident on any given day to get in their cars and leave. You stand and you watch the chaos that happens. That is the only way that we will test this without a real fire happening. A private developer should not be redefining or stating any emergency planning without real studies or proof that it works, especially if they don't live here. First responders consistently tell us to do ready, set, go. Know your way means know your way out. Well, after living here for 30 years, I knew my way out, and I wasn't even able to get out. I could have walked there faster. I beg you to not make this situation worse. To be clear, our community is not against housing. We supported projects like Link OC because they were built responsibly with direct freeway access, multiple evacuation routes, and real transit options. This proposal is different. It takes dense development in a location that cannot safely support it. Please don't gamble with the evacuation, emergency response, and the public safety. Our community should not be the test case for unproven theories when lives and homes are at stake. Our lives are worth the opposition of this proposal. A few things I'd like to bring to mind in closing are: 1, I'd like to get clarification on whether or not funding was decreased, so we no longer have the helicopter that we had that brought us some hope and safety. 2, what about the decrease in fire trucks? Specifically, the fire station that's by Sycamore Park. That would be the one responding to a fire that would impact the houses right there. And 3, I'd like to have some clarification also on the builder or the developer's last comment, which seemed a bit as a threat about what would happen if we didn't approve this. I don't like threats, and I don't think any of you do either, but he needs to make clear what would happen if we don't, because I'll tell you what would happen. You'd have some happy residents who are safe and who could live their lives instead of being worried and fearful that we will end up just the way the people in Altadena and Lahaina were. Thank you.
Mayor and council members, glad I don't have your job, but thank you for what you do. I'm Phil Hotzenpeller, about a 20-year resident of Anaheim Hills. I live on the Moeller Loop, one of the most unescapable areas during a fire, but I love where I live, and I support this project. And maybe I support it for a different reason. I'm excited about it. I pastor actually adjacent to the Festival Center at Influence Church. We have about 3,500 members. We employ 51 people, most of whom live in Anaheim Hills. Most of them that can't find housing. So housing is a real shortage in Anaheim Hills. I think most people would agree, at least, the festival is tired and desperately needs some work. Well, I didn't really interrupt you when you were talking, so I did like a little kindness. That's all. All right. So anyway, I'm here to support it. I love the idea. I love the renovation. I think fire issues are something that obviously you guys need to look at and consider. I'm not an expert. I think you have a lot of them in the room, and maybe they can help you figure it out. But I'm here to say thank you and throw my support into the project. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Betty Farnsworth, and then Keith Folsek.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for letting us all speak. And thank you, Amanda. You're always so helpful and professional and prompt. I really appreciate your help. I disagree with the project, but I appreciate you. First off, let me just say a few things. I think one of the points of clarification, I believe that Influence Church is on Kaiser. It's not contained within the Festival Center. I believe that church took over the post office, and which has since downsized and now closed, and then there's Bodai Coffee. So it's not actually connected or anywhere in that festival circle. So I just wanted to clarify that. I live right by where Joni lives, in that beautiful 9-little spot right by Sycamore Park where we can walk down to the Festival Center. But as I look at the center and I look at what all's been going on with evacuation and fire, it makes me take issue with the Planning Commission's vote to approve this project. And I don't believe that they acted responsibly in protecting the lives of residents. I've been an Anaheim resident since 1966, and I've lived in Anaheim Hills. Yes, I'm old. And I've lived in Anaheim Hills since 1998. So you guys do the math. I don't know how many years that is. I do believe the Festival Center does need some rejuvenation, but I don't believe the proposed changes to the general zoning and specific plans are appropriate or safe. The addition of 447 apartments will only make emergency, safety, and evacuation a bigger disaster than it already is. You've heard people talk about 3 hours to evacuate. We didn't evacuate. We stayed. We made burritos for the 2 fire truck people that were parked in front of our house while they were inspecting the high tension lines. And to Shelley's comment about fire drops, my understanding is they don't do a lot of fire drops from helicopter over those very high tension wires. So that's kind of a double whammy for those of us who live in those 8 blocks. I get distracted. So let's take a look really quickly at the Canyon Fire 2, which was in October of 2017, over 8 years ago. And I don't know about you, but I think we all know how much traffic has increased since 2017. I want to give you a few items that I got from Fire Station 10, the wonderful people there at the open house they had. They had this lovely poster board, Canyon Fire 2 numbers, 9,217 acres were burned. 1,660 firefighters were active. 3,500 structures were threatened. 80 structures were destroyed or damaged. That's from the Anaheim Fire Department. This is a picture of their poster. That was over 8 years ago. The amount of traffic and ingress and egress with no changes whatsoever to the infrastructure of Santa Ana Canyon. We have one way in, one way out. I will personally invite each and every one of you to come stay with me, live with me, next time we have Santa Ana's, next time there's a threat of fire in Anaheim Hills. And you can experience it for yourself. I know we have some members of this wonderful group that live in Anaheim. I'm not going to call it Anaheim Hills because we are all residents of the city of Anaheim. To me, there's no Flatlanders, there's no Hills residents. We're Anaheim residents, and we all need to be responsible and caring about the safety of our entire community. So let's not get caught up in Flatland, Hills, and everything else. That's just my own pontification. If a fire similar to Canyon Fire 2 occurs now, just imagine how devastating that would be. You all see the traffic on the 91 on Santa Ana Canyon. Traffic on the 91 eastbound starts at 11:30 every morning. 11:30 people heading home or wherever in past Gypsum and to the Netherlands, east, north of us, whatever direction. I can't imagine how much more devastating the numbers that I just read off to you. 3,500 houses threatened. Some of Deer Canyon in that area hasn't burnt since the 60s. It's a tinderbox, very, very high fire zone. So we need to think about this before we go cramming 447 more units times X amount of vehicles into a very small, limited area. And I don't know if you've driven the backside of Festival. It's one lane, a center turn lane, and another lane. I can't imagine how people will get in and out of Festival. As city council members, I believe your foremost duty is to protect the public, protect your constituents, protect each other, protect all of us Anaheim residents. I don't believe any additional development along Santa Ana Canyon, especially between Weir Canyon and Fairmont, be considered until that proposed Fairmont overcrossing goes in. I know it's not going to give the Anaheim Hills side people a way over on a daily basis to use that overcrossing, but it could be opened up in an emergency situation. That's what we need. We need infrastructure. We don't need more people and houses right now. I'm not opposed to housing. Oh my God, we need it. We needed something fierce. But before you put in housing, you got to have the infrastructure. I don't know, it would be like building a house without having water. That's the only analogy I can give. Even with the city's wonderful efforts in creating Know Your Way, emergencies like a fire are very unpredictable. People are unpredictable. I don't know, everybody's going to go to get their kids, save their pets, evacuate their elderly relatives, and they'll do it by whatever means they have to, if that means jumping a curb, going off-road, or whatever. So we need the infrastructure first. Know Your Way has never been tested, thank God, right? We haven't had, knock on wood, we haven't had a fire up here since 2017. But when fire does break out, it will take an unknown amount of time for emergency personnel to coordinate and evacuate. God bless the cameras, but cameras don't tell people what to do. All camera does is report. Coupled with people being afraid for their lives, adding additional traffic to an already gridlocked is definitely a recipe for disaster and death. It would be made even worse if that SALT project, that failed builder's remedy, ever comes to fruition, which I hope not. In closing, I just want to say to you all, think of this: Paradise, Palisades, Altadena, Lahaina, Anaheim. Are we going to be the next statistic? And if we are, I don't want to place blame, but blame will be placed. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker.
Good evening, and thank you for your time and your consideration for our local residents. Thank you. I've lived in the area here in Anaheim for approximately 30 years, and there's been more changes with congestion, and as they stated, the infrastructure is more of an issue than development. I know we need housing and we need employment and things like that, but already we are behind on the infrastructure with the traffic is already gridlock, and it's the fires are increasing, and the danger is real and it's prevalent. Anytime the wind blows, I fear the worst because it's possible, and we see more of this. And a few of the, I feel a little insulted when they, I know they've done their research in that, but some of these numbers where they say, oh, it's a minimum impact or 7 minutes. I don't know if you've been to a sporting event or a concert. I don't imagine 1,000 vehicles coming out of a parking garage in 7 minutes. I've been there sometimes an hour or half an hour, just in a garage, a smaller garage. But anyway, just to make this more real for a second, I know that you know, they've had people with reports and all this that we've considered from the developers, and some of these sound redundant, but these stories are very real when it's personal and it becomes to your family. Like I said, some of those numbers they talked about, if I could just share with, like we said, or they'll say like, we're gonna help the firefighting $100,000. That doesn't even pay for one firefighter or minimal equipment compared to we are so upside down in infrastructure. If you want to build some things in the festival area, maybe some, you know, roads and firefighting and things like that, something that would help our situation we're already behind and upside down. So metaphorically, it's almost like putting gasoline on a fire, and this danger is very real. And it's very real that I can just remember, I won't take up much more of your time, but I had a very personal experience with this. Was one day in the morning, the wind was blowing. I went to work in Santa Monica. I was working on the site up there. I received a phone call from my wife. My wife was crying hysterically, and my daughter, because they were stuck in the gridlock. And it's just we're just above the festival there, just one block there. They were stuck there for hours, praying and crying hysterical, hoping they would not die in their cars. This is very real. Homes, material things can be replaced. That's no big deal. And you can start over, grab your boots by the straps and pick up where you left off. But we're talking, there's already serious danger, and that was long ago when there was less population and less traffic. You know, I was like 10 years ago, whatever it was, a big fire, and we were evacuated. And the danger is very real. You're just inviting another, 1,000 cars, people to be trapped and lose their lives. It's this danger I cannot underestimate. If you got that phone call and you don't know if your wife or your daughter is going to be alive in the next hour when you get a phone call like that, it's very real. And anyways, pardon me, I didn't mean to embarrass myself, but thank you very much for your consideration, and have a good evening.
Our next speaker, following this speaker, is Charles Hills.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. I want to reiterate what others have said. In 2017, we had the Canyon 2 fire. That was a dress rehearsal, and it took people three hours just to go a couple miles. They couldn't even go anywhere. And we're going to now put 900 more vehicles into that situation. You're working under a false assumption when the developer says that, oh, it's going to be exchange of 900 vehicles versus 900 vehicles. And that's not going to happen, because if it remains commercial, when there's a red flag warning, they're going to close down that shopping center. So vehicles aren't going to be allowed to go there. But if it's 900 people living, or 900 vehicles, or 900 residents in that building that is being proposed, and I've talked to the the fire chief about this, what's going to happen is people are going to pick up their kids, they're going to come home, they're going to leave work, and they're all going to go back home to that apartment complex. And in talking to the fire chief, this is the undeniable truth that you do have this know your way plan, which again, yes, it hasn't been tested. But what the fire chief has told me is that people tend to evacuate all at once. So you're going to have an additional 900 vehicles just going into gridlock that's probably going to be there already. You cannot approve this project unless you improve the traffic mitigation and the infrastructure in the area. That's the, and I know you're under state mandate to do more housing. And I know the other districts, I heard this last year when I was watching the Deer Canyon hearing, that one of the council people said, Anaheim Hills has to do their part. And I'm not a NIMBY, I'm not against development. We want to do our part, but we need the infrastructure. We need to be able to evacuate from our area. It is really, I don't enjoy living in a wildfire death trap area. And so, we need that Fairmont, you have to ask the state, give us the money so that we can build infrastructure for the Fairmont flyover, connect Weir Canyon to Jamboree, look at other areas. But to approve this project, you're going to knowingly put 900 more people into an area that doesn't need to be there. And this idea that the theater can be something else. It's always just been a theater. It can be subdivided. They subdivided the Steinmart into two areas that are thriving now. It's a Nordstrom Rack, and it's also an Ulta. They're subdividing the Hobby Lobby. 20 years ago in Anaheim Hills, Kmart, Super Kmart left, and now it's a Home Depot. It's the second largest Home Depot in the United States. So there is a lot of opportunity there commercially for that theater. And when there is a red flag fire event, it'll be closed, so you won't have 900 vehicles coming in there. You will have 900 vehicles adding to the situation if you build the apartment complex. So in closing, I'd like to say that if I came to you with a building for Anaheim and I didn't have enough fire exits, fire escapes, the fire marshal would not approve my application. There is not enough fire escape fire exits in Anaheim Hills for us right now. So unfortunately, you cannot approve this application. So please, because the state mandate is not valid if human lives are put in jeopardy because of the 9 or more vehicles that are going to be added to this. Thank you very much, and please vote no on this proposal. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Charles Hill.
Good evening. I'm glad to be here, and I appreciate you taking the time to have this hearing. My name is Chuck Hill. I go by Charles, but my name is Chuck Hill. And in the next 2 weeks, I'll be celebrating 40 years in Anaheim Hills in what was originally called the Fieldstone Collection, and there was the Bel Air above us. So I've been there through every fire event that we've had. Every wind event. That wind event that we had just the other day was, I had a fence erected and it was less than 2 years old, and now I have to repair it. And, you know, and God forbid if there had been somebody had dropped a cigarette somewhere and we would have had another fire event. I'm probably going to repeat what you've heard already from a lot of these people, and I want to touch on a couple of other things. When that canyon fire hit, and the orders came out to evacuate, I told my daughter to load up our dogs. My wife was working, she's a nurse at Hoag, and I told her load up the dogs and load whatever you want to take. So she loaded up about 100 pairs of shoes and then put the dogs in there. And then she got in her four-wheel drive vehicle. I stayed behind because the fire, I could see the fire up on the hillside up there. And she drove off, and she made it as far as the Target Center. And she told me, just like someone said earlier, that she had to drive on the sidewalk. She got out and was driving on the sidewalk in her four-wheel vehicle, and she said she was sideways. And I said, how'd you get through the traffic? She says, I just forced my way through. She said, I didn't hit anybody, but I'm sitting here in the Target with everybody else. And in the meantime, you know, the fire is raging. I know that the Anaheim fire mentioned something about around 10,000 acres, but if everybody remembers where that fire started, it was close to 37 square miles of damage that was done by that fire. I remember, I think that our fire department, Station 10, was down fighting the fire in the south. If you recall what happened on the 241 or the 261, or what you take your choice, it was incinerated. It was like a tinderbox caught. But I remember the helicopter flying over and saying, you need to evacuate. Nobody was knocking on doors. We didn't have the sheriff's department out there to help us out. People were stuck on the roads. I decided to stick around because my daughter said, Dad, it's deadlocked on Santa Ana Canyon Road. And if you know Santa Ana Canyon Road, and talk about this environmental impact study or report, there's no way that particular road could ever be expanded without demolishing houses down that road. And that would take years to do. And for those of you that have been around for a long time, when I first moved into Anaheim Hills out there, there was this proposal that they were going to take Fairview and build a bridge to, you know, some kind of a bridge to give us another out. That never happened. It's still there. They've talked about it from time to time again, but I don't think it'll ever get approved. But, you know, it's just been a year since Palisades. I heard somebody mention Lahaina. Fire is a scary thing. A little bit about my background. I'm retired now. I worked for Wells Fargo as a compliance guy, and I was a regulator before that for the state. I've had my insurance license since 1969, and they're still current. One of the things that I just got in the mail, and I brought it here, my renewal of my homeowner's policy with Mercury, $1,700 increase. So I increased my deductible to $10,000, and it reduced my premium by $300. Unreal. That, and environmental, and what did they do? What the insurance companies use a company called Fire Street. And you can go out on firestreet.org and you can look at the map of Anaheim Hills out there. It looks like a cell company's penetration map. It's got nothing but almost solid red. And here's what they have to say. I want to share this with you, because I think it's important that you understand that these environmental inspection reports or analysis that are done are, they're cookie cutter. That's been my experience when I've looked at loans and stuff like that in the past. But according to First Street Foundation, and they provide property-specific data and tools to insurance companies, to banks, to state and local governments, to industries in general. And it involves both climate and financial risk associated with fires, with high winds, extreme heat, and in some cases, they might be dealing with floods, which we don't have that problem where we live. But currently, according to this report, if you go in and you just ask that particular website, does 92808 have wildfire risk? Major wildfire risk, major. I don't know where they got their numbers from, where that report came from, because they don't share that, but there's something not right. Currently, there are 4,572 properties in 92808. And the wildfire risk that they associate with our area goes out for 30 years. So the infrastructure that we keep hearing about, the improvements that we need to make before we have another, nobody said it looks like it will be an eyesore to me. It'd be some beautiful pictures, but the concept of a 4-story apartment building wrapped around a 6-story parking structure, it's just like, what? When they built the Regal, when they built that area up there, I remember going to the theater when it first opened up and saw Mr. Edwards there. And that's as busy as I ever saw that parking lot. They really struggled. They dropped their prices down where they were charging $5 to go to a movie, but they couldn't bring the people in there to support it. So now we're looking at tearing it down and building this monstrosity. And again, somebody mentioned behind the festival center, it's a 2-lane road with several bumps, to keep the speeders, because we've got senior citizens who live up above who walk down and go across to go in. God forbid what it's going to be like when they start construction, if they ever get to start construction, because those people will suffer. But I don't understand, I don't know what your level of education is. I don't belong to the Church of Influence. I heard that mentioned a little while ago. My dad was a pardon the pun, fire and brimstone Baptist minister in Oklahoma. And I was the only guy in my graduating class of 56 to get out of the state. I couldn't wait to get to California. So I want to appeal to your common sense, because everything about this is common sense. If you allow this to go through, I mean, I can't imagine what's going to happen the next time that we have a fire come up over that hillside. I'm going to stay around and try to protect my home, my property, just like everybody else. But it makes me really emotional. I raised 3 kids there. It's just my wife and I, and we're going to stick around for quite a while to come. So thank you. I stand in strong opposition to this, and I hope you'll vote no with it. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Mark Fortizo. Our next speaker, step forward.
Good evening. My name's Mark Cortezzo. Myself, I live out there in the canyon. We've been up right above the Fiesta Mall 40 years this month. We've seen all the fires. We've seen all the wind. We've seen all the traffic. And going back when we moved in coming off Weird Canyon. It was one lane coming up, one lane going down. Santa Ana Canyon, you get hardly any traffic east to west. La Palma on the Yorba Linda side along the park was a very nice, slow kind of traffic kind of area. But now our area has been impacted with the growth above Anaheim Hills and Yorba Linda, but really affects us is the growth out in the Empire. Weird Canyon is the last bottleneck off-ramp, on-ramp, east to west. Everybody coming into work in the morning, I usually get on the freeway anywhere between 3:45 in the morning till 4:15. It's very congested. Everybody from that side coming in. I get off work at 1:15, 1:30. I'm usually trying to get to Weird Canyon that early in the afternoon. Sometimes I'm getting off of Lakeview or Imperial going eastbound so I can get to Weird Canyon. If I get off the off-ramp, Santa Ana Canyon eastbound is bumper to bumper. It's worse than the 91 freeway. This is between 1:30 p.m. in the afternoon, Monday through Friday now, where it used to be just Thursday and Fridays, but now it's, with the congestion, it's getting worse and worse. And it's impacting La Palma east and west, and then it's impacting Yorba Linda Boulevard, people coming cutting down that way off Imperial. So we've seen the impact over the years and the building of Anaheim Hills. And I just feel bad that if something else bringing more traffic in that area is going to be even harder for all of us. I was out there and experienced the fires in '08. It took over 314 homes between Yorba Linda and Anaheim. That fire started in the west side of Corona and came through the canyon. Our winds just this last week for 3 weeks was unbelievable, where shingles come off, trash everywhere. You just don't go outside to take your dog for a walk. You'll get blown off the sidewalk out there if you've ever experienced the winds out in the canyon. The last fire, I decided, I believe it was 2017, off the 241 and the 261, I could not leave our house. I told myself the last time I only got down to the target, which was less than a quarter of a mile, eighth of a mile away. So I stayed at the house. My neighbor and I stayed in the backyard with fire hoses. I could see station number 10, the fire. Those guys could not get in or out. They were dropping them off all different ways. They couldn't get out to what they needed to do for that situation. And I just sat there trying to keep the embers out from our house. The bottom line, love living out there, great neighbors, the churches, the schools, the shopping area, the whole area of raising a family, my wife and I with our daughters and our granddaughter, has been really great, and neighbors. I'm just asking the city council to look for the infrastructure, like so many people have talked, to look at helping us to make things better for us out there. Get with Caltrans, get with the city of, the state of California, help us with the freeway east to west on that area. And it's just not something that is right to be building right there. Put the money, put the time, put the effort back into the Fiesta Mall. Bring some more, what you can do for businesses, for the community there. Bring churches, preschools, sporting things in there. There's a lot of things you could do with that building there. And it's been proven already on certain buildings in Yorba Linda and Anaheim Hills that have gone vacant. We have one that's just happening this next, hopefully this year, is Trader Joe's has taken over another company, business that just went closed a couple years ago. So it can be done. But I'm going to cut this. I know a lot of it's been already said before, and I thank for everybody. The other little fact was some of these statistics about moving, traffic, time. I don't know where they get those. Donating money to the police department, to the fire department. $100,000 to a fire department. I work on heavy equipment. That might buy a set of tires. You know, $100,000 to the police department, I'm good. I'm sure they can use it, but it doesn't go that far because it's an expensive job, the police department. So put the time and the money effort to develop and help us on our infrastructure with traffic and our community Fiesta Mall. It's a good mall. It's clean. They keep up everything very nice there. It doesn't need to be repainted. It doesn't need to be re-landscaped because they do a nice job keeping it up for the community. So thank you very much for your time, and God bless you. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Anita Hines. Anita?
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. I saw the developer, the way he present the plan and the pictures are so beautiful. But when you go to see it, what they are doing, it is not beautiful. Because each apartment that they built is for family. And those apartments doesn't have backyard, doesn't have only very small balcony if it's second floor. And on the first floor, they have just a place to put just the broom and maybe a barbecue. That's it. So the kids, the families, they go to the big park, to the apparently big park. So they invaded the park. And that's the way they live. And it is very bad. These developers already destroyed California. We do not want them to continue destroying our country. Today, I'm coming because I can see that this guy is showing the beautiful things that he's doing, but that's all money. They are taking our taxes away from us. But the thing is this, you know, that those families are low income. We saw them the way they live. When they go to that park, they leave the diapers everywhere, you know, and the trash everywhere. You know, my brother lived in Yorba Linda, and I saw it, the way they live. Hundreds of houses, you know, like that. But one small park for them, no backyard, nothing for the children. So how is the way they live now? They have no freedom. Our kids, the ones who own houses, there is no freedom for those people. They don't walk in the street as they used to. The children cannot leave their toys outside. They have to be supervised constantly. Never been in that way, Yorba Linda. But now it is, because they approve those apartments there. Not only that, but they cause also problems. Those people, because they are low income, they don't have enough education. They don't have the culture that we have, you know. They bring graffiti, crime, robbery, cartel, assault, violence in general. And how can we live in that way? You got to think about it. And I'm against the developers. Remember, they are taking our freedom away, not only from us, the adults, but from our children. They cannot leave their toys in any place. They have to be constantly supervised for someone. That's the way the developers are. I'm against them. Thank you.
We have our next speaker step forward, G. Price. Time limit is 3 minutes. And Ms. Price does have a PowerPoint presentation that was submitted within the guidelines of the rules and procedures. And we'll go ahead and display that.
Thank you for the slides. The lack of a safe and effective evacuation route is not a new problem. In fact, the city has acknowledged the issue for decades. I pulled the city's 2004 general plan. That would be 4 years before the Freeway Complex fire and 13 years before the Canyon 2 fire. The general plan included policy 7.1-6 that states, develop evacuation standards for constrained neighborhoods and alternative evacuation routes. 2 fires and 20 years later, there has been no major infrastructure to help with evacuation. The Fairmont overpass isn't a city priority. It isn't included in the city's circulation element, and it lacks all funding. The city has wasted decades and has put evacuation infrastructure on the back burner. The 3-hour estimated evacuation time is deeply concerning. It comes down to an algorithm for the developer. They control the numbers going in, so they control the results. Their analysis stated that the city of Anaheim currently does not have a criteria for determining whether or not evacuation travel time increases are significant. Why has the city not adopted a threshold for adding additional time to evacuate? Logic tells us that adding any amount of time puts people at risk. That is significant. The bigger question is, why is it acceptable for 3 hours to the city? The CHP received a report of smoke at 8:30 a.m. on the morning of the Canyon 2 fire. By 9:30, the fire was raging through Anaheim Hills. That's 1 hour. Our fire department does an excellent job, but their job is to mitigate. It is up to the policymakers to determine what risks they are willing to take. So I ask you, what risks are you willing to take? Do you value human life? Do you truly believe 3 hours to evacuate is possible or even acceptable? Was the Palisades fire not a wake-up call? You can't ignore that the Palisades has more escape routes than Anaheim Hills, but it still failed. Anaheim Hills is hotter, drier, steeper, and more constrained. This project would make evacuation mathematically impossible. If a fire comes, and it will, and people die because they couldn't evacuate, the city can't hold up their hands and claim ignorance. The risks are documented. The consequences are predictable. Protect the community and deny the project.
Our next speaker, Linda Hurley. Linda Hurley.
Oh my gosh, everybody's already gone over the points that I was going to make, so I feel like I've rewritten this whole thing in the last half hour or so. A couple of the things, deja vu. I think I was just here about 8 or 9 months ago. Mayor and members of the City Council. I live in Anaheim Hills. The area I live in is called a very high fire hazard severity zone with limited ingress and egress. It is the highest fire hazard rating used for residential areas designated by CAL FIRE. One of the things that I wanted to talk about was the fact that the helitanker contract never renewed this year because somebody didn't show up to vote or something like that. This is not just some simple problem that, oh, gosh, I don't know, we don't have a helitanker. Okay, let's just send a couple of water buckets out there. It's a serious, serious problem because those helicopters hold massive amounts of water. Just little things like that, in case we couldn't escape, are, again, unmitigatable, in my opinion. All right, so I'm here because public safety must come before density in wildfire-prone areas. Just last year, this council denied the Hills Preserve project after an EIR showed evacuation times exceeding 3 hours, concluding that added density here would be life-threatening. It is life-threatening. The festival project before you tonight is less than 1 mile away and relies on the same evacuation routes, canyon roads, and downstream choke points. Yet we are now told that adding hundreds of residents and vehicles will increase evacuation time by only 7 minutes. And by the way, the numbers you're hearing about 900 extra cars are not true, because if 3 or 4 people move into one of those apartments, you're talking about possibly 3, 4 cars per unit, and their visitors and their family and whoever else comes. So it's a higher number. All right, so Anaheim's Public Works Director acknowledged that proposed evacuation and infrastructure improvements, including secondary routes, are independent of this project, not guaranteed and not yet completed. During the SALT hearings, the city received formal attorney warnings that evacuation modeling in this area understates real-world risk. The geography has not changed, the roads have not changed, the risk has not changed. The state law allows, and this, I think this is really important, state law allows denial of housing projects when there's a specific unmitigable threat to public safety. A very high fire hazard severity zone with effectively one way in and
Ma'am,
one way
sorry, your
out
time
meets
is up.
that standard. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker, Linda Morale. Linda? We'll have our next speaker, John A. Gillespie. Oh, I'm sorry. It looks like she is stepping forward.
Hi, Mayor Atkinson, City Council. Appreciate you listening to our words and taking them to heart. All of our insurance companies are pulling out. They are refusing to insure our neighborhoods because we are officially classified as a high-risk area. That alone should stop us in our tracks. The builder's remedy was never meant to be used when it endangers an entire community. And that danger has already been clearly established. Our fire chief has stated it. Independent studies have confirmed it. Every expert we've consulted has warned against pushing forward because it puts residents' lives at risk. Let's be honest about the reality on the ground. In the event of a major fire, we already struggle with evacuation. The idea that we could safely evacuate multiple schools, families, seniors, and vulnerable residents from the area is simply not feasible. We are setting ourselves up for a scenario where lives could be lost, not because we didn't know better, but because we chose to ignore the warnings. So I have to ask, what are we doing here? Why are we advancing policies that even insurance companies whose business depends on managing risk won't touch? Why are we willing to gamble with public safety when every sign is telling us to stop and rethink? This is not about politics or housing quotas. This is about responsibility. This is about protecting our community before we make decisions we cannot undo. I've lived in Anaheim Hills, built my house 50 years ago up on Muller Drive. I've been through 4 or 5 fires. I can tell you with each fire, we get 60-mile-an-hour winds. With each fire, they told us, don't worry, you're fine. And the fire turned, and just like that, they're like, evacuate, you're trying to get out, the traffic's bad. I've seen it jump from Corona through Anaheim Hills, burn homes, jump over to Yorba Linda, burn homes through Yorba Linda. I've seen it come back through the canyon, go back through Irvine. It's unpredictable. There's no such thing as know your way in our community. And there's no such thing as a being safe amount of homes that can be built. We don't care how beautiful the building is, how much time they've tried to put in convincing you guys that this is a feasible project for our area. Just like the Deer Canyon, it cannot happen because our lives are at risk. And we have families. We have 3 or 4 schools that could not be evacuated. El Rancho, you couldn't even get the amount of kids out of there, or the other schools that are up there. The parents aren't going to leave. They're going to go to the school to try to retrieve their kids. This is an impossible scenario that cannot happen and does not need to happen. So we appreciate you guys taking our concerns to heart and voting no on this. Thank you.
Good evening. It's been a long one for y'all, I know, Honorable Mayor. I'm I've lived in Anaheim Hills since 1993. I can't come close to some of the harrowing stories I heard my neighbors express this night. My main concern again is the escape gridlock. Adding over 1,000 people where that movie theater is, and then trying to get out. I really can't say anything more. I think it's all been said tonight. I share my time. Thank you. I appreciate you listening to it.
Our next speaker, Irma Ramirez.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I have been an Anaheim resident for over 35 years, and I am a retiree from Anaheim Union High School District after 25 years of employment. I have seen development on the flatlands of Anaheim non-stop, but there has been no meaningful development in District 6 for decades. Now is the time for district equity and for Anaheim residents to finally see future in Anaheim Hills. Please vote yes on Anaheim Hills Festival. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Michelle Michael Bowen.
Good evening. My name is Michelle, and I've been a resident of East Anaheim Hills since 1985. I lived in the development that was newly built at the corner of Santa Ana Canyon and Weir Canyon. So I've watched a lot of change. But the one thing that's been consistent is a problem with traffic consistently. Everyone knows that anytime the 91 freeway has a problem, our streets are extremely impacted. It is obvious that our roads were not adequately designed for the number of residents and the 91 freeway commuter traffic. Then when a brush fire occurs, it is impossible to navigate with the number of cars on the road. For example, during the Canyon 2 fire in 2017, I knew better than to go down Santa Ana Canyon. I went the back way. It took me a half hour to travel 1 mile from Canyon High School to Canyon Run Road and Knoll Ranch Road. I knew better again than to take Santa Ana Canyon. I got stuck again at Moon Ridge and Sunset Ridge, and I'm pretty sure I was in one of the photographs on that slide, because that's where I was stuck with my daughter. It took us over a half hour to get to the Sycamore Canyon apartments, which was a mile away. It's such a helpless feeling sitting there, and I can now understand how people perish in a brush fire. I forgot to add that I also needed to help my elderly mother evacuate, and she no longer drives. So she lives in the area where we were evacuating. A lot of people have talked about the festival center. I'm just gonna speak to a friend of mine. She lives behind there. She went to go get her son from Crescent Elementary School. She tried to travel down Santa Ana Canyon westbound. She couldn't get to him. So she had to rely on friends to get him. And she said she turned back around and was going eastbound on Santa Ana Canyon to get back to her neighborhood and festival center. And she had cars coming head on towards her. So people talk about the know your way. I've asked firemen when I've gone to community events and asked them about the evacuation map, because in reality, like they've said, you never know where that fire is gonna travel when the wind is kicking in. This is something that I hope you guys, you've heard it over and over again. I hope you take that in consideration. The roads need to be improved, right? Because we can't get out. You have one main road, Weir Canyon, and all those residents coming down from there that we're trying to evacuate. Recently, I was driving down Santa Ana Canyon Road. I don't know, I knew like, okay, I gotta miss the rush hour traffic. I went, I don't know, it's like 6 o'clock. I actually got stuck where that Deer Canyon proposal was, sitting there, because it was bumper to bumper all the way to the festival center. That's something that needs to improve.
Ma'am, I'm sorry, your time is up.
Thank you again. and I hope you take everything into consideration.
Our next speaker, Jimmy Elrod, followed by Christina Kelly.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. My name is Jimmy Elrod, and I have the honor of representing the union carpenters who live and work in Anaheim and throughout the rest of Orange County. We collectively oppose this project as proposed because the developer has declined to commit to responsible labor standards on major portions of the construction. This project requires a general plan amendment, a specific plan amendment, and a developer agreement. Discretionary approvals that give the city real leverage. The applicant is asking to convert commercial land into 447 residential units and construct a large multi-level parking structure. When we collectively requested a commitment to use skilled and trained workforce on the parking structure and drywall portions of the project, we were told the project would not pencil out. That kind of response, in our opinion, reflects a project that, or whose financial assumptions depend on reduced labor standards. For the record, earlier today I submitted materials documenting prior construction defect settlements involving the applicant, which we believe are relevant to the council's consideration of the requested discretionary approvals and developer agreement. We respectfully urge the council to condition approval on responsible labor standards or outright decline the project as proposed. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Our next speaker, Christina Kelly, followed by Michelle Zaragoza.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Christina, and I live in Anaheim, and I am a union carpenter. I support development, but I do not support projects that leave local workers out. This developer is asking the city to approve major changes to allow 447 apartments on land that was planned for commercial use. That approval creates real value. When the developer says that they cannot commit to use responsible contractors, parking structure, and drywall, that means fewer good middle-class jobs for people who live here. Those aren't side scopes. Those are central to the project. Anaheim residents will deal with the impact for this development for decades. We should also share the benefits. Please require responsible labor standards before approving this project. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Michelle Zaragoza. Michelle Zaragoza. We'll go to the next speaker, Chase Bersadio.
Good evening. My name is Chase Preciado. I am a paralegal from Wiseau Jury LLP. I am speaking on behalf of Supporters Alliance for Environmental Responsibility, or SAFER. SAFER requests that the City Council deny approval of the FEIR for the Festival Anaheim Hills project and instead require the city to prepare a revised EIR. Under CEQA, the city must prepare a revised EIR because the FEIR's mitigation measures are deficient and the FEIR failed to analyze the project's indoor air quality impacts. First, for the project's fire and evacuation safety impacts, the FEIR's mitigation measures include the formulation of plans for construction fire prevention, wildfires, and construction management, all before project construction. However, these measures constitute deferred mitigation, since the plans will not be created until after project approval, without giving the city and public a chance to review the plans. This is barred by CEQA. The FEIR also failed to quantify the effectiveness of these mitigation measures. Likewise, for the project's soil stability impacts, the FEIR deferred the city's review of the project plans for compliance with the geotechnical exploration and feasibility report until the issuance of construction permits. The city's review must be conducted before project approval. Furthermore, for the project's significant and unavoidable transportation impacts, the FEIR failed to include all feasible mitigation measures to reduce these impacts. Additionally, industrial hygienist Francis Offerman concluded that the project will significantly impact indoor air quality. The project's long-term indoor emissions of carcinogenic formaldehyde gas will expose its future residents to a cancer risk of 120 per million, exceeding the CEQA significance threshold of 10 per million. The FEIR did not address this impact. For the reasons I have discussed here and in SAFER's written comments, we again ask that you deny approval of the FEIR and require preparation of a revised EIR. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Kevin Gillette, followed by Karen Lynch. Kevin? Okay, we'll go to our next speaker, Karen Lynch.
Hi, my name's Karen Lynch. My parents moved to Anaheim Hills in 1979. First owners of a beautiful home that they still live in. I experienced my first fire, the Gypsum Canyon Fire in 1982. Over 17,000 acres burned between Corona and Anaheim Hills. It was still open back then. Had to leave Anaheim for a while, moved back in 1995. 2006, we had the Sierra Park Fire, 10,000 acres burned. 75% of Anaheim Hills was ordered evacuated. In 2007, we had the Windy Ridge Fire, 2,000 acres burned, 2,500 houses evacuated. 2017, you've already heard about the Ridge Fire. It was terrifying. I don't know, I think we all know, Anaheim Fire Department messed up. Someone did a boo-boo, didn't go check that first fire, and it was an hour later. But I gotta tell you, I was checking. Because this is what you do when you live in Anaheim Hills. You can see that the sun is a different color coming in your windows, and you know that there is smoke between you and the sun. So you go outside and you sniff to see if you smell a fire. Now, if I smell a fire, I go looking for it because I've had so many up here in my life. I go looking, and that's what I was doing for that hour that I went up to top of the hill. I went up, I was looking here, I was looking there. I was trying to decide if I should get out of there. Got the kids, got the cats, went to my parents' house because I lived 2 miles from them. It took me 30 minutes to go 2 miles from my house to my parents' house, and they refused to leave. Traffic was backed up. People couldn't get out of there. You know what the police officers were doing? They were going door to door to see if anybody was there and to tell them to get out, you're being evacuated, which is a wonderful thing to do. I'm not against development. My kids don't live near me because they can't afford it. I would love to see some affordable housing in Anaheim Hills. I would love to have my kids closer to me. But you can't make that decision to add to the risk that you know is there, that CAL FIRE tells us we are in the highest possible fire risk zone. And you, the city of Anaheim, you are, oh shoot, it went away. You are our agency of protection. We have to look to you for protection. I would love to see development. Could you please try to get us some safe way to get out of our homes when there's a fire?
Ma'am, I'm sorry, your time is up.
Thank you.
Our next speaker, Aaron Barajas, followed by Martin Alvarado.
Good evening, everyone. First, I want to say thank you to each and every one of you that came out to this meeting, exercise that freedom of speech in a civil manner. So thank you for coming out, everyone. My name is Aaron Barajas. I live in Anaheim. I'm for the project. I understand that we do need work, upgrade on the infrastructure. I'm for all the points that have been brought up as far as fire safety and evacuation. However, I do believe that sooner or later, I mean, the building, the progress of Anaheim is going to come to Anaheim Hills. And I think that it's best that it takes place where festival project's going to take place. I think that's the best place. Otherwise, in my understanding, it's going to take place somewhere else in that same vicinity. I know changes are always hard, but I mean, they're going to happen, and we just have to embrace them and adjust to them. I know we were talking about some of the members or some of the people were talking about, you know, some of these businesses closing, like the theater. There's been a lot of businesses in our area that closed down because we, the residents that live around there, we don't support them. And we push these other places, you know, to come up with better ideas to generate money. And I mean, we gotta see both sides too. We can't just, you know, think about ourselves. And, you know, common sense was been thrown out there a lot. We talk about common sense, hey, this, common sense, that. We know that this particular place that we live in is a high fire risk area, but yet we're still there. And here we are just crying and crying about it. It's like, I understand everything they're saying. I know a lot of them might get upset at me for that comment, but I mean, we're kind of part of it too. I mean, there's no common sense in us if we're still living there, and we know that it's a high fire risk area. I mean, I love the place, that's why I'm still there. But I mean, we are fully aware, and there are a bunch of different options that we can take and different routes. And I mean, to each his own. Thank you, and God bless everyone.
Our next speaker, Martin Alvarado. Martin Alvarado. Alex Mesco.
Hi, good evening, everyone. I'm just here to, I don't want to repeat everything that was said because all my concerns were already addressed by previous speakers. I just want to make one point that, bringing it down to the traffic. Where I live, I can only exit into Serrano. Now that street, it gets really backed up all the way up to, to Canyon Rim. I hate to leave the house after 4 p.m. Now lately it's after 2 p.m. because all the traffic coming down on the 91 freeway, people exit Lakeview, and all the side streets are, really congested. Even on the Yorba Linda side, La Palma is also backed up to Imperial all the time now. But in case of an emergency, adding 1,000, well, they say 900 cars. I don't know, but where I live, most of us have 3 or 4 cars, not 2. So that number is likely to be increased. And in an area where it bottlenecks the exits, adding another 1,000, let's call it 1,000 per se, and there are 1,000 cars trying to leave at the same time, I think it's just completely dangerous. I think it's irresponsible. I really urge all of you, because, you guys have kids and all this, and, I lived through the fires. I lived there for 30 years, and it's impossible with all the schools nearby to get through. It used to be east only. Now it's east and west that you can't go anymore. And in case of an exit, you have to go west, and it's the same problem. I urge you to find a different allocation for the theater. I'm not against projects, and I know we need housing, but at least consider postponing it until the infrastructure can be in place to accommodate the extra vehicles, the extra traffic, and everything that comes with it. Because it's not just that, it's businesses that are going to be coming by, is going to be a lot of extra traffic also. And that's just adding to a very bad situation already. So I just urge you to at least consider putting the horse before the, work on the infrastructure first, then you can build as much as you want in order to accommodate.
Sir, I'm sorry, your time is up.
Okay, thank you very much.
Next speaker, Stephanie M., followed by Mark Herbert.
Council members, this festival development project is not a routine zoning item. It is a decision that will determine whether the city protects its residents or knowingly exposes them to preventable danger. The environmental impact report makes one fact impossible to ignore. This project sits in an area with high fire accessibility, limited access routes, and emergency response capacity that is already stretched thin. Adding new residential development here does not just increase risk, it permanently intensifies it. This project would increase ignition sources from people and more activity, traffic congestion that will slow or block evacuation routes, demand on fire and emergency services already overextended, the number of residents exposed to fast-moving wildfire conditions. And we know what that means. This community has lived through fires that move faster than anyone expects. We have seen how quickly sparks become a wall of fire. When an EIR states that a project increases exposure to wildfire hazards, that is not a footnote, it is a direct warning. This is not about being for or against development. This is about public safety and legal responsibility. The festival development project increases fire danger, lacks adequate mitigation, exposes the city to significant legal liability. The EIR does not support approval. The law does not support approval. Public safety does not support approval. And the wildfire danger is only the beginning. This rezoning does far more than allow housing on the old cinema footprint. It opens the door to residential development across the entire 16 acres. This is not a single project, it's a permanent land use change. Once approved, additional units could be built by right. If 24 Hour Fitness relocates or closes, the property owner could pursue another 300 or more units without returning to the public, without a hearing, and without any community input. Tonight is the last time residents will have a voice, and it gets worse. The rezoning includes a reduction in parking requirements, permanently lowering the number of spaces required for all future development on those 16 acres. The justification for this reduction is based on a Bureau of Transportation survey from 2001, a study that is 25 years old. A quarter century ago, rideshare didn't exist, remote work didn't exist, e-commerce didn't exist. Anaheim's population and traffic volumes were drastically lower. Yet, the city is using outdated pre-smartphone data to justify providing 70 fewer parking spaces that current code requires. This is not responsible planning. This is not...
Ma'am, I'm sorry, your time is up.
Thank you. For these reasons, the festival development project must be denied. It is unsafe.
Our next speaker, following the speaker, Andrew Winkner.
Mark Herbert, Anaheim, Greece. I direct my comments to the LA Times, the Orange County Register, the Voice of OC, and the Truth of OC. I suggest this meeting's been in violation of the council's own rules and perhaps the state law, and I recommend they look into the first page of the council agenda under public comments, and I would be happy to help them in their research. The city attorney and the council didn't want to discuss it. Okay, some questions about this. In June, fire station number 12 is expected to be completed. That's the one by Angel Stadium. The truck and crew for station 12 will come out of fire station number 10 in Anaheim Hills. When will the residents be notified of this? 10, is there going to be a new truck and crew assigned to Anaheim Hills to replace the transfer of this existing truck? How much is a new truck and crew going to cost? Has it been ordered yet? When will it be delivered? From my research and what Fullerton has run into, there's a 2 to 4 year backlog on fire engine orders nationwide, and prices have tripled since 2020, up to $2 million per engine. When are we going to hear this in Anaheim? If the delay is due to the growing city budget deficit, which was $64 million this year and is expected to be larger next year, then why is the council spending $394,000 on the ethics officer? That's annually. That's 1/5 the cost of a $2 million fire truck. And if it's up to a 4-year wait list for a new fire truck, it could be 80% paid for by the time it was delivered by the elimination of the ethics officer and his office. What does the ethics officer do? Okay. What happens in the meantime to the fire protection and fire insurance rates of the residents of Anaheim Hills as they wait for the order to be placed for a replacement engine to Anaheim Hills? When is Fire Station 13 in West Anaheim going to break ground? It's starting the process. How much is it going to cost? The one by Angel Stadium's $15 million. When will it be completed? When will the truck be ordered for Fire Station number 13? How much will the truck and crew cost? Oh, 25. Why hasn't Anaheim pushed for the Fairmont Overpass evacuation route the past 50 years? 50 years, they haven't tried. Yet the OC Riverwalk, which the OC Vibe would like and the Angel Stadium would like and fronts their property, is at the top of the OC delegation, congressional delegation's wish list at $200 million. How did that get ahead of the Fremont Overpass?
Sir, your time is up. Our next speaker, Andrew Wigner.
Hello, Mayor and City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak again. Honestly, it feels like this has become an annual event. I'm here today asking you to show compassion for the people you represent and deny this project. I live further up the hill, close to the immediate fire danger zone. During the last evacuation, my family was trapped in the 2.5-hour gridlock on Knoll Ranch Road. And evacuation safety is something we live with and think about constantly. One of the biggest concerns with this festival project is the rezoning from commercial to residential, and the difference matters for evacuation safety. When there are winds, smoke, or fire danger, people don't go shopping, they go home. In a fire, everyone goes home at the same time. Rezoning this site to residential increases the number of people who will be evacuating in the worst case scenario. And this is not happening in isolation. Right now, Anaheim has 2 major projects in play, this festival project and the Deer Canyon project, which is currently moving forward through the builder's remedy process. These projects are similar in size and both could potentially go through. Together, we're talking about roughly 2,000 additional cars. The Deer Canyon analysis already added about 30 minutes to the evacuation times, which are 3 hours. And traffic's not linear, it's exponential. Adding this festival project on top of the Deer Canyon 30 minutes isn't gonna add just a small amount of delay, it's gonna compound the problem even worse. I would say a conservative estimate of these 2 projects put together is gonna move the evacuation times closer to 4 hours. From my home, evacuation traffic looks like a line for a Disneyland ride, except this isn't the Haunted Mansion. This is a line to escape before families burn to death. Today, the wait time is already 3 hours, and these 2 projects add 2,000 more cars that essentially cut to the front of the line because of where they're located. That pushes the longest delays onto the people furthest up the hill who are at the highest risk, who need to get out of there immediately. Over a year ago, residents came here and pleaded for fire safety. The council listened and voted against Deer Canyon. But since then, what has actually changed? As far as residents can see, nothing. There's no meaningful infrastructure improvement underway and nothing on the long-term agenda that solves the evacuation bottlenecks. 1 hour evacuation times would be ideal, but it's unrealistic. But 3 hours is so far beyond reasonable that it borders on absurd. Adding anything to this project, anything like that is unacceptable. So I'm asking you, pause the project until evacuation infrastructure is improved and Deer Canyon is resolved, or keep this property zoned commercial. Please do the right thing for the people you represent. We are scared of the fire risk and need you to step up and protect us. Please vote no.
Our next speaker.
I urge the City Council not to approve the Festival Center project as it is currently described in the project application. The EIR describes a worst-case scenario as a wildfire evacuation taking place due to a fire in the Deer Canyon Nature Preserve directly to the west and indicates an additional evacuation time of 7 minutes. Although it is true, a worst-case scenario will always be when the fire you are evacuating from is in close proximity to the building you are in. Worst-case scenario is not the same as historically accurate scenario. Fires in District 6 are historically wind-driven due to Santa Ana winds and come from the east and move west and south. It is more likely than not, if a wildfire is in Deer Canyon, it would be the result of a fire that has already passed by the Festival Center and all the residents would have already needed to be evacuated. The cited additional 7-minute evacuation time is misleading and that it fails to remind the council and the public that the time is being added to an already stated 3-hour evacuation. Know Your Way would instruct the residents at the Festival Center to evacuate towards Corona, heading east on Santa Ana Canyon, and as we all know, that's not going to be a viable option. So that means that the 400+ units of people are going to be evacuating to the west on Santa Ana Canyon Road that's already jam-packed. While the developer has indicated they expect to continue their lease relationship with anchor stores, some of the other leaseholders are already gone. My dentist was in the Festival Center until a month ago. She informed me that her lease was not renewed and she had to join another practice in Yorba Linda. I suppose it's for the best, because if she stayed there, I probably would not have been able to find a parking spot. 37 dedicated parking spots from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. for potential renters is not an efficient use of such a substantial portion of the available parking. Potential renters should be provided with one-time pass to park in the tenant guest parking areas. The developer indicated 37 spots would be available after 5 p.m. For patrons of the Festival Center and not tenants or guests. He also reported tenants and guests would not be allowed to use the 66 parking spots for Wood Ranch in the real estate office. This is virtually impossible to regulate. The developer described a situation where patrons of the nearby stores and restaurants would walk approximately a quarter of a mile to get to the shopping and dining area if the nearby patron parking lot was filled. Vaughn's is just adjacent to the proposed complex. No one is going to walk a quarter of a mile with their groceries. It is inevitable that tenants and tenant visitors will use a substantial portion of the parking meant for patrons of the shopping center. Patrons will ultimately become frustrated with the lack of parking
Ma'am,
and they
I'm
will
sorry, your
take their
time is
business
up.
elsewhere. Thanks.
Our next speaker, Diego R.
Good evening. My name is Diego, and I'm here to support the proposed mixed-use development in Anaheim Hills. As someone who's lived in Anaheim Hills, I see firsthand how our community is affected by the imbalance between local job growth and the limited number of homes available. This project helps address that gap by adding a well-planned housing in an area that's already supported by existing infrastructure. It's a practical step toward keeping our community stable and ensuring that people who contribute to Anaheim Hills every day have a realistic opportunity to live here. As a younger resident myself, I also see how limited our housing options are. Most of what exists today is either single-family homes or a larger multifamily property, both of which are often out of reach for people just starting out. This project helps diversify the types of homes available by creating options that fall between those extremes. It offers a more attainable entry point for residents like me who want to stay in Anaheim Hills but aren't yet in a position to purchase a traditional home. Adding this variety strengthens the long-term stability of our community and ensures that people at different stages of life can find a place here. Mixed-use development also delivers clear economic benefits, projects that combine homes with retail and services. typically generate higher sales tax revenue per acre than single-use commercial sites. Local businesses benefit from consistent foot traffic, and residents gain access to daily needs within walking distance. This reduces vehicle miles traveled, a key metric used in regional transportation and air quality planning. The site itself is currently occupied by a theater that has struggled for years and no longer generates the activity or revenue it once did. Replacing an underperforming property with a modern mixed-use development allows the city to make far better use of the land. Instead of a low-profit, low-traffic use, the new project brings steady economic activity, new customers for nearby businesses, and a more vibrant presence in the area. For these reasons, grounded in measurable outcomes, I urge the approval of this mixed-use development. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Ana Gromis. Ana. We'll go to our next speaker, Dharma Throng.
Hello, my name is Dharma, and my family and I have been Anaheim residents for over 10 years. As I enter the next phase in my life, I'm looking to move out of my family home, but the city's limited multifamily housing opportunities has left me looking for residency elsewhere. I support the Anaheim Hills Festival's project as I believe that building affordable housing further from the downtown area is essential for young adults like me who wish to continue living in the city we grew up in. Most of the housing in the surrounding areas are unaffordable single-family housing. New housing would diversify housing opportunities, reduce overcrowding, support the city's goal of revitalizing the city, and reinforce the city's commitment towards its housing element. Furthermore, the city's investment would bring in new residents and life to the community that I've grown up in. As an infill project near commercial uses, this project would increase economic activity and reduce mobile emissions, which is essential in helping our air quality in California, and would give young people like me an opportunity to continue living in our community and continue making it a better place. Thank you.
For our next speaker to step forward, Dave.
Hello, good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the council, and the city staff. My name is Dave Varadaria, and I have been an Anaheim resident for over 25 years. And also I have had an opportunity to serve as a Park and Rec Commissioner and also as a Planning Commissioner. So I have been on that side, and now I'm on this side. So I feel this project is a very, very complicated project in a certain way. Progress has to be made, but how do you make that progress? And one of the things is that Anaheim Hills, I echo the voices of the residents, that yes, we do have a huge issue when there's a fire or any emergency that occurs. And in this instance, populating that space with more cluster is not the answer. I would suggest that this project be voted no. And what I would say is either structure it in a different way where the festival center becomes a historic place or something like that. And, you know, we can go forward with space that other generations can use it for a long time. And we don't have to struggle on, you know, getting permission to do space changes. So I'll rest my case over here, and good luck, and please vote no. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Doug Hill.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Very high fire severity area. What does that mean to you? Think about that. What does that mean to you? Being an Anaheim Hills resident, I know what it means to me. It means concern, and when the winds start to blow, it means high awareness, and once you smell smoke, it becomes panic. Know your way? Yeah, we know the way. We know the way is to get down to the boulevard and head west away from the fire because all the fires come from the east. I've been a resident of Anaheim Hills for 30 years. In that time, I've had to evacuate twice. Once in 2008, once in 2017. My home is about 200 yards from Santa Ana Canyon Road, and it is the only way out Eucalyptus Drive, there's only one way out to Santa Ana Canyon Road. It took me 45 minutes just to get to that boulevard. At that point, it took me 2 hours to go 2 miles to the point where I felt like I was far enough away from the smoke and the fire to where I was safe. Nearly 3 hours to go 2 miles. If this was paradise, if it were Lahaina, I would have died on my own street, not able to get out. Dense housing was never made to be in Anaheim Hills. There is not the infrastructure for it. It was never planned to be that way. Since 2017, traffic in that area has increased substantially. On a Friday night, it backs all the way up from Weir to my street, which is almost 1.5 miles from Weir. It's ridiculous. Developments like this in a high fire severity area are irresponsible. It is your job to protect its citizens and certainly not put even more in a higher risk area. I heard someone say earlier that there's 4,900 homes in zip code 92808. If this apartment development goes through, that increases the number of homes in that area by 10%. 10%. 7 minutes? Really? Come on. Santa Ana Canyon Road is the only way for us to get out, and we share that route with everyone else in the area. If you're going to build more homes in this area, you need to give us more infrastructure. The most logical thing would be to put an overpass at Fairmont, a regular overpass at Fairmont, eliminating traffic at Santa Ana Canyon and Weir and Santa Ana Canyon at Imperial. That needs to be done before any further development, especially dense housing. We need to learn from the lessons in Paradise, Lahaina,
Mr. Hill, I'm sorry, your time is
Altadena,
up.
and Pasadena and Palisades. Don't let Anaheim become part of that list. Thank you.
Our next speaker, William Ward.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. My name is William Ward. I'm a resident of Anaheim, as well as a union carpenter in 16 years. I'm here because this project asks for a city for major approvals, including lowering city housing standards, but does not offer enough in return for the community. The developer wants to change both the general plan and the specific site plan to allow 447 residential units on land that was originally intended for commercial use. That decision adds significant value to this project. Yet when it comes to using responsible contractors instead of bad actors on the parking structure and the drywall, two core parts of this project, we are told that the project won't pencil out. That's not a community benefit. That is a cost shift onto working families. The City of Anaheim has an opportunity tonight. Once these approvals are granted, that opportunity will disappear. I urge you not to approve this project without stronger commitments to fair wages, skilled labor, and local workers. And on a personal note, I have observed that 45 moderately priced units is not enough to combat the affordability and housing crisis. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Mike Robbins. Mike Robbins. Janine Robbins. Grace Arzola. Jamie Kim.
Good evening. My name is Jamie Kim. I'm a commercial real estate broker of 22 plus years. Last 7 years, I've been in the development field. I'm also an active member of the Urban Land Institute. I am here in favor of this project. Shea Properties cannot have a long history of operating for 144 years without being ethical. I would like to propose some of these arguments about safety, traffic, evacuation. The developer is not responsible for all of that. Okay, you're asking and beseeching a city council, a city that is in debt, deficit. They cannot pay for the things that you're asking for. But this project would help alleviate some of that financial burden by an increase in property taxes. This would help pay for education, public safety, infrastructure, and public works. And I think somebody said the $100,000 contribution to the fire department was laughable. That's significant. That's something that the city budget does not have right now. So I think you have to think of the alternative. If Shea Properties is not allowed to go forward with this project, then you might end up seeing Shea sell the property, another aggressive, unethical developer come through and build something with triple or quadruple the density. Now, for evacuation, safety, all of those concerns, part of that comes from fire mitigation and also an expanded budget for the fire department. Most of the problems that we have in California are due to the incompetence and negligence of Gavin Newsom. And so to put that all on the city council is burdensome and unfair. So I speak in favor of this project. I think it would be great because I actually shop at the Anaheim Festival Center, and I've been spending my dollars in the city of Anaheim since I was 7 years old. So I think this project would invigorate. It would help keep and retain the tenants that are already there instead of losing those tenants. And I just think it would be a nice development for kids to come and hang out, have a safe place to go, something beautiful where small families can actually build their families and ignite a dream to prosper. And I think this project would help invigorate the city of Anaheim in such a great way. So I'm in favor. Please vote yes.
Our next speaker, Jim.
I got to admit, lost all my notes when my battery died. So I don't think anybody was questioning the ethics of Shea. I never got that sense that there was any question. I'm a skeptic. I got to say that when you asked if everybody had conversation, everybody had conversation with the developer and the carpenters. Only 3 of you had conversation with the people who live there, which struck me as kind of odd. So it kind of makes me skeptical whether the decision's already made. What I want to point out now, what everybody said, I've evacuated people, I've been there when the helicopter flew over, I've done all that. But the only street that's been built since I moved there in 1998 runs from Anaheim Hills Elementary down to Cannon. That's it. There's no other street that's new there. So when they tell you that they've redone the escape routes, there's nothing to redo. There's not an extra lane that's ever been built in that city other than from Anaheim Hills Elementary down to Cannon. And that street is regularly full with people coming up Jamboree and coming around because the 55 is so bad to the 91. So we already have traffic. I live over by Larkwood. We just recently added speed bumps and a sign that said people can't turn right on Santa Ana Canyon because they fill up Santa Ana Canyon. They fill up the intersection of Weir and Santa Ana Canyon. I mean, it's laughable. There's signs on the poles that say you'll be cited if you block the intersection, yet it's blocked every single day. If you're not in the third lane from the right, you can't go straight because everybody turns through the red light. So you have power to get us infrastructure, and in whatever form that comes in, whether you're leveraging businesses or whatever the case may be, you don't have to put something there now until, like many of these people say, you've got an infrastructure to support it. There's no other way. You've got 2 exits at either end of a 3-mile-long city, and 2 of them are 2 miles apart on the east end, and 2 of them are 1.5 miles apart on the west end, and there's nothing in between. So when we come down, we can't go over the 41. We have 3 ways to come down. We come down to Santa Ana, and everybody tries to go a different direction. The only other way out is down Serrano and out Cannon. Just put thought into it when you make your vote. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Yesenia Rojas.
Buenas noches. Good night, everybody. Mayor, Happy New Year. Happy New Year to all of you guys. I'm here for 2 reasons. One is thank you, City Manager, for answering my phone call and responding to the request. I'm here because we've been having a lot of problems in the community. I'm so afraid. I'm so nervous. I'm so concerned about my community. I'm coming back from Mexico. I'm a resident of Anaheim for more than 30 years. I'm very concerned about what's happening with my community, my immigrant community. Definitely wanted to see, Mayor, if we can get together and talk about it. I've been trying to get in touch with you, and hopefully you can answer that email. It is really important to work together. I'm not only a parent, I'm not only a resident, I'm representing our people in Guanajuato. And one of the big families that we have in Anaheim is from Guanajuato. Actually don't have no answers for the people that is calling me, and they ask me how can they solve these kind of situations. We need to stay together. We need to work together. I'm hearing all these voices, and I thought that only our neighbors were the lone community. We were the ones that only having problems, but I see the problems all over Anaheim. I think you guys can do a better choice and make a good decision. And also wanted to say thank you, Council Member Christine, for being there every time that we call you, to be there in the community, especially with these hard times that we're facing. And everything that I wanted to say, we need to work together. As a representative from Guanajuato, I think it is really important to stay together with this, and we need to get eyes from our city. We need to protect our families, Mayor. And just wanted to let you know, nothing personal, but it is really important to we stay together and make a better solutions for our community. Thank you, everybody, and have a wonderful year, and hopefully you make a good decision for these hardworking families too. Thank you.
Mayor and City Council, that concludes all our in-person speakers. Mayor and City, that concludes our in-person speakers.
So hearing no further comments, would the applicant like to return to provide any closing comments? You have 10 minutes if you so choose.
Thank you, Council. I think overwhelmingly the comments were related to evacuation and fire. We'd like to have the appropriate folks, the professionals, rebut and provide a bit of background from the DUDEC team. They're the fire protection team that completed the reports that have been involved in this project and have a very deep background in the state of California. Prior to that, I would like to reiterate that before the first resident would move into a project like this, if it were approved, again, there's 4 years between now and then. There'd be continued coordination. There'd be continued evolution of the Know Your Way plan. So this is not something that's immediate. This is something that will be worked on tirelessly up through that entire process. So I'd like to introduce DUDEC, and then we have one other rebuttal related to the comment from SAFER. There didn't seem to be a lot of other project-specific questions, so I'm here to answer any of your questions or if there are any clarifications. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. Thank you for your patience through this laborious process. My name is Doug Nichols. I'm a senior fire protection planner with DUDEC. I have a career in fire prevention and fire protection. I've been with DUDEC for 6 years, but I have over 30 years experience in the fire prevention and fire protection fields, mostly with the Glendale Fire Department Fire Prevention Bureau. Our team is probably the largest and maybe the most technically diverse in California, preparing fire protection plans as well as evacuation analysis. In this case, we teamed with Intersecting Metrics to assist with the modeling portion of this. We did prepare the fire protection plan as well as the evacuation travel time analysis. I know there's been comments on both of those topics. I'm just going to try and emphasize a couple of items with the fire protection plan. It does evaluate the project. It's a total fire environment and its code compliance, and assesses area hazards as we go through that process. We also identify the restrictive types of requirements that the project needs to include. And the project does comply with all applicable fire and building codes. The evacuation travel time analysis evaluated multiple scenarios. One was with what we call the existing conditions with no project, just as it stands. They also assess the existing with the project, and then also existing with the cinema, because currently the cinema is vacant, but also evaluated it with that as well. Now, the analysis was prepared with consistent requirements and guidance with the city's planning department and the traffic and transportation section staff, and it's been reviewed both by the city's fire and police departments. The analysis reported the change in evacuation times and provided recommendations to improve the safety, which were incorporated into the SEQA analysis and the EIR. To understand the project's impacts on evacuation, the analysis considered both the most likely and the worst-case fire scenario. Obviously, Deer Canyon is right adjacent to it. If there were a fire there, you would have to evacuate Festival Hills rather quickly. Several times it has been mentioned that fires come from the northeast, from the Corona area, which is correct. That may be considered the worst-case scenario because that's when the Santa Ana winds occur. We also evaluated that as well. That would be probably considered the worst case, but the Deer Canyon is the most likely to affect immediately the Festival Hills area. For this analysis, there are some evacuation times calculated. And again, this is using the modeling system through the intersecting metrics. The existing conditions without the project was calculated to be 2 hours and 51 minutes. That would be the existing condition. We've heard many testimonies tonight from personal lived experiences, which are very valid and need to respect that. It appears to be 3 hours, seems to be a common thread from what we've heard. If the cinema were to be included in that, it would add an additional 7 minutes to 2 hours and 58 minutes. And then with the existing project, it would actually add 14 minutes to 3 hours and 5 minutes. So, and all these, just for clarification, all these scenarios assumed an evening evacuation based on weekly PM, hour background traffic. And to account for the different uses for evening evacuation, it was assumed that the theater was at 70% capacity, which is consistent with the parking generation manual from the Institute of Transportation Engineers. Whereas in the existing with the project conditions, 90% capacity was assumed, which was consistent with the Hills Preserve analysis. As disclosed in the evacuation analysis, evacuation times are estimated to be over 3 hours, which we've heard many times again tonight, as I mentioned. However, since the last large-scale evacuation occurred during the Canyon 2 fire, we've heard many times the city has developed the Know Your Way evacuation plan for the city, as has not been tested yet, but it has been put in place and coordinated with CAL FIRE and Caltrans to improve and streamline evacuations. In addition, for protecting this particular project, the city is requiring new developments in the very high fire hazard severity zone to be more proactive in their wildfire protection. We've included a number of those proposals within the project. And then lastly, I just want to mention that the evacuations are often fluid, frustrating, and stressful. I've been through evacuations myself, and I can attest to that. Our family had to evacuate 3 times for the same fire, going from one family member's house to another, to another, to another. So I know what that's all about. But the other thing we wanted to mention is that the emergency managers manage the entire scenario, not just a particular neighborhood. And sometimes the furthest away neighborhood gets the call to evacuate first because they're most likely to be threatened, need to get them moving. Others, they choose to evacuate other neighborhoods first. And that's totally the call of the fire department working with the sheriff's department or the police department. And they are evaluating the entire scenario, looking at which areas are most likely to be at threat or at risk. Sometimes the further out areas are not as much at risk and others are. So I just want to kind of clarify some of those modeling statistics that we went through, and also to clarify that we did model both the Deer Canyon fire and also Northeast Santa Ana wind fire, and included those into our modeling. Available for any questions. Otherwise, that's all I have for the presentation.
Does anyone on council have questions for Mr. Dudek? Oh.
Sorry, just the other point. Andrew Fogg from Cox Castle Nicholson, representing the Shea Properties developer. There were some comments from SAFER, which is the laborers union, and wanted to just quickly respond. Those comments were all made to the Planning Commission. There was a letter and there was a response that was prepared. There's one point they made regarding a study by Mr. Offerman. He is a frequent, repeated commenter that basically submits the same letter on every project in California regarding formaldehyde. I'd just like to make a quick point. That study assumes that residents will live in their house without doors or windows open 24 hours a day for 70 years to try to get to the levels of formaldehyde that they claim would cause the impacts. So in our view, that study is fundamentally flawed, has been discredited, and is not substantial evidence upon which the city can rely on. And again, there was a written response letter that was submitted. And again, lastly, we would remind the council, this site was evaluated and identified in the city's certified housing element that was certified by the state. It estimated 600 units in this area. That's what the city said in its housing element is appropriate for the site to be developed. This site has been modeled and prepared in response to that. And finally, I would note mandating a union requirement that's contrary to federal law. I'm happy to submit documentation to support that, but the city doesn't have that ability under federal law, under its police powers, to mandate union workers. Thank you.
So I'm going to open it up to questions. First I'm going to close the public hearing, and then I'm just going to move to our council comments and questions. If you have any questions or comments, please ring in. I'm going to start with Councilmember Rubalcaba.
Thank you. So I see our fire marshal back there. If we can get the fire marshal up here, I do have some questions related to the fire concerns and evacuation plan.
Good evening.
Good evening. So can you just share a little insight into the assessment that you made and the recommendation that you're making as to whether or not this project would be safe for residents to reside in the area?
Absolutely, my pleasure. I would be remiss if I first did not acknowledge that Chief Russell did want to be here tonight. This was a priority project that we recognize the city has spent a lot of time on. He is flying to Washington to provide testimony for Congress for HR 4038, the Wildfire and Preparedness Act. So we're very proud to represent Anaheim federally. So that's a very cool thing that he's able to do, but unfortunately it meant he was unable to join us this evening. So to your question then, regarding the inputs, the process, we have been involved in evaluating the entirety of the process over the period that it's been going through the pre-development, the EIR and all of that. We did take this very seriously. Obviously, the safety of our residents is our primary concern. We did find that while adding any vehicles to an emergency evacuation scenario, obviously that's not an ideal situation to have. We want it as simple and straightforward as possible. In this scenario, we did find that we are in conformance with the rest of the city project, that we support the findings, and should this project be approved tonight or not, we do stand ready to provide for the safety of our citizens in either scenario.
And then the $100,000 of the developer, that seems significantly low to me. What benefits would that help in terms of fire mitigation?
Yes, ma'am. We have several ideas of how we can spend that money. And we will be evaluating that as the years progress. There are opportunities for technology, for weed abatement, fuel modification. There are also opportunities for seed money for grants where we can use that as an initial investment. So several ideas, whether that is providing for new technology. There is a product that we could potentially spray on our evacuation roadways and make sure that the additional, we already require 10 feet of clearance on either side of our evacuation roadways, but we could expand upon that with a eco-friendly foam product. So we have all sorts of ideas and things that we're kicking around to utilize with the potential $100,000.
And then, so the SALT project was a project that the fire chief opposed for safety reasons. What's different for this project?
Yes, ma'am. I think it's very hard to speak, and I get the inclination to compare those two projects. They were in very close proximity to one another. So I would say very high level, with this being more of an infill project, that does make a difference for us. Beyond that, though, I hesitate to more closely compare that because, frankly, we really do evaluate each individual project upon the merits, upon everything in totality that is presented to us.
I don't have any more projects for our fire marshal. I will for traffic, and I see Raphael back there somewhere, but I'll defer to my colleagues at this point.
Thank you. I had a question. How did the number of $100,000 for the fire department, where did that number come from?
So we kicked around some ideas of what we could potentially use the money for, and while I don't want to say that it was an arbitrary number, it seemed like a general number that would allow us the opportunity to provide for more than one of those potential projects, while still providing some flexibility should our situation change, should an additional, say, product be developed in the next couple of years that before this we actually receive the money per the project, that would provides for some flexibility.
And I don't know if this is for you or Director Allen, but is there a tie for this money, that this money is going to be used to benefit the residents of District 6?
That it will be within that area. It is a community benefit based on this project, so we are intending that the money would be used toward wildfire mitigation efforts. So yes, that District 6 would be a direct beneficiary of that.
Thank you. Does anyone else have questions? Okay. Yeah.
So I just want you to go over a little bit of what's different since 2017. And I know we've made some improvements in our fire watch with some cameras, with some of our response, and certainly with our evacuation plan. And I mean, feel free to acknowledge the mistakes that were made in 2017. And I think I even heard people talk about them here as in, well, first I went over there and got that person, and then I went over there and got that, and then I went, and I believe that the Know Your Way plan is all roads are leading out. We can't allow people into the evacuation area and have to evacuate them multiple times. So if you could kind of just expand on what's different in our evacuation plan and our fire safety plan a little bit, that would be helpful.
Yes, and to our residents, I want to let you know that I hear you. I was there. I'm a 20-year veteran of the fire service. For the Freeway Complex fire in particular, I was evacuated as I was working the fire. So I'm familiar with that sense of panic that overcomes when you hear that you are in a mandatory evacuation zone. So I'm certainly sensitive to that. In the fire department, something that we pride ourselves on is we continually learn and grow from every experience, from every training. We continue to improve and expand upon existing practices and making sure that we are better and better for our community. So we certainly had some lessons learned in Canyon 2. One of those was the Know Your Way program came out of that, and that is certainly not a perfect catch-all, and we acknowledge that emergency evacuation of such a large community, it is a dynamic and it is a fluid situation, and frankly, for our residents, it is very scary, and I completely acknowledge that. But having the ability for us to pre-plan and to train and to utilize the same sheet of music among multiple interdisciplinary partners really is a game changer for us. Part of that, utilizing Know Your Way, we were able to engage then the City of Orange, who, for instance, was pushing residents from Orange to Anaheim, while simultaneously we are pushing Anaheim to Orange. So we've been able to engage the City of Orange in what that looks like and create a smoother pathway for evacuation. We learned that the scale of the evacuation was, quite frankly, much bigger than it really should have been. We did so at the time out of an abundance of caution, and if we need to, we will of course be exceptionally conservative where we need to for an evacuation perimeter. But for Canyon 2, we evacuated everything all the way up to Imperial Highway, and it was just too many people that frankly did not need to leave their homes, and it exacerbated an already tenuous situation. We also allowed incoming cars that compounded the evacuation effort, whereas we could have utilized some additional inbound lanes of traffic. So, Council Member, to your point, multiple areas that we've increased coordination with our partners and really made an effort to make sure that we are working ahead of the problem, because we do know that it's an area, as several of our educated residents have identified, it is a very high hazard severity zone identified by CAL FIRE. So we're working to mitigate all of those individual items.
Thank you.
I'll ask this question first, and it might not be necessarily related to this project today, but I'm just curious, because I'm the new guy here, how come we haven't had a test evacuation to test out the plan? It's been, what, almost 10 years?
Yes, sir. We have tried various iterations of that. Quite frankly, a full large-scale evacuation of that size, we have engaged Caltrans to potentially close the 91 freeway, because that's what it would take, and that's what, to Councilmember Meek's question, really that something we learned again from Canyon 2 is that coordination with Caltrans and then utilizing the 91 freeway really is a game changer. You could imagine that closing the 91 freeway for any period of time is a huge challenge, and that request has subsequently been denied. That does not mean that we have not had multiple training, tabletop exercise, additional efforts to make sure that we really vet some items in the Know Your Way program and also explore the dynamic nature of it. And because it really is subject to the individual aspect of the emergency at hand.
Okay, thank you. So the next question I have is, I heard you say you evacuated everything up to Imperial. I'm sitting here now looking at the Know Your Way map. I see you've got zones 1, 2, and 3 up on the ridge. I'm curious, if we were to have that same fire today, knowing what you know now, it looks like this project is in zone number 8, I believe, is what I see here.
Yes, sir, I believe so.
Would that be an immediate evacuation noticed area along with 1, 2, and 3?
So depending on the nature of the emergency, again, of course, everything is very dependent on what's going on at the moment. But for the typical fire that we've experienced, say Canyon 2, where it's coming from the east, going to the west, we looked at, and one of the scenarios that we required were included in the behavioral study, the fire behave study, was evacuation of zones 1, 2, and 3, but not necessarily evacuation of Zone 8 where this project is identified, because that would frankly be an unnecessary addition to the roadways.
So what I hear you say then is under the same conditions, you wouldn't necessarily be evacuating this particular area that we're speaking about now.
That's correct. Zone 8 would not be evacuated.
So the next question I
No,
have is,
and that means that that zone would not be impacted. So any critically impacted zones would absolutely be evacuated. But in the typical condition that we experienced per Canyon 2, Zone 8 was not necessary to evacuate.
sure, and I understand people, you know, they may choose to go anyways, which would certainly add to that. But I was just curious as to what the plan is and at what point that notice get issued. Not for the evacuation part, but I'm just curious if you could talk to, if this project does get approved, are there any enhancements that are made to the area that would reduce possible fire in and around the area?
Yes, one of the major enhancements that was put in the development agreement was the inclusion of Opticom. So there will be 4 additional intersections that will include emergency vehicle preemption. So what that means is when emergency vehicles approach an intersection, there is a sensing device that changes the street lights to allow emergency vehicles to have a green. It's twofold. The benefit of that one is not only do we arrive at the emergency faster, but that also allows for cross traffic to be stopped, which increases the safety of our first responders. For anybody that is in that cross traffic zone, if they have a green light and they aren't paying attention, it reduces that potential. So that's a huge benefit for us.
Okay. Anything else?
Well, the $100,000, of course. And I think one of the main things that I want to emphasize, because I hear my residents back here having comments and concerns, is a huge piece of this is going to be education. There's going to be outreach, there's going to be education, because we want to make sure that we discuss these items and we have the opportunity to pre-plan with our residents, because knowing your way ahead of time, having a plan in place. One of the residents identified how stressful it was to have their child picked up by a neighbor and have them brought somewhere else, but that is oftentimes our reality, and having those plans in place ahead of time will make all the difference. And however we can help support our neighborhoods and our community to have those plans in place, we stand ready to do so.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Fire Marshal. Oh, excuse me, Councilmember Moss.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Most of my questions have been asked so far, but I did want to make a couple clarifications from comments that we heard this evening. There was a comment about fire trucks being taken from the Hills, moved to Station 12. Is that the case, and would those trucks be replaced in the 4 years that this project is expected to be started?
Sure, I'd like to ask Deputy Chief Riley to join and answer that question, if I may.
Yes, so my name is Grant Riley. I'm the Deputy Chief of Operations here. The fire engine that is in the Hills right now is engine 12, and it was put out there when we got the SAFER grant for engine 12, and then it moved out there, and you guys are aware, because we needed a place to put it as Station 12 was being built. Since then, Station 12 is being built, and that engine is going to move to Station 12, and a replacement engine 10 is going to be put in place to maintain the same level of service out in the canyon.
Thank you. And as far as the helicopter lease or contract
QRF?
lapsing, yes.
Yeah,
Does
so,
that affect us, or how does that affect us?
So the QRF is a quick reaction force, and it's a group of 5 pieces of equipment. 3 Type 1 helicopters that have 3,000-gallon tanks on them, so it's a really big helicopter, right? And 1 mobile retardant base that has some treatment in it, and a leader in it's called a Sikorsky helicopter, and it's a helicopter that he's the one that goes out and he tells everyone kind of what's going on up in the air. The contract with that is a public-private partnership with Orange County Fire, and that's been eliminated as far as the contract. The equipment is still available, so the mobile retardant base isn't, but the 3 helicopters, we can still request those, and the air support We just have to specify those in our request. So the ordering process is different, and their location, they're now there in Van Nuys, and so, but the access to those resources are still there.
Thank you. And then one other comment in regards to Know Your Way. Whether this project gets approved or not, are there opportunities to increase communication and just make people more aware of the plan? And I know a practice isn't practical, but what more can we do?
Certainly, and public education is an important component, just like Fire Marshal mentioned. Hey, this is one of the areas where we can reach out and communicate with that. Know Your Way obviously is a combination between us and APD, with APD really being the lead in our evacuation efforts. And we do typical training with them to meet that. Anaheim Alert is one of the components that really emphasizes using technology to alert our residents within the specific zones when it's time to evacuate. So that's a big component. So getting the messaging out, and I was just in our EOC this morning, actually, and I found the little business cards that have the handout for Anaheim Alert. So we have with QR codes and different ways that we can message that. And so that's what we're trying to do, is get that word out so that people can be aware of the technology that we're using to message these things.
Thank you. That's all I have at this time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, no, just kidding.
Okay.
I wanted to ask you, or it may be a question for the fire marshal, in terms of the process. So right now you've done the analysis, right? And so you're able to plan accordingly in terms of how this would affect the Know Your Way plan and what would need to change. If we were to move forward with this, can you talk a little bit more about, as this project goes to different phases, the approval process, the construction phase, and once we get there, what are the checks that that we do on our side? And I don't know if this is a question.
I think you're
for the
right that there's a fire
marshal.
marshal question. I'm going to get here. Thank you.
So we are involved all along the way. Our planning and development section within the Community Risk Reduction Division leads the charge on this. There will be plans that are submitted for review and approval. They do have to abide by all of the most currently adopted California Fire Code, NFPA standards, and everything therein. That does include, because of its location in the very high fire hazard severity zone, adherence to the Cal WUI code, which, not to code geek out, but that is actually all of the requirements from Building 7A. Residential code was actually created in its own separate standalone code as of our adoption January 1 of this year. So all of the latest and greatest will apply to this project, and we will ensure that everything, all the plans are that are submitted are prepared in accordance with those requirements, as well as after it's built, we do inspect for concurrence with those plans. That includes fire protection systems, all the goodies, the fuel modification, everything does have to be in accordance with that.
And when you say the latest and greatest, what is that? What does that entail, and what's the difference between those and, let's say, a regular home? What's the difference?
Yes, sir. Most recently adopted, and we did go through code adoption year, so January 1, 2026, we adopted the, funny enough, the 2025 California Fire Code. That is up and down the state of California, that everybody is required to do so with local amendments. In particular, for any project that is proposed in the very high fire hazard severity zone, as Deputy Director Allen indicated earlier in her presentation, it doesn't mean that a project is not allowed to build in that very high fire hazard severity zone, but if they do so, they do need to meet additional thresholds. So that would include non-combustible siding, boxed-in eaves, dual-pane windows, fuel mod, defensible space, a bunch of different milestones. Of course, fire sprinklers are an integral part and piece of that too, as well as fire department access, multiple items.
Are there any requirements in terms of, you mentioned fire sprinklers, which we know on the inside, are there any additional requirements on the outdoors of the building?
The outdoors would be the non-combustible siding. The roof material has to be a very specific Class A roof material. Again, the glazing of the windows, the doors do have to meet a particular standard. It's essentially home hardening in this instance. It's building hardening. And that does spill out into the vegetation. So something that we have become more and more ingrained in us is ecology and the trees that are planted. After Canyon 2, we actually we adopted a potential plant list, and more importantly on that, there is a list of plants that are not advised to be planted in these areas. So a fuel modification plan is required with identified zones of hydration, and I could probably tell you more than you want to know about any of that, but I'm happy to discuss any further. But yes, it does extend beyond the confines of the building itself.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Kurtz?
Thank you. I have a question. Just a little, what you just described and all the modifications, that's on new build? What about the existing homes that are there, the existing trees, the eucalyptus trees that are there? Is there any mandate to upgrade that, or is it just done as remodeling or work being done in the home?
Yes, ma'am. That's a great question. So it would be overly cumbersome, for instance, in the case of fire sprinklers, to mandate that all homes now have fire sprinklers, even though as of today, a newly built home would require to be fully fire sprinklered. But a home, a lot of our residents have been in these homes for several years, and it would just be too cumbersome to require them to install that now. So that is something that we do not require retroactively. We allow all the codes and standards that were in place at the time that that building was built, we allow that to stand. What we do require for those areas in the very high fire hazard severity zone is defensible space. And what that is a certain distance from the home to really make sure that there are no adverse hazards that would, so combustible brush reduction, overgrown weeds, things like that. And we do have a full-time wildfire mitigation specialist within the department that this council approved a couple of years ago. And we are one of the few departments in the area that are able to have a dedicated wildland mitigation specialist to be able to visit our homeowners. And I'm going to do a quick plug for anybody interested, everybody with passion out there that wants to find out how you can harden your home, please call us in fire administration, because I would be happy to send Inspector Abel to your home for free to identify ways that you can harden your home.
That's good to hear. So as an older home maybe gets a new roof, as an example, they would have to then meet the new requirements for
That's
that
correct.
material?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, but we would not retroactively require it. But something like a spark arrestor on a chimney, that makes a huge difference. And yes, we do make sure that everybody in that area has a spark arrestor in the chimney.
And I know a lot of the streets in the hills are part of, are managed by the homeowners association. So I'm going to just refer to city streets. Are city streets now, do they have the correct vegetation that you briefly talked about? Or do we still have areas where we need to change that out?
That is a very nuanced answer that I'm going to give you, because there are areas that, for instance, the eucalyptus trees are much loved in our Anaheim Hills area. I would not recommend planting eucalyptus trees today, but they are protected in that corridor. Forgive me, Heather, I forget what the name of that corridor is, but those are protected trees. So that we do not recommend removing those. But so for those areas that we are able to affect and work with our parks team, who is exceptional at what they do, yes, we are constantly, it's like painting the Golden Gate Bridge. Once you get to the end, congratulations, you have to start back over here. So we are constantly working through combustible brush reduction to make sure that our city-owned open spaces and along our evacuation routes are clear.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to just go to general council questions, but I wanted to start with Councilmember Meeks as the representative for District 6, and then Councilmember Kurtz, and then Mayor Pro Tem Leon.
Thank you. I do have some additional questions for Public Works and Traffic. You know, when I was elected a few years ago, safety was absolutely a priority for me, and particularly wildfire safety. And I've worked tirelessly with the staff to make sure that we are addressing it, making improvements, improving the evacuation disaster that was 2017. And I know it's hard to look at any of you when I see the true fear in your eyes and get you to understand that it's not going to be like that next time, that Orange isn't going to send their traffic to us, and we're not going to send our traffic to Orange, and we're not going to allow bottlenecks. We are going to get people out, and that is the primary purpose for Know Your Way and the evacuation plan, is to get people out and to save lives. So we have made improvements, and we heard from Fire a lot of the work that they've done over the last few years. But I also want to talk about Public Works, because in the evacuation plan, one of the things was, you know, we can't test it, so what do we do? And I asked them to look at traffic modeling it, which they were fortunate enough to get a grant to do. And if you can talk a little bit about what you've done so far in the traffic modeling of the evacuation plan, and what that looks like, and what results you're finding.
Absolutely, Councilmember Meeks. As you mentioned, we did go after a state CAL FIRE grant to do some Anaheim Hills fire evacuation modeling, right? And so we were able to get that grant. We did some modeling. There's a lot of different scenarios as we've heard about tonight, right? There's a worst case scenario. There's scenarios that, you know, come out of the east, which is where it typically comes into Anaheim Hills from. There's a lot of different ways that we can run the scenario. It depends on the time of day. Right, we look at Canyon Fire 2. That was probably one of the worst times it could have happened for us. It was a Monday morning, 10 o'clock. Everybody was at work. All the kids were at school. So there's a lot of different variables that we can play with, right, to do this different scenario modeling. So we do some worst case scenario modeling to say, okay, what if it starts at Deer Canyon? What does that look like? Where do we need to evacuate? And so the scenario modeling gives us a good idea as to where do we want to start from. As our Fire Marshal Young mentioned, right, one of the things that we learned, and we learned a lot from Canyon Fire 2, I was at the Emergency Operations Center in the middle of it, right, trying to figure out how are we going to get everybody out, how are we going to evacuate everybody. And one of the things we learned is, it sounds great on paper, let's evacuate everybody and just get everybody out of there. But that was one of the big lessons learned from us is, you know what, we need to be a little bit more intentional, we need to be a little bit more tactful as to who we send out, which way do we send them, and how do we scale it. So that's one of the things that the scenario modeling also gives us as well. If a fire happens here, who should we evacuate first? Which is the way that we should get them out? And at what point do we need to evacuate these different zones? We didn't have zones back in the Canyon Fire 2 timeframe. We just had Anaheim Hills. We had roads, everybody east of Serrano, right? Everybody east of Imperial. We just chose these big roads. We've now dissected it into very manageable zones that we can activate, and we can very intentionally say this zone is under a mandatory evacuation, this zone is under a just recommended evacuation. So there's a lot of things that we've learned. And all of these, it's a dynamic situation. When you're talking emergency management, it is a dynamic situation that changes minute to minute, right? We're constantly at the EOC getting information from the command post out there. So we're making live changes, right, that are dependent on traffic patterns, right? What's going on the freeway? What's the highway patrol doing? Did they shut down the freeway yet? What is Orange doing? Are they pumping people through up into Anaheim? So it's a very dynamic situation, and what this scenario-based fire modeling did for us is give us a lot of different options, different tools to be able to implement when these different things come into play.
And when they talk about a 3-hour evacuation time, that is a staged like the first hour you're evacuating this group of people, and the next hour you're evacuating. So what is that's what happened in 2017. I'm trying to address this with the traffic expert here. So kind of explain what that 3 hours looks like, and how much of Anaheim Hills gets evacuated in 3 hours. But I understand it's a staged approach.
It's a staged approach, and then also we got to remember that what was disclosed in the environmental document from CEQA requires us to look at it from a most conservative perspective as well. So we have to assume that quite a bit of Anaheim Hills is going to be evacuated. We have to assume all of these different things are stacked up on top of each other, which realistically probably wouldn't happen. But again, from a CEQA perspective, we need to make sure that that happens. So that's exactly what happens is it starts to stack on itself. We got zones 1, 2, and 3 on the east that evacuate, and then it starts going west a little bit farther south, and that's where you get that travel time that just kind of adds up on top of itself. In reality, right, we're looking back, our fires in Anaheim, we're lucky in a sense that we can predict them. We know where they come through, we know where they go to, and we know what zones we need to evacuate. So what that helps us do is know what zones are going to have to come out first, and we can strategically plan for the further zones. So that 3-hour time frame is just a very conservative analysis that was done that stacked those different zones being evacuated.
Okay.
Sorry, Mr. Copian. Ma'am, we thoughtfully listened to you when you did public comment. Can you please let us ask questions and have a back and forth? Thank you.
All right. And in addition to working with the different agencies, Caltrans, our City of Orange, our Yorba Linda, all those agencies to make sure we're not sending conflicting traffic to each other. You've also worked with the schools to make sure that our students will be safely evacuated and things like that. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, if I may add, so again, we in an emergency management perspective, we always do a debrief, right? We figured out what did we do well, what did we not do well, and what are we going to do to change it to make sure it does not happen again. So after Canyon Fire 2, we sat down and we had a hard look at ourselves, right? Hey, what did we do well, what did we not do well, and what are we going to do differently the next time, right? And some of the things, and I'll just riddle, I've got a laundry list of things we're going to do different this time, because we learned is working with our highway patrol, right? One of the things that was impacting us the most was people were still getting off the freeway. All of these people, because the 91 freeway was closed. So all of these people getting off the freeway are clogging up our roads to be able to get our residents out. That's one of the big things that we learned. 2, we learned that Orange was sending everybody over the hill. So we reached out, we had a multi-agency meeting after, that included the Highway Patrol, it included the City of Orange to the south, it included the Orange County Sheriff's Department to the north and Yorba Linda, it included the school districts, right? Every single agency and organization that's gonna play a role in being able to make sure that this happens effectively was at that meeting, and we talked about expectations. So we told Orange, hey, if you've got a fire, there's a lot of other ways you can get people down. Shoot them down Chapman and go down towards the flatlands in Orange. We're gonna do that differently. We're also gonna be coordinating with the schools, right? On high wind days, we coordinate with the schools. And a lot of times they'll stage buses that are available to go and pick up the kids. We thought it was a good idea to set the collection point for the children over at the high school down at Imperial. We said, hey, that's far enough away, it's gonna be okay. But it ended up being within the evacuation zone. So that in and of itself, all the parents are trying to go in there and pick up their children. Now we're gonna make it completely outside of the area to do that. Another thing we as Public Works we did as well is we're also a big force multiplier. Our law enforcement partners are out there with the fire department trying to save lives. And so they're out there, that's their priority. Where Public Works can come in as well is we've set up plans where based on the Know Your Way, we know generally what roadway closures we're gonna do. We as Public Works are gonna be going out there as soon as we hear that there's some sort of fire, preemptively closing down these roads to make sure that we reserve that capacity. I'm thinking San Ana Canyon Road east of Imperial, we shut that down. Nobody's going eastbound on Imperial and clogging up our roads. Now we're able to get people out, and I'm also able to use that other side of San Ana Canyon Road if I have to be able to get people to flush out. The priority is gonna be not letting people come back in and clog it up and getting people out. So there was a lot of lessons learned from our last Canyon Fire 2 that we've already implemented and set into motion to make sure that it doesn't happen again.
Thank you. Does anybody have any evacuation questions for him? Because I have some traffic questions too. Okay. Can we talk about what traffic improvements are? Because as much as people talk about our local infrastructure not being adequate to handle our population, it really is. The problem with our local infrastructure, with the city's infrastructure, is that we have all these people cutting through our city that are getting off of our freeways. And that is an issue that OCTA, Caltrans, and the transportation corridors, the toll roads, need to address. And they are addressing that, and once again, I've worked very hard the last few years to make sure that these projects are moving forward. Can you talk about the improvements that will be complete within the next 4 years along the 91 and 241?
So great comments, Councilmember Meeks. There's a lot going on in the 91 corridor. And I'll tell you, Waze and Google Maps are my demise and our District 6 demise, because if they can save 2 minutes by going up Larkwood and some of these tiny streets, right, through a residential community, everybody's gonna take it so they can get home 2 minutes early. So as much as we like technology, it's also unintended consequences of stuff like this. So I agree with your first statement, is our infrastructure in Anaheim Hills is built to sustain the traffic that we have out in Anaheim Hills. It's that additional cut-through traffic that then is what causes the San Ana Canyon Road congestion, that causes the congestion on Serrano, on Weir, everything that we see. Lot of improvements that are in the pipeline that we've been very actively working with. One of them is the toll road, the 241-91 direct connector. Anybody who's taken the toll road from South County headed north, they know that backup extends all the way up the hill to get to the 91 East. A lot of people that go onto our streets on Serrano and on Weir are trying to avoid that, right? They cut through Orange, and we hear the same complaints. I talk to my counterparts in the city of Orange, and they get the same complaints we do, because it's the same cars snaking through. So that's one big project that we have been working with with OCTA, with Caltrans, and the Toll Authority on, that we're a big proponent of, because we know it's going to benefit our community.
Starts construction next year.
It starts construction
It will be
next year.
done by 2029.
Yep. And on top of that, anybody who has driven the 91 recently, you see there's construction on the 91. So there's OCTA has a big project that's going to be widening the 91 freeway in various different segments all the way over pretty much to the county line. So that's going to increase capacity, and hopefully that's going to be able to shift some of the people off of San Ana Canyon Road that currently take it all the way to Gypsum, as we know, be able to shift back onto the freeway. So there's large regional projects that aren't necessarily City of Anaheim projects, but we are a vested stakeholder that we work closely with Caltrans, OCTA, and the Toll Authority to make sure that they get implemented in a way that also help us.
And then longer term, we are looking at studies on a Fairmont emergency connector and a connector to the north to alleviate traffic at both Imperial and Weir Canyon.
We are.
I will say the good news is that these projects can be funded with toll revenue from the 91 express lanes. So it's feasible that they will get built, because there's a lot of money being collected along that toll road. So
It's a lot of money, and then it's also on the 91 corridor has what's called an implementation plan. It's got projects that are identified that are needed for the corridor, that are benefit the corridor. So the Fairmont Connector project is a project that provides a full interchange at the Fairmont, at essentially where Fairmont is today. Doesn't provide vehicular connection to the south. What it provides is full access to the north, so people, because a lot of the people that are getting off at Imperial today, is anybody who drives through Imperial and La Palma, a lot of those are Yorba Linda residents that are trying to get back home and coming and leaving home and going to work. The Fairmont Connector will help alleviate that congestion that we see over at Imperial and that we see also down over at Weir, by providing that direct access connector for anybody that needs to go to and from the north. What it'll also provide, though, is we are contemplating building it with a multi-use bridge that connects San Ana Canyon Road over to that Fairmont Connector. So on your typical day, it just provides you pedestrian, active, you can ride your bike over to the north side type of connection, but under an emergency situation, it would be built in a way that we could remove something like bollards and use it as an alternative way to be able to get people out in the case of an evacuation. So we're working with OCTA, we're working with the city of Yorba Linda currently to see if there's a way that we can expedite that project that's already in the implementation plan.
all right, thank you. That was all I had.
Thank you. Councilmember Kurtz, and then Councilmember Rubalcaba.
Just one little comment. You mentioned, and this is kind of a side note, you mentioned Google Maps, and those are just abandoned your existence all over the city. I know we've got residents all over the city that are affected with those pulling people off of freeways or off of what we thought were the major streets onto the smaller ones, and we've got residents suffering for that. But My questions now are, I'm going to take us into another area for the developer, I think. So, thank you. There was a comment made, and I've heard it more than once now. I've heard it tonight, and I've heard it before, and it said, using skilled and trained workforce does not pencil out. When I heard that, I thought, so the alternative is using an unskilled workforce for the project to pencil out. And I got quite confused. Does that mean that you're using an unskilled, lesser trained workforce for your construction? How are we assured that it's going to meet all those very special needs for building that area? How are we going to have residents living in those 400-some apartments when we've had a lesser skill, lesser trained workforce building them?
Yeah, I mean, what I can say is that we've been in business for more than 100 years, and when we go out to bid projects, we do an open bid, and sometimes we'll get 8, 9, 10 bids for some of these large major trades. And we do not decide based off of low bid. We look at qualifications, we look at safety records, we look at companies that we've worked with before that have executed projects on time and safely. So we have an entire construction management department that analyzes that on every single project. You know, on this project in relation to the carpenters, you know, we do intend to work with them on certain trades.
Okay, and I'm not even going to associate this with carpenters. I'm just a skilled and trained workforce.
Right.
Why wouldn't you demand that of the people working for you?
Yeah, I think that we do. You know, I think that when you look at the trades that build our projects and they accomplish these, 300 unit projects and they build them in 26 months and you've got 400 people on site, these subcontractors have been in business for decades and they have training programs and they raise folks up to learn the trades. And, I certainly invite you guys to visit our projects that are under construction or that are built, because they are definitely skilled workers. And safety is our absolute #1 priority when we build projects. And we are not a bottom dollar developer.
So maybe you shouldn't say it wouldn't pencil out if you used a skilled and trained workforce. The apartments that you're building,
Go ahead.
the 400-some apartments, how many, are there any studio apartments in there?
No, there are smaller one-bedrooms, so they start around 560 feet, but there are no studios.
So do you have the 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom?
Correct.
Do you have any 3-bedroom apartments? You do. And how much parking is allotted for a 3-bedroom?
3-bedroom, let me see here. Three-bedroom is 3.0. So that's consistent with the city code. Yeah.
I have another question for, no, this one is actually for, thank you, for our planning department. That area specifically was included in our housing element submission to the state?
Slight clarification. So there's candidate sites is what is commonly referred to as being in the housing element. Many of those sites required rezones to meet our obligation. To reduce what we needed through candidate sites, we are able to look at things in the pipeline. So we have a separate inventory of pipeline projects. So this was identified as, and many other projects were, as pipeline projects because we had an active application at that time, but it is not a candidate site.
Okay, And so let me understand, because we went through so much with this housing element. If we identified it as a pipeline site, but we deny it, do we have to report that to the state?
So essentially, we have, when you took the existing inventory, pipeline, candidate sites, we have a surplus of units that we calculate based on the methodology that HCD gives us to calculate those things. So we keep, as projects get built, we keep looking at those numbers, and when we, if we kind of use that surplus and we fall below having enough available sites to meet our need, then we have a no net loss provision. So the city would need to come back and look at other properties that could make up our obligation. So we don't specifically have to report a denial. I will say there are in state law other provisions that we need to be mindful of if we were to deny a housing development project, whether or not it's in the housing element.
So we're denying a project in District 6 or in Anaheim Hills. What I'm hearing you say is we'd have to make it up elsewhere.
We would not, so long as we have enough capacity citywide to continue to meet our obligation. So tonight, we would not have to add a substitute site.
Okay. Thank you. For now, that's what I have. May have some questions later.
Thank you. Councilmember Rubalcaba and then Councilmember Meeks.
Thank you. My question is for the developer, wherever you went. Hi.
Hi.
So my question is related to the skilled and trained. So you mentioned that you don't just look at low bid when you're looking at subcontractors. Can you give me some clarification on what your proposal for the MOU entailed to the carpenters?
Sure. So the carpenters, we agreed to give them the drywall scope so long as they were within $500,000
Of the lowest bid.
of the lowest qualified bid. And
Okay.
the qualified portion is an important.
So that contradicts what you just said to us, because you basically said that you don't just go for the lowest bid.
Oh, no, that means that they get the work so long as they're within 500,000 of that number. That number, that lowest bid, isn't necessarily the sub that we would move forward with. We might have 10 subs that bid the project, and we would weigh it based off of a variety of factors.
I mean, in my opinion, if I'm a business person, so I would look at bids, and as an elected official, oftentimes there are RFPs that go out, and we are required to take a lowest bid, but you're a private developer, so that's not a requirement on your end. So if you were trying to develop a project in the city that I represent, I want it to be a quality project. And in my district, I have 2 developments, and I won't name the name of the large developer, but it's a peer of yours. And they have a lot of issues with the development that was conducted because they did not use skilled and trained workforce. So I question whether you were negotiating with the carpenters in good faith when you provided an MOU. It's not a good deal, in my opinion, for you to say that you have to be within 500,000 of the lowest bidder because you could get anybody to bid a low bid.
There are clear delineations of who qualifies as a bid, so there's specific language. So there would be definitely some bidders in there that would not be qualified under that MOU.
So why wouldn't you, so I guess there's clearly you don't know what direction this council's going to go in, because I still don't know how I'm going to vote, and potentially my vote could lead to whether or not you get this project approved.
Right.
Because I do believe that there should be housing built in areas other than District 3, which is highly compacted at this point, and also has fire danger issues to the residents that are here. Public safety is a priority for me in general, so I hear what you're saying. I voted no on the SALT project, and that was also in line with what our fire marshal said. But I don't think you really know whether or not what direction this council's going to go. So I think you should think really deeply as to whether or not you're going to have an MOU that includes our skilled in trade, especially because they're not being unreasonable with the expectations. It's for a parking structure and for the drywall. When you're building a parking structure in our city, it needs to be of sound. And I mean, you saw OC Vibe, right?
Right.
They use skilled and trade or skilled and trained workforce, and that was built with quality materials, with people who understood what they were doing, and on time and within budget. So I would really, think deeply as to whether or not you are negotiating in good faith and what that MOU looks like. And today we do have the discretion with this development agreement to include some of those requirements without the language that you're proposing, because it's not a good deal. So I don't know who motivated you to kind of throw it their way and say, well, we are negotiating with you, but you're not. So, I mean, I don't really need your feedback on that. I need you to go and talk to the carpenters and figure something out before we move forward. So you don't have to comment. It was more of a comment on my end, but thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Meeks?
Director Allen, so we are approving tonight 447 units in this development area, this mixed-use area, correct?
That's the request this evening, yes.
Okay. So, but our housing element identified a potential of 600 units, and I mean, I appreciate and, was hopeful and asked that the, development not include the 24-hour fitness and the daycare in that whole area, because I think those are very important resources and amenities for our community, and that we need those things. So I want to make sure that what we're approving tonight is 447 units as they have it proposed, and not can't expand to 600 units and next week without asking us.
Correct. The project before you is as presented. Any other developments would have their own review process.
Right, and they would have to, because right now we're talking about fairly equivalent traffic counts and things like that, and another 150 units would be different. Okay, that was my clarification, so I just want to make sure about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Bayless?
I think I'm about to ask the same question. We had a couple people come up here tonight, and I think my question is this. What we are looking at approving tonight, this zoning change here applies only to this specific area in the festival general plan, correct? Or does it apply in other locations?
So the request before you relates to creating the new development area 5. So what would be in that, should council approve the project, would be the removal of the cinema, replacement with the 447-unit apartment complex. The fitness center would stay, and the daycare and the other uses that are in that top of the bluff would stay as commercial. It does include a essentially zone change to allow for a mixed use on that entire top area, and we can put the image back up if that would be helpful. But the only change at this time is the replacement of the cinema with the apartments.
But the whole area is rezoned.
Okay, thank you. I had another question for you. And maybe this is just my understanding, but if this project goes down tonight, there is no builder remedy for this project because we have an approved housing plan. Is that correct or not correct?
That is correct. So builder's remedy would apply were we not to have a certified housing element.
All right.
The whole area is rezoned.
Thank you.
They could develop it later.
Thank you, sir.
And then can I don't know, can I go back and ask a follow-up question to the developer as well?
Please.
I saw a couple of public comments that came in on this. I think it was electronically. I don't know if you had an opportunity to see the public comments or not, but it was an addendum on some previous work that had been done where I believe your organization was then sued by some of the residents for some work that didn't go as planned. And so I'm just curious.
I wasn't able to see that. I'm not sure when it was submitted. I heard it referenced earlier in the evening, but I have not seen it.
So I saw two documents. I think one was, and this is, 2002, I get is old, but I saw another one, 2020, I think was the date I saw, but you haven't seen those.
Okay. No, I haven't, unfortunately.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Kurtz.
Like Councilmember Rubalcava, I'm inclined to support Bill. I actually, there were only two of us on this dais that voted for SALT, and I was one of them, as you probably all remember. Like District 3, District 4 has building going on in every little spare space that's in the district. I am hoping, having heard from the fire department today, fire marshal today, that I'm able to talk to them about some of the areas in District 4 and how we create more safety zones there, fire safety zones in areas where we only have one exit, one exit. But I'm going to go back to safety. This council has a record of protecting workers that work in our city, not only our own city employees. But we passed a very unique ordinance here a couple of years ago that protected our hotel workers with a panic button. So we do care about the people working in our city. And at that time, we weren't afraid to pass an ordinance that forced our hotels to supply their hotel workers with a panic button. And the reason we did that is we wanted to keep the workers safe. We wanted to keep our guests in our hotels safe. And certainly a lot of those workers are residents of our city, and there were certainly a lot of them residents of our two districts. And I'm thinking about this in the same way tonight. We want construction in our city to be safe and sound and built well, so that people moving into those homes, into those apartments, feel good about where they live and are safe. And we want our workers to, anybody working in our city, to be held to safety standards for their own protection and the protection of those around them. So just want Shea Homes to understand that it is really important, as Councilmember Rubalcava said, it's really important that what we're doing is quality work in Anaheim. Our own housing department, who works with builders on affordable housing buildings, holds those developers to a very high standard. Why don't we do that for just housing in general? I still have those questions. So still thinking about what I'm going to vote and what we need to include in that agreement and that plan. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a couple questions for Director Allen. Can you just touch on, were there any other sites in District 6 that were submitted to the HCD, or was this the only site in that district?
So again, this was in as a pipeline site, I believe, in terms of pipeline, and we can pull it up. this may have been the only one with a couple small subdivisions. We did have candidate sites, so where we had identified some were in the canyon, some were in the canyon we took out, and some, thank you, Joanne.
And just for clarity, the canyon area is the area on La Palma between Imperial and almost the 57.
Correct, so the bulk of the sites in D6 that were actual candidate sites are north of the 91 in District 6.
So on the La Palma side.
On the La Palma side.
Okay. And when you say candidate site, what is the probability, or what are we doing to present those sites to developers as alternative locations than in the fire zones?
So now that the housing element is certified, we are making available, so the councils, in addition to adopting the housing element, did general plan amendments to essentially signal to developers that these sites are available sites for residential or mixed-use development. We were waiting to kind of push kind of a map layer out to the public until it was approved, but we're working on getting that out. So developers, I think, have been watching the housing element process and are aware, and we have programs in our housing element to kind of promote the sites that have been identified as candidate sites for both market rate and affordable housing developers. That's also ongoing.
And do you know, since 1980, spitball, how many homes, townhomes, condominiums, and apartments have been built in District 6?
Not since 1980. And we can certainly get that information. I can tell you since 2018, we had 488 permits issued in D6. Many of those, I think, the Link OC project was mentioned. So those are largely, Link OC had 406. There was a single-family attached product of 28 units. The Racket Club was attached. That was a 54-unit project. So D6 had 488 in that time period. D5 in the same period had 1,543. District 4 had 1,224. District 3 had 773, District 2 had 325, and District 1 had 412. So that's a 5-year period between 2018 and 2023.
Okay. So can we get that data on how many units have been built? I'm a lifelong Anaheim Hills resident, so I remember when there was no Weir Canyon. Talk about being old. And so I know there was some public comments out there that East Anaheim has not built anything or is not open to development. And so I would just like to see if there's data to back that up, because just in my lifetime, I have seen everything kind of east of Imperial be built up and almost double the size of the population in District 6. So I would just like to, if we could kind of examine that or try to get some numbers on that, because I just don't think that that's a fair narrative. Kind of related to that is outside, there's a master planned community when Anaheim Hills was first built, correct?
Correct.
Does that have any authority on this process, or is it something that is not binding and can be changed at any time? Because I know there's zoning, but then there's also the master plan. I'm trying to see how do those overlay?
And are you talking about the master plan from when we annexed it from the county?
Yes. It says, I just see that on signs, that it's in a master plan community. I don't know what that means versus zoning and versus the festival-specific plan.
So I'd probably think of it as layers. Originally, this particular area was all county property, actually all agricultural preserve property. And the county did agree to remove that agricultural preservation and allow some development. Early 70s, the county recognized that this area, and several hundred, if not 1,000 acres of this area, did not need to be preserved for agricultural. And there was a plan to allow some development, allow housing, as well as to also preserve some areas for open space, hiking, trails, recreational areas. That is still very much in play. That is how the county agreed to relieve this agricultural preserve. But it is, once the city started annexing the areas, and it did so over another several years through a series of annexations, still a requirement that the city impose that master plan. And it has done so. It has opened up areas for development. In annexing in, the city then also became in charge of the zoning and the specific plan. And it does implement that in charge of the master plan. But I would say it's layers. And it is the city's zoning which prevails, which is why for this particular proposed use, you're being asked to both change a specific plan, which is the zoning, and allow the zoning to allow this residential component.
And so what's the process to change the master plan? So let's say I'm a young professional that wants to move, and I think I'm buying into a master planned community across the street from a equestrian facility. What is the process to then just go through the master plan and change all of the zoning in a certain area that's supposed to be preserved open space?
I would say that, it's a question that we continually look at and research, and what our office has determined is there are deed restrictions in place that require certain areas to be available for certain recreational open space uses. And those deed restrictions remain in play and remain enforceable. It's sort of as conservation easements as you could say. Not this particular property, though.
Right. And I know Mayor Pro Tem asked about the specific plan amendments, but I wanted to touch also on the parking and square footage. I believe in the presentation at the beginning, both the parking allotment for this project and the square footage allotment are below what we normally require. Was that correct?
So specific, there was one parking standard that the specific plan proposes to amend, and it's only on one-bedroom units. So as was previously discussed, they're meeting the 3 space per unit requirement on 3 bedrooms, the city's 2.25 space per unit on 2 bedrooms, and then they're proposing for the specific plan that the 1-bedroom standard be 1.75 versus the 2, which is in the city's municipal code. But the 2-bedroom and 3-bedroom spaces are the same. So it's just the 1.5 versus the 2.0 for the 1-bedrooms. And then on the, sorry.
And so the square footage is normally, we have a minimum of 700 square feet.
Correct, thank
We're
you.
allowing them to do 580 square feet.
Correct.
And what are we getting in return for them to get all of these additions and benefits underneath what our code is that's required in every other district?
Certainly. So this speaks in part to some of the community benefits that the development agreement is giving. So they do have 2 open space areas. Let's pull up that slide. 2 open space areas that they are developing, maintaining, but they will be opened to the public. They are providing the 10% or 45 units of the moderate level mixed use. Sorry, the community benefit slide. They are providing a phased schedule of improvements to the commercial center. So as was talked about in, I think, our presentation as well as the applicants, they're improving connectivity from that upper tier with the residential to the commercial down below. They're also creating some additional gathering areas, both in that area as well as the entrance to the center. They are providing the 2 contributions to police and fire in addition to the CCTV and the emergency vehicle preemption. And then again, as mentioned, the development agreement does require them to complete construction or pull building permits so that these units can go into this RENA cycle.
Okay, and I'm very thankful you pulled up this slide, because when I saw a variety of high-quality jobs, what does that mean? Because it's clearly not construction.
Certainly. So I think this, in terms of this slide, it was identifying based on the investments that would be made in the retail center, the jobs that would happen there was what was identified through these discussions. So this is separate and apart from anything related to construction. But again, the applicant could speak to that as well if they intended this point to be something different.
So the high-quality jobs are going to be restaurant service jobs, retail clerks, and grocery workers, and a gas station.
And property management jobs and hundreds of construction jobs in the city.
Hundreds of construction jobs on this project.
Correct.
But we don't know but are you paying the construction workers on this project prevailing wage?
No.
Are you guaranteeing that you and every single subcontractor that you work with are going to be paid at least above minimum wage?
Yes.
How are you guaranteeing that?
Well, we have visibility into what the subcontractors are paying their folks.
Okay, and so are you guaranteeing the work of all of your subcontractors if there is a worker on your project that gets hurt? Or are you relying on your subcontractors to cover health insurance, workers' comp, hospital bills, medical, all of those kinds of things?
Yeah, we are not the general, so we hire a general contractor who hires subcontractors who have benefits
You
for
hire
their employees.
subcontractors who hire God knows who and pays them gosh knows what.
I certainly wouldn't say it the same way. I mean, we've been in the business a long time, and I think that the people that we employ are high quality. The subs that we employ have been in the business for decades. Many of the subs that we use are under the Carpenters umbrella. So, we just don't use all prevailing or all union labor because it often makes projects infeasible.
Well, okay, I was just challenging when you say high-quality jobs. I just challenge that because there's nothing that guarantees that. And as somebody that started I was a waitress at Coco's, it is the best job I had. This is the best job I've ever had. But Coco's was a pretty close second. It's a wonderful job, so I'm not knocking that. But
It's a wide variety of jobs provided.
Yes,
at the
well,
site.
I don't know what that means or how we guarantee that you give that to us. How is it enforceable?
I do not know how that would be enforceable.
Like what metrics are involved to measure? I mean, I'm just concerned that we're giving you a specific plan change, zoning changes. We're creating a new specific plan area. The public benefits are not measurable in any data that we are going to be able to receive. That's my question. So I guess my next question for Director Allen, it's like the third generation of substantial revenues. Maybe people will shop there, maybe they won't. I don't know. But what I'm really concerned is I know that we are updating some of our impact fees. So what under our current impact fees is what would our park fee be under this project? What would their required contribution to Anaheim and Fire under our current impact fees be right now?
Certainly. So essentially, the way that the development agreement is written is the applicant is responsible to pay the then current rate of any current fee. So I'll put some names to that. So right now, we have a citywide park dwelling fee. The project, at such time, if it were approved, comes in for a permit, would pay whatever the current council set park dwelling fee is at that time. We have police and fire fees currently, but they're applicable only to the Platinum Triangle. So if the city were to expand those fees to a citywide fee, this project would not be eligible because those fees are not existent for that property today. So anything that exists that's citywide today, they would be responsible for paying the then current rate.
So that's under the development agreement
The
we're
development
applying
agreement.
today. Whenever they pull the permit, they're not paying the current rates,
They would escalate.
which would probably be about 100 more than what we're getting right now if we adjust our.
So there is not a current police or fire impact fee relevant to this project. So the city has police and fire impact fees, but only for Platinum Triangle. So this project would not be responsible for paying today police and fire fees because they're only Platinum Triangle. And the development agreement sets that if citywide police and fire fees were approved by city council, they would not be eligible, they would not be required to pay new fees. They would be required to pay only the then current rate on existing fees.
Okay. And I think I thank our fire marshal who's here for answering my questions. My colleagues asked very good questions. So I think that's all the questions I have on that for right now. So if anybody else have, Councilmember Rubicalva?
So since the council has the discretion to amend or make a recommendation to amend the development agreement, one of the recommendations I will make is that we add in skilled and or prevailing wage skilled workers for the drywall as well as the, help me out here, it's 11 o'clock. The parking structure, thank you. So that's one of the amendments I would like to make. No offense to Shea Homes, but I don't really trust that you'll be able to manage the subcontractor, so I would prefer to have that in the development agreement. So regardless of whether you guys decide to sort of ditch the project within 4 years or so, it still applies to whoever picks it up, because I know that's how it works in the development arena. So that is one of the recommendations I would like to make. I agree with Mayor Aiken, as well as my council colleague Kurtz, that it is important that we're going to make sure that that variety of high-quality jobs. I do agree retail is a great way to generate revenue in some cases, but we all know that those are low-paying jobs. And we want to make sure that we're generating jobs. Property management is awesome, but it's probably going to be 2 or 3 positions, not at the scale that we need for the city of Anaheim. Workforce initiatives are a high priority, and to have the people who are building it make enough money to actually live in them is something that I care about. So if I would like to make that recommendation. And then to your point, Mayor, about the linkage fees, I know that this council did pass an initiative earlier last year related to development fees, and it was relevant to affordable units or apartment complexes, actually, that were not affordable. This has a component of affordability, but it would not qualify as an affordable unit for our RENA initiative. So would those development fees or linkage fees, I can't remember what we called it, would that apply in this case?
So based on when that ordinance was adopted, this was an active application. So the in lieu fees that the council set last year would not apply. So they are making a voluntary contribution related to the 10% moderate, but based on the date of their application and the effective date of the Affordable Housing in lieu fee ordinance, that would not apply. So we are not getting the in lieu fees based on the new ordinance.
And if the in lieu fees, as a council, though, we could include that in the development agreement, or is that something we cannot because we have discretion since they're asking for amendments to the specific plan as well as the general plan.
When council adopted the housing incentive ordinance, it specifically said that it would not apply retroactively, that it would apply prospectively to applications that were filed after, I want to say, October 2024. This application was filed in '23. So that ordinance does not apply by council action to this particular development.
So that's fair. So if this application fails tonight, they have to reapply, and then it would apply to their application.
If you deny the project, there is no project. That is correct.
Okay, so then they would have to reapply. So I guess what I would like to do at this time is ask to amend the development agreement to include the skilled and trained workforce element, as well as the local hire. If traffic is a major issue, I want to make sure that we're not exasperating that by bringing more people in from the Inland Empire on the 91 freeway when they can actually be living in Anaheim and our surrounding area. So I support the direction that Mayor Aiken and Council Member Kurtz was going.
And just to add on to Councilmember Rubicalva's point, and it's not lost on me that we went through this together on the Fair Board, which is why I'm asking some of these questions, is that we had a contractor that was a reputable contractor that hired a lot of subcontractors on a $40 million renovation. And they weren't paying their workers, they were paying them in cash, they were making them go to their own cash checking places that they had like a cut in. And it was always, it's the subcontractor, it's not me. It's the subcontractor, it's not me. So I'm looking for a way to have some type of responsibility and ownership of subcontractors in the case that somebody gets hurt, somebody is required to bring their tools, and instead of getting a high quality, you can tell I don't build anything, I'm a saw cutter, they go get something cheap and it breaks and it injures a coworker. I mean, what are our protections for this? I mean, that's what I'm also very concerned, and I agree 100% with the local hire. Because if we're doing all of this and all it's benefiting is out-of-state workers that are living in an Anaheim hotel for 6 months and then taking all that money back, that's not generating tax revenue. Not this project, and not, that's not good for our local workforce.
If I may, thank you, I appreciate that. Again, Andrew Fogg from Cox Castle and Nicholson. So I do want to call attention to skilled and trained workforce is a very specific definition under state law. It relates to a percentage of workers who've graduated from certain apprenticeship programs. It also comes with certain administrative burdens that just add a lot of costs to the project that go far beyond wages. You've mentioned local workforce, local hire. That is a different component. And then there's the notion of prevailing wage. And that creates a whole nother set of issues. And as I mentioned in my earlier comments, there are federal preemptions that limit the ability of the city to impose these sort of union requirements, prevailing wage requirements on private development.
I apologize for interrupting you, but can you specify what those are?
Yeah, I mean, I have a letter here that we prepared in anticipation of these issues, which I'll submit. But specifically, issues related to project labor agreements and the requirement to impose union labor. The Supreme Court, and this is the Building and Construction Trade Council of Metro District versus Associated Buildings and Contractors of Massachusetts and Rhode Island, also referred to commonly as the Boston Harbor case. The citation is 507 U.S. 218. The Supreme Court distinguished between where there is a a project labor agreement, a requirement to hire union labor is considered a pre-hire collective bargaining agreement that is specifically permitted in the construction industry under the National Labor Relations Act. And the state can require these provisions only where it's engaging in proprietary conduct, such as acting as an owner, where you're doing a public work. When the state agency is acting its role of a purchaser of construction contractor, it acts as a private contractor would act, and conditions its
So
purchasing
you'll be in
upon very
litigation
sort
for a
of
while?
labor.
So you'll be in
That's-
litigation for a while. I think you're kind of missing the point.
No,
So I think it's fair, but it's 11 o'clock at night right now, and I hear what you're saying about the
understand.
Supreme Court's ruling and federal law. However, this is a municipality, and we have discretion with this.
No, you don't. I apologize. But the
Thank
federal
you.
has preempted the state in
Thank you
this
for your opinion.
context.
But if we decide as a council that we're going to include that in the development agreement, then that just means you'll be stuck in litigation,
Yes.
and it'll cost you more instead of just
Well-
hiring skilled and trained.
So a development agreement is a voluntary agreement between a private party and a city. You can't impose conditions in development agreement that are not agreed to. The development agreement could be abandoned at this proceedings, and we could proceed just with the specific plan amendment and remove the development agreement as a request. So it's not a unilateral, it's a bilateral. And we, the client, our client gets the benefits of the vested rights in exchange for the benefits that we've agreed to. It's not a unilateral that it can be imposed without the consent of the other party. It is a voluntary contractual agreement under California law.
Leonie, can you please advise?
Certainly, and based on everything that I've heard, I do agree in that respect. Is what's being suggested is a revised term to the development agreement, and it is a bilateral agreement. They don't have to agree to that term. And what I believe Council Fouché is alluding to is you still have a housing development project before you, and you will have to take action on that project to approve or disapprove. And in light of the current housing laws, the ability to disapprove is somewhat restricted. And at this time, unless it's just a waste of time, we should sit down and decide if the development agreement can be amended in some way, both based on what council has discussed tonight, as well as what the developer may or may not be willing to. But regardless, we will still have to come back for potentially some very specific findings for disapproval, if that is council's intent on the project tonight. They are two separate courses of action, and they both are subject to different rules.
Mayor Reagan, if I may, I hate to make this recommendation because we've sat through so many hours of public comment, but may I make a motion to continue this until they have an opportunity to go back and take a look at the development agreement based on the feedback that we've provided?
I just have a clarification. If we continue this to see kind of what we can and cannot include in a development agreement, would we have to have a whole new public hearing?
You have already closed the public hearing, so you do not have to reopen it.
Okay.
But what I would like to clarify is one of the bases for coming back is to what is presented to you are recommendations for approval. That's in your staff report, that's in all of the findings. And it would allow staff to present both alternate findings for disapproval based on the constraints of the current housing laws and whatnot that could be recommended as an alternative course of action. So it'd be two things, but unless something comes up at the next hearing that warrants you to reopen the public hearing, you may do that in your discretion, but would not be required to. We did have a full and complete public hearing tonight.
And then I would just say, as city attorney, in light of what I'm hearing, rather than taking a vote today, I would actually recommend that a continuance be had to further discuss some alternatives rather than making any hasty decisions tonight. That's just my recommendation.
Thank you. I know that you made a motion, but just if you would entertain, I know Councilmember Meeks and Bayless rang in. So do you want to just make some comments and then we can address the motion?
I just wanted to make sure that language was in here, because I mean, the only way I can even wrap my head around this project is that it is a replacement of an existing use, and that's what it is. The theater's been closed for many years. They have not found another commercial use for it. But I want to make sure that we protect the remainder of the commercial uses. I think the center is important to Anaheim Hills. It provides a lot of our amenities. It provides a lot of our resources in our grocery stores and our Target and gym and all the things that we use. So I don't want this approval to then make it easy to take down those other areas, those other commercial buildings in that zone. So I want to make sure that this is clear enough in the specific plan that this is what is approved and nothing more than that? Or do we need to subdivide this area 5 into housing and commercial? Because that's really, it's two different areas.
We can certainly, if the sentiment is to continue, we can certainly look at that and come back with that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Bayless and then Councilmember Kurtz.
Thank you. If this gets continued, I may ask this next time, but I'm going to ask it today. We brought up the impact fees. By my calculations, and maybe I'm going to ask you what yours might be too, and they can be rough if you know them, but for parks, this is just a little under 2.5 million, I believe, for this development that's here. And then they would also be required, correct me if I'm wrong, to pay sanitation fees as well. My question is, currently, I know in the Platinum Triangle fee, there are police and fire. If you could overlay those fees to this project, can you tell me what they would be?
Good question.
Not at the moment.
Okay, I'll take it later then. Thank you.
And I'd also be interested to know what the comparable fee would be if our affordable housing ordinance was applicable to this property, kind of under the same light as Councilmember Bayless's question. Mayor Pro Tem Leon?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll second my colleague's motion. I think for us, skilled and trained workers have built Anaheim. They bring a level of skill, of safety, of accountability that protects our residents. And it's not just before construction or during construction or when the ribbon is cut. It gives us the reassurance that these buildings meet the highest standards possible. And if they have concerns about construction, about quality, about long-term performance or standards, they are not side issues for us. It is very important that the developer stays at the table in real good faith conversations about making sure that we're not just providing a project that our residents can count on, also have the opportunity for our Anaheim residents to also be engaged, to make sure that folks are trained to how we can make this project the best it can be and how it gets built. And so I know those conversations might be hard, but they matter. They lead to better buildings, they lead to safer jobs, to local jobs, and stronger outcomes for our city as a whole. So I will go ahead and second my colleague's motion.
And just to clarify, there's a meeting on January 27th and also on February 3rd. You do need to make this a date certain, so you'll have to make that part of the motion.
And I might suggest for purposes of the staff report, if it works, February 3rd, because I think
I was going to make the recommendation for give you some time and you guys some time
I'll second.
to work together.
Yep, Councilmember Kurtz?
Thank you. Just one thing, when you come back, can you also explain to us, this council voted on an ordinance some months ago on contractors, subcontractors, what reports have to be filed, and the city's opportunity to actually stop work if some of those items don't measure up. So an explanation of how that goes actually it apply to any construction project, but so we can take a look at that, and it'll give us an option of what we can do.
Thank you. And I just wanted to thank staff for being incredibly prepared, as well as our amazing team from Anaheim Fire and Rescue. Thank you. Public Works, thank you for being here and answering questions. One of the things that is as a, lifelong Anaheim resident, I have seen Anaheim grow. I have seen Anaheim add. I've seen Anaheim change in my 21 years in the city. And that's okay. We want to grow, we want to change, we want to adapt. But I think in the current situation that we are in, not knowing when OCTA might work with us on an overpass, not knowing how people are going to not necessarily study the Know Your Way plan, but actually follow it in moments of panic, which is just against human nature. I am extremely concerned about adding housing to this part of District 6 if we have other available options in the canyon or in areas that are not in that high fire zone. I remember October 9th, and everybody that went through it remembers it like it was yesterday. So I do want to just, if you could brief me, Director Allen, I would appreciate just being a little bit more educated on what are our other options that District 6 can put forward that are not in our high-density fire zones. So we have a motion to continue and a second. Please vote. To February 3rd. 3rd or 4th?
The motion to continue to February 3rd, 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries.
Thank you very much. Next is our report on closed session. City Attorney, do you have anything to report?
No, Madam Mayor, no reportable action.
Thank you. We also have time we do not have any non-agenda item public comments, so we'll move to future agenda item requests by council members. I'm going to clear the speaker queue only because I'm not sure what the crossover is from that item to right now. So I'll start with Councilmember Kurtz and then Councilmember Rubalcaba.
Thank you. I'd like to recognize the Orange County Peloteros baseball team. It's a team of 12-year-old boys, all Anaheim residents, and while they live in a couple of different districts, Councilmember Rubalcaba, most of them go to the school in your Price Elementary School. They are a traveling baseball team, have won back-to-back championship tournaments in the last month. But more importantly, these kids, these boys, have learned that it's not solely about winning, but rather about giving back to the community. They actually raised money themselves by doing odd jobs to raise money to donate gifts to our Children and Family Center for Christmas. So I would like to bring them into council to recognize their efforts, not only for winning, but for giving back. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Rubalcaba and then Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor Aiken. I would just like to request an agenda item to have our wonderful new Chief Sid come in and give us an overview of his first 100 days and what he plans to do. And I just would like to get some insight into public safety over the next few months. And then I'd also like to request, and I don't think this is an agenda item, but the e-bike issue came up, and it's something that I have talked to Councilmember Meeks about. My district in particular, I do see, we passed this ordinance last year, and I do think that there's probably lack of enforcement, but probably more education, and if we can partner with the schools to do that, if we can get a plan on what that might look like with Mike Lister and also with APD. I'd hate to see kids getting tickets because they're riding on sidewalks when they're not aware of what the laws are. So if we can possibly start some sort of a communication before we do enforcement locally, that'd be good.
Yeah, we had a lot of success with the middle school out in the East End in education. when school started.
Yeah.
They had 2 e-bike accidents of El Rancho students right before Christmas. It's just. Wait, junior high kids don't listen? Get out of here. Yeah. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm still getting used to the Mayor Pro Tem. I keep on waiting for Councilmember Meeks to chime in. But I just wanted to bring in our CHP team, California Highway Patrol from Santa Ana, to recognize them for their work in the annual Chips for Kids toy distribution, which they distribute to kids from across the region, not just one city. So I'd like to bring them in for recognition.
Thank you. Councilmember Maas.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. At a future date, I would like to bring in a discussion about removing blight and a discussion about billboards in Anaheim. So I don't know if that's a workshop or business calendar item.
Thank you. Support that. And I think so that'll just be leave it to me. As mentioned earlier, I'm going to be adding something to closed session for our next meeting on January 27th. I would also like to agendize the AFA ADR resolution agreement between AFA and AFSCME at the January 27th or February 3rd council meeting. And lastly, this probably could be a memo from or just a meeting with fire staff, but I would be really interested, and I think Councilmember Kurtz kind of hit on this, about shoring up and making homes in District 6 fire resistant. And maybe what can we look at, and what can we look at citywide to make all of our new housing and new buildings and new structures more fire resistant? Because if we've seen in just even locally in some of major cities around us, major structure fires in crowded urban dense areas are just as scary and frightening as a wildfire. And so if there are standards that we can require that bring heightened levels, I would like to just know what they are, what we are allowed to do as a city. So maybe you and I can just work together and you can just educate me a little bit. That would be great. Does anyone else have anything? If not, we will stand adjourned until January 27th.